This is Audible.
Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace. And this right here is a bull we used to call Mr. Man. Her slim thumb moves from shot to shot. The sunlight in Kentucky looks bright yellower than New England's. The trees are a meaner green, and have got weird mossy shit hanging from them. And this right here's a mule called Chet that could jump the fence and used to get at everybody's flowers out along Route 45 till Daddy had to put him down. This is a cow. This right here's Chet's mama. It's a mare. I don't recollect any kind of name except Chet's mama. Daddy let her out to neighbors that really did farm to sort of make up for folks' flowers. Gately nods studiously at each photo, trying to abide. He hasn't thought about the wraith or the wraith dream once since he woke up from the dream where Joelle was Mrs. Waite as a maternal death figure. Next life's Chet's mama. He opened his eyes wide to clear his head. Joelle's head is down, looking down at the open album from overhead. Her veil hangs loose and blank again, so close he could reach his left hand up and lift it if he wanted. The open book she's moving her hand around in gives Gately an idea he can't believe he's only having now. Except he worries because he isn't left-handed, which is to say, sinistral. Joelle's got her thumb by a weird old sepia shot of the ass and hunched back of some guy scrabbling up the slope of a roof. Uncle Lum, she says. Mr. Riney, Lum Riney, my daddy's partner over to the shop, that breathed some kind of fume at the shop when I was little, and got strange. And now he'll always try and climb up on top of shit if you let him. He winces at the pain of moving his left arm to put a hand on her wrist to get her attention. Her wrist is thin across the top but oddly deep, thick-seeming. Gately gets her to look at him and takes the hand off her wrist and uses it to mime riding awkwardly in the air, his eyes rolling a bit from the pain of it. This is his idea. He points at her and then out the window and circles his hand back to her. He refuses to grunt or moo to emphasize anything. His forefinger is twice the size of her thumb, as he again mimes holding an implement and riding on the air. He makes such a big, slow, obvious show of it because he can't see her eyes to be sure she gets what he's after. If a halfway attractive female so much as smiles at Don Gately as they pass on the crowded street, Don Gately, like pretty much all heterosexual drug addicts, has, within a couple blocks, mentally wooed, shacked up with, married, and had kids by that female, all in the future, all in his head, mentally dandling a young Gately on his mutton joint knee, while this mental Mrs. G bustles in an apron she sometimes at night provocatively wears with nothing underneath. By the time he gets where he's going, the drug addict has either mentally divorced the female and is in a bitter custody battle for the kids, or is mentally, happily still hooked up with her in his sunset years, sitting together amid big-headed grandkids on a special porch swing modified for Gately's mass, her legs in support hose and orthopedic shoes still damn fine, barely having to speak to converse, calling each other mother and papa, knowing they'll kick within weeks of each other because neither could possibly live without the other, is how bonded they've got through the years. The projective mental union of Gately and Joelle Madame Psychosis Van Dyne keeps foundering on the vision of Gately knee-dandling a kid in the huge blue or pink-bordered veil, however. Or tenderly removing the spongy clamps of Joelle's veil in moonlight on their honeymoon in Atlantic City and discovering just, like, one eye in the middle of her forehead, or a horrific Churchill face or something.
350.
So, the addictive, mental, long-range fantasy gets shaky, but he still can't help envisioning the old ex with Joelle well-veiled and crying out, "And lo," in that empty, compelling way, at the moment of orgasm. The closest Gately'd ever come to exing a celebrity was the ragingly addicted nursing student with the head-banging loft, who'd borne an incredible resemblance to the young Dean Martin. Having Joelle share personal, historical snapshots with Gately leads his mind right over the second's wall to envision Joelle, hopelessly smitten with the heroic Don G, volunteering to bonk the guy in the hat outside the room over the head and sneak Gately and his tube and catheter out of St. E's in a laundry cart or whatever, saving him from the BPD finest or federal crew cuts or whatever dire or legal retribution the guy in the hat might represent, or else selflessly offering to give him her veil and a big dress and let him hold the catheter under the muumuu and sashay right out while she huddles under the covers in impersonation of Gately, romantically endangering her recovery and radio career and legal freedom, all out of a Liebenstadt-type consuming love for Gately. This last fantasy makes him ashamed. It's so cowardly. And even contemplating a romantic thing with a clueless newcomer is shameful. In Boston AA, newcomer seducing is called 13th stepping,
351.
and is regarded as the province of true bottom feeders. It's predation. Newcomers come in so whacked out, clueless and scared, their nervous systems still on the outside of their bodies and throbbing from detox, and so desperate to escape their own interior, to lay responsibility for themselves at the feet of something as seductive and consuming as their former friend, the substance. To avoid the mirror AA hauls out in front of them, to avoid acknowledging their old dear friend, the substance's betrayal and grieving it. Plus, let's not even mention the mirror and vulnerability issues of a newcomer that has to wear a UHID veil. One of Boston AA's stronger suggestions is that newcomers avoid all romantic relationships for at least a year. So somebody with some sober time, predating and trying to seduce a newcomer, is almost tantamount to rape, is the Boston consensus. Not that it isn't done, but the ones that do it never have the kind of sobriety anybody else respects or wants for themselves. A 13th stepper is still running from the mirror himself. Not to mention that a staffer, seducing a new resident he's supposed to be there to help, would be dicking over Pat Modesian and Enid House on a grand scale. Gately sees it's probably no accident that his vividest Joel fantasies are coincident with flight from finest and legal responsibility fantasies. That his head's real fantasy is this newcomer helping him avoid, escape, and run, joining him later in, like, Kentucky on a modified porch swing. He's still pretty new himself, wanting somebody else to take care of his mess, somebody else to keep him out of his various cages. It's the same delusion as the basic addictive substance delusion, basically. His eyes roll up in his head at disgust with himself and stay there. I went down the hall to take out the tobacco and brush my teeth and rinse out the spiritine can, which had gotten an unpleasant crust along the sides. The subdorm halls were curved and had no corners as such, but you can see at most 3 doors and the jamb of the 4th from any point in the hall before the curve extrudes into your line of sight. I wondered briefly whether it was true that small children believed their parents could see them even around corners and curves. The high winds moan and doors rattle were worse in the uncarpeted hall. I could hear faint sounds of early morning weeping in certain rooms beyond my line of sight. Lots of the top players start the AM with a quick fit of crying, then are basically hale and well-wrapped for the rest of the day. The walls of the subdorm's hallways are dinner mint blue. The walls of the rooms themselves are cream. All the woodwork is dark and varnished, as is the galoche that runs below all ETA ceilings, and the dominant odor in the hallways is always a mixture of varnish and tincture of benzoin. Someone had left a window open by the sinks in the boys' room, and a hump of snow lay on the sill, and on the floor beneath the window by the sink on the end, whose hot water pipe shrieks, was a parabolic dusting of snow, already melting at the apex. I turned on the lights, and the exhaust fan kicked on with them. For some reason, I could barely stand its sound. When I put my head out the window, the wind came from nowhere and everywhere, the snow swirling in funnels and eddies, and there were little grains of ice in the snow. It was brutally cold. Across the east courts, the paths were obscured, and the pine's branches were near horizontal under the snow's weight. Stitt's transom, an observation tower, looked menacing. It was still dark and snow-free on the lee side facing ComAd. The sight of distant ATH-SCME fans displacing great volumes of snowy air northward is one of the better winter views from our hilltop. But visibility was now too poor to make out the fans, and the liquid hiss of the snow was too total to make out whether the fans were even on. The headmaster's house wasn't much more than a humped shape off by the north tree line. But I could picture poor C.T. at the living room window in leather slippers and Scotch-plaid robe, seeming to pace even when standing still, raising and lowering the antenna of the phone in his hand, with several calls out already to Logan, MIA Dorval. WeatherNet 9000's recorded update, heavy-browed figures in Quebec's ONANTA office, C.T.'s forehead a washboard and lips moving soundless as he brainstormed his way toward a state of total worry. I brought my head back in when I could no longer feel my face. I made my little ablutions. I hadn't had to go to the bathroom in a serious way in 3 days. The digital display up next to the ceiling's intercom read 11:18 Eastern Standard Time, 04:56. When the whap-whap of the bathroom door subsided, I heard a quiet voice with an odd tone farther up around the curve of the hallway. It turned out that good old Ortho Stice was sitting in a bedroom chair in front of a hall window. He was facing the window. The window was closed, and he had his forehead up against the glass, either talking or chanting to himself very quietly. The whole lower part of the window was fogged with his breath. I came up behind him, listening. The back of his head was that shark-belly gray-white of crew cut so short the scalp shows through. I was more or less right behind his chair. I couldn't tell whether he was talking to himself or chanting something. He didn't turn around even when I rattled my toothbrush in the NASA glass. He had on his classic darkness wear, black sweatshirt, black sweatpants on which he'd had a red and gray ETA silk-screened down both legs. His feet were bare on the cold floor. I was standing right beside the chair, and he still didn't look up. "Who's that now?" he said, staring straight ahead through the window. "Hi, Orth." "Hal, you're up kind of early." I rattled my toothbrush a little to indicate a shrug. "You know, up and about." "What's the matter?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "Your voice. Shoot, are you crying? What's the matter?" My voice had been neutral and a bit puzzled. "I'm not crying, Orth." "Well, then." Stice breathed onto the window. He reached up without moving his head and scratched the back of his crew cut. "Up and around. We going to play some foreigners out there today, or what?" For the past 10 days, I'd always felt worst in the early a.m. before dawn. There's something elementally horrific about waking before dawn. The window was unobscured above the darkness's breathline. The snow wasn't swirling or pummeling the window, as much on the building's east side, but the lee side's absence of wind showed just how hard new snow was coming down. It was like a white curtain, endlessly descending. The sky was lightening here on the east side, a paler gray-white, not unlike Stice's crew cut. I realized that from his position he could see only condensed breath on the window, no reflections. I made a few grotesque, distended, pop-eyed faces at him behind his back. They made me feel worse. I rattled the brush. "Well, if we do, it's not going to be out there. It's drifting about up to the tape on the west nets. They'll have to try to get us indoors somewhere." Stice breathed. "There's no indoor places got 36 courts, Inc. Winchester Club's got 12 is maybe the most. Fucking Mount Auburn's only got 8. They'll have to move us around to different sites. It's a pain in the ass, but Stitt's done it before. I think the real variable will be whether the Quebec kids got into Logan last night, before whenever it was this hit." "Logan will be shut down, you're saying?" but I think we'd have heard if they got in last night. Freer and Struck were keeping tabs on an FAA link ever since supper, Mario said. Boys are looking to get X'd by some slow-witted, hairy-legged foreign girls or what? My guess is they're stuck up at Dorval. I'll bet CT is on the case even now. Get some sort of announcement at breakfast, probably. This was a clear opening for the darkness to do a quick CT impression, wondering aloud over the phone to the Quebecois coach whether he, CT, should press for them to charter ground transport from Montreal, or else, rather, urge them not to risk travel through the concavity in a storm. In such a generous but disappointed gesture, the Quebecois would think busing the 400 clicks to Boston in a blizzard was his own generous idea. CT wholly open, opening all different psych strategies to the coach's inspection, with a frantic ruffling sound of the coach's French-English dictionary loud in the phone's background. But Stice just sat there with his forehead against the glass. His bare feet were tapping some sort of rhythm on the floor. The hallway was freezing, and his toes had a faint blue tinge. He blew air out of his lips in a tight sigh, making his fat cheeks flap a little. We called this his horse sound. Were you talking to yourself out here, or chanting, or what? A silence ensued. Heard this one joke, Stice said finally. Let's hear it. You want to hear it? I could use a quality laugh right now, Dark, I said. You too? Another silence ensued. Two different people were weeping at different pitches behind closed doors. A toilet flushed on the second floor. One of the weepers was nearly skirling, an inhuman keening sound. There was no way to tell which ETA male it was, which door back down past the wall's curve. The darkness scratched the back of his head again without moving his head. His hands looked almost luminous against the black sleeves. There's these 3 statisticians gone duck hunting, he said. He paused. They're like statisticians by trade. I'm with you so far. And they gone off hunting duck, and they're hunkered down in the muck of a duck blind for hunting, in waders and hats and all, your top-of-the-line Winchester double-aughts and so on. And they're quacking into one of them kazoos duck hunters always quack into. Duck calls, I said. There you go. Stice tried to nod against the window. Well, and here comes this one duck come flying on by overhead. Their quarry, the object of their being out there. Damn straight, they're raising debt, and what have you, and they're getting set to blast the son of a whore into feathers and goo, Stice said. And the first statistician, he brings up his whinny and lets go, and the recoil goes and knocks him back on his ass, kersplat in the muck, but he's missed the duck, just low, they saw. And so the second statistician, he up and fires in, and back he goes too on his ass too. These whinnies got a fucker of a recoil on him, and back on his ass the second one goes, from firing, and they see his shot goes just high. Misses the duck as well. Misses her, just high. At which, and then the third statistician commences to whooping and jumping up and down to beat the band, hollering, "We got him, boys! We done got him!" Someone is crying out in a bad dream and someone else is yelling for quiet. I wasn't even pretending to laugh. Stice didn't seem to expect me to. He shrugged without moving his head. His forehead had not once left the cold glass. I stood next to him in silence, and held my NASA glass with a toothbrush, and looked out over the top of Stice's head through the window's upper half. The snowfall was intense, and looked silky. The East Court's pavilion's green canvas roof bowed ominously down, its white Gatorade logo obscured. A figure was out there, not under the shelter of the pavilion, but sitting in the bleachers behind the East show courts, leaning back with his elbows on one level and bottom on the next, and feet stretched out below, not moving, wearing what seemed to be puffy and bright enough to be a coat, but getting buried by snow, just sitting there. It was impossible to tell the person's age or sex. Church spires off in Brookline were darkening as the sky lightened behind them. The beginning of dawn looked like moonlight through the snow. Several people were at their vehicles' windshields with scrapers down along Commonwealth Avenue. Their images were tiny and dark and fluttered. The avenue's line of buried parked cars looked like igloo after igloo, some sort of Eskimo tract housing thing. It had never before snowed like this in mid-November. A snow-covered B-train labored uphill like a white slug. It seemed clear that the T would be suspending routes before long. The snow and cold sunrise gave everything a confected quality. The portcullis between the driveway and the parking lot was half up, probably to keep it from being frozen closed. I couldn't see who was in the portcullis' security booth. The attendants always came and went, most of them from the Enid House place, trying to recover. The flagpole's 2 flags were frozen and stuck right out straight, turning stiffly from side to side in the wind, like someone in a neck brace instead of flapping. The ETA physical post mailbox just inside the portcullis had a mohawk of snow. The whole scene had an indescribable pathos to it. Stice's fogged breath kept me from seeing anything closer than the mailbox and East Courts. The light was starting to diffract into colors at the perimeter of Stice's breath fog on the window. Shocked heard that joke down at the cranial place, from some BU fella with just terrible facial pain, he said. Stice said. I'm going to go ahead and ask the question, D-Man. It's a statistics joke. You got to know your medials, means, and modes. I get the joke, Orth. The question is, how come you've got your forehead all up against the window like that, when your breath's keeping you from seeing anything? What are you trying to look at? And isn't your forehead getting kind of cold? Stice didn't nod. He made his horse sound again. He had always had the face of a fat man on a fit man's lean body. I hadn't noticed before that he had an odd little teardrop of extra flesh low down on his right jowl, like a bit of skin with mole aspirations. He said, "The forehead stopped feeling cold a couple hours back, when I lost all my feeling in it." "You've been sitting here with bare feet and your forehead against the glass for a couple hours?" "More like 4, I think." I could hear a night custodial crew laughing and clanking a bucket right below us. Only one was laughing. It was Kinkle and Brant. "My next question's pretty obvious then, Orth." He gave another awkward shrug that didn't involve his head. "Well, it's sort of embarrassing here, Ink," he said. He paused. "It's, stuck, is what it is." "Your forehead stuck to the window?" "Best as I can recollect, I wake up. It's just after 0100. Fucking coil's having them discharges again, and there's no sleeping through that, boy." I shuddered to think, Orth. "And Coil, of course, just doesn't even hit the light, just hauls out a fresh sheet from the stack under his bunk and goes right back to sawing logs. And I'm wide awake by this point in time, though, and then I couldn't get back under." "Couldn't get back to sleep?" "Something's real wrong, I can tell," the darkness said. "Pre-fundraiser nerves? The Whataburger coming up? You feel yourself starting to climb plateaus, starting to play the way you came here hoping one day to play, and part of you doesn't believe it. It feels wrong. I went through this. Believe me, I can Stice automatically tries to shake his head, and then gave a small cry of pain. "Not that. None of that. Long fucking story. I'm not even sure I'd want anybody to believe it. Forget that part. The point's, I'm up there. I'm lying there real sweaty and hot and jittered. I jump on down and got a chair and bring it out here to sit where it's cool, and where you don't have to lie there and contemplate Coil's sheet slowly ripening under his bunk," I said, shuddering a little. "And it's just starting to snow then, out. It's about maybe like 0100. I thought how I'd just sit and watch the snow a little, settle on down, and then go grab some sack down in the VR." He scratched at the reddening back of his scalp again. "And as you watched, you rested your head pensively against the glass for just a second. And that was all she wrote. Forgot the forehead was sweated up. Whammo. Kertwanged my own self. Just like, remember when Rader and them got Ingersoll to touch his tongue on that net post last New Year's? Stuck here fucking tight as that tongue, Hal. Hell of a lot more total stuck area, too, than Ingersoll. He only did lose that smidgen off the tip. Think I tried to pull her off for about 02:30, and there was this fucking sound. This sound and a feeling like the skin'll give before the bind will, sure. Frozen stuck. And this here's more skin than I care to say goodbye to, Buddy Ruff. He was speaking just above a whisper. Jesus. And you've just been sitting here all this time? Well, shit, I was embarrassed. And it never got quite bad enough to yell out. I kept thinking if it gets a little worse, I'll go on and yell out. And then along about 03, I quit feeling the forehead altogether. You've just been sitting here waiting for someone to happen along, chanting quietly to keep up your courage. I was just praying like hell it wouldn't be Pemulous. God only knows what that son of a whore to thunk of to do to me here, all helpless and immobilated. And Troeltsch is sawing logs just inside that door there, with his fucking mic and cable and ambitions. I've been praying he don't wake up. And let's don't even mention that son of a bitch Freer. I looked at the door. But that's Axhandel's single. What would Troeltsch be doing sleeping in Axhandel's room? Ortho shrugged. Trust that I've had plenty of time to listen and identify different folks' snores, Inc. I looked from Stice to Axford's door, and back. So, you've just been sitting here listening to sleep noises, and watching your breath expand and freeze on the window, I said. Imagining it seemed somehow unendurable. Me just sitting there, stuck, well before sunrise, alone, too embarrassed to call out, my own exhalations fouling the window and denying me even a view to divert attention from the horror. I stood there horrified, admiring the darkness's ballsy calm. There was a kind of real bad half hour when my upper lip up and got stuck too when the breath froze. But I breathed the sucker loose. I breathed real hot and fast, goddamn near hyper-V'd. I was scared if I passed out I'd slump on forward and the whole face would get stuck. Goddamn forehead's bad enough. I put my toothbrush and NASA glass down on the cantilevered vent module. Room's vents were recessed, hallway vents protrusive. ETA's annular heating system produced a lubricated hum I had stopped really hearing years ago. The headmaster's house still had oil heat. It always sounded like a maniac was hammering at the pipes far below. Dark, prepare yourself mentally, I said. I'm going to help pull you loose. Stice didn't seem to hear this. He seemed oddly preoccupied for a man occlusively sealed to a frozen window. He was feeling at the back of his head with real vigor, which is what he did when he was preoccupied. You believe in shit, Hal? Shit? I don't know. Little kid shit. Teleconniption. Ghosts. Para-abnormal shit. Just going to get around behind you and yank and we'll pop you right off, I said. Somebody did come by before, he said. There was somebody standing back there about maybe an hour back, but he just stood there. And then he went away. Or it. A full-body shiver. It'll be like that last little bit of ankle tape. We'll pull you back so hard and fast you won't feel a thing. I'm getting these real unpleasant memories of that piece of Ingersoll's tongue on Nine's net post that stayed there till spring. This is no saliva at sub-zero metal situation, Dark. This is some freakish occlusive seal. Glass doesn't conduct heat like metal conducts heat. There ain't too fucking much heat involved in this window right here, Buddy Ruff. And I'm not sure what you mean, paranormal. I believed in vampires when I was small. Himself allegedly used to see his father's ghost on stairways sometimes, but then again, toward the end, he used to see black widow spiders in his hair, too, and claimed I wasn't speaking sometimes when I was sitting right there speaking to him. So he kind of wrote it all off. Orth, I guess I don't know what to think about paranormal shit. Then, plus, I think something bit me. On the back of the head here. Some bug that knew I was helpless and couldn't see? Stice dug again at the red area behind his ear. There was a kind of weltish bump there. It wasn't in a vampire-related area of the neck. And good old Mario says he's seen paranormal figures, and he's not kidding, and Mario doesn't lie, I said. So, belief-wise, I don't know what to think. Subhedronic particles behave ghostishly. I think I withhold all prejudgment on the whole thing. Well, all right, then. It was good it was you come by then. The big thing's going to be to stiffen the old neck, Dark, to avoid whiplash. We'll pull you off there like a cork from a bottle of Moet. Pull my sorry ass off here, Ink, and I'll take and show you some para-abnormal shit that'll shake your personal tree butt good, Stice said, bracing. Ain't said nothing to nobody but Lyle about it, and I'm sick of the secretness of it. You won't pre-formulize any judgments, Ink, I know. You're gonna be fine, I said. I got right behind Stice and bent slightly and got an arm around his chest. His wooden chair creaked as I braced my knee against it. Stice began breathing fast and hard. His parasitic jowls flapped a little as he breathed. Our cheeks were almost pressed together. I told him I was going to pull on the count of 3. I actually pulled on 2, so he couldn't brace himself. I pulled back as hard as I could, and after a stutter of resistance, Stice pulled back with me. There was a horrible sound. The skin of his forehead distended as we yanked his head back. It stretched and distended until a sort of shelf of stretched forehead flesh, 1/2 meter long, extended from his head to the window. The sound was like some sort of elastic from hell. The dermis of Stice's forehead was still stuck fast, but the abundant loose flesh of Stice's bulldog face had risen and gathered to stretch and connect his head to the window. And for a second I saw what might be considered Stice's real face, his features as they would be if not encased in loose, jowly prairie flesh. As every millimeter of spare flesh was pulled up to his forehead and stretched, I got a glimpse of Stice as he would appear after a radical facelift. A narrow, fine-featured, and slightly rodential face, aflame with some sort of revelation, looked out at the window from beneath a pink visor of stretched, spare skin. All this took place in less than a second. For just an instant we both stayed there, straining backward, listening to the little Rice Krispie sound of his skin's collagen bundle stretching and popping. His chair was leaning way back on its 2 rear legs. Then Stice shrieked in pain. "Jesus God, put it back!" The little second face's blue eyes protruded like cartoon eyes. The fine little thin-lipped second mouth was a round coin of pain and fear. "Put it back! Put it back! Put it back!" Stice yelled. I couldn't just let go, though, for fear that the elastic stretch would snap Stice forward into the window and send his face through the glass. I eased him forward, watching the chair's front legs descend slowly to the floor, and the tension of the forehead skin decreased, and Stice's full, fleshy, round face reappeared over the small second face and covered it, and we eased him forward until nothing but a few centimeters of decalaginated forehead skin hanging and sagging at about eyelash level remained as evidence of the horrific stretch. "Jesus God!" Stice panted. "You are really and truly stuck, Orth. Fuck me skating, did that ever hurt?" I tried to rotate a kink out of my shoulder. "We're going to have to thaw it off, Dark. You're not getting close to this forehead with his saw, bud. I'll sit right here till spring first, see if I don't." Then Jim Troeltsch's towering AM cowlick and then face and fist emerged through Axford's doorway just over Stice's hunched shoulder. Stice had been right. Being in somebody else's room even after lights out was an infraction. Staying there overnight was too far out even to mention in the regulations. "Reports of screaming have reached us here in the Eyewitness News Center," Troeltsch said into his fist. "The fuck out of here, Troeltsch," Stice said. "Thaw, Ortho. Warm water. Heat the window, hot water. Dissolve the adhesion. Heating pad. Hot pack from Loach's office or something." "Loach's door can't be dickied," Stice said. "Don't wake him up on fundraiser day yet." Troeltsch extended the fist. "Reports of high-pitched screams have led this reporter to an unfolding scene of dramatic crisis, and we're going to attempt to get a word with the youngster at the center of all the commotion." "Tell him to pipe down and get back with that hand, or so help me Jesus, Hal." "The darkness accidentally put his forehead against the window here when it was wet, and it froze, and he's been out here stuck all night," I told Troeltsch, ignoring the big fist he held to my face. I squeezed Stice's shoulder. "I'll go get Brant to rig something warm." It was as if some tacit agreement had been reached, not even to bring up Troeltsch's being in Axford's room, or where Axford was. It was hard to know which would be more disturbing, Axford's not being in his room all night, or Axford being in there behind the ajar door, meaning Troeltsch and Axford had both spent the night in one small single with exactly one bed. The universe seemed to have aligned itself so that even acknowledging it would violate some tacit law. Troeltsch seemed oblivious to any appearance of impropriety or unthinkable possibilities. It was hard to imagine he'd be this obnoxious if he felt he had something to be discreet about. He was standing on tiptoe to see over the window's breath-line, one hand cupped over his ear, as if to hold a headset. He whistled softly. "Plus, in addition, now reports of mind-boggling snowfall are coming into the news center." I grabbed my toothbrush and NASA glass from the vent's protrusion. Since the Battelle caper, only the worst kind of naïf leaves his toothbrush unattended around ETA.
352.
"Keep an eye on Stice and my NASA glass right there, Jim, if you would." "Any comment on the mixture of pain, cold, embarrassment, and weather-related feelings you must be feeling? Mr. Stice, is it?" "Don't leave me immobulated with Troeltsch, man, Hal. He's going to make me talk to his hand." "A weather-related drama unfolding around the original plight of an embarrassed man trapped by his own forehead," Troeltsch was saying into his fist, facing his own reflection in the window, trying with the other big hand to quash the cowlick as I trotted and slid to a stop in my socks, just past the door to the stairwell. Kenkel and Brant were ageless. In the special desiccated way janitors are ageless, somewhere between 35 and 60. They were inseparable and essentially unemployable. Boredom had years ago led us to lateral Alice Moore's minimally crypto-protected employee files, and Brant's file had listed his SBIQ as submoronic to moronic. He was bald and somehow at once overweight and wiry. Both right and left temples carried red, jagged surgical scars of unknown origin. His effective range consisted of different intensities of grin. He lived with Kenkel in an attic apartment in Roxbury Crossing, overlooking Madison Park High School's locked and cordoned playground, famed site of unsolved ritual mutilations in the year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. His major attraction for Kenkel seemed to consist in the fact that he neither walked away nor interrupted when Kenkel was speaking. Even in the stairwell I could hear Kenkel discoursing on their Thanksgiving plans and directing Brant's mop work. Kenkel was technically black, as in negroid, though he was more the burnt sienna color of a spoiled pumpkin. But his hair was a black person's hair, and he wore it in thick dreadlocks that looked like a crown of wet cigars. An academic diamond in the very rough Roxbury Crossing, he'd received his doctorate in low-temperature physics from UMass at 21, and taken a prestigious sinecure at the U.S. Office of Naval Research. Then at 23, had been court-martialed out of the ONR for offenses that changed each time you asked him. Some event between 21 and 23 seemed to have broken him at several strategic points, and he'd retreated from Bethesda back to the front stoop of his old Roxbury Crossing apartment building, where he read Baha'i texts whose jackets he covered with intricately folded newspaper, and spat spectacular parabolas of quivering phlegm into New Dudley Street. He was dark-freckled and carbuncular and afflicted with excess phlegm. He was an incredible spitter, and alleged his missing incisors had been removed for facilitating the expectoratory process. We all suspected he was either hypomanic or dreen-addicted, or both. His expression was very serious at all times. He discoursed non-stop to poor Brant, using spit as a sort of conjunction between clauses. He spoke loudly because they both wore earplugs of expanding foam. People's nightmare cries gave them the fantods. Their custodial technique consisted of Kenkel spitting with pinpoint accuracy onto whatever surface Brant was to clean next, and Brant trotting like a fine hunting dog from glob to glob, listening and grinning, laughing when appropriate. They were moving away from me down the hall toward the second floor's east window, Brant making great shining arcs with his doll's head mop, Kenkel pulling the gunmetal bucket and lobbing signifying phlegm over Brant's bent back. "And then the Yuletide season, Brant, my friend, Brant, Christmas morning. What is the essence of Christmas morning but the childish coeval of venereal interface for a child? A present, Brant. Something you have not earned and which formerly was out of your possession is now in your possession. Can you sit there and try to say there is no symbolic relation between unwrapping a Christmas present and undressing a young lady?" Brant bobbed and mopped, uncertain whether to laugh. Himself had met Kenkel and Brant on the T. Kenkel and Brant apparently rode the T at night, recreationally, trying somehow to make it up to Enfield from the Back Bay via the Orange Line,
353.
And somewhat the worse for wear. Kenkel and Brant not only got himself onto the right color train and kept him propped up between them all the way up the eternity of Commonwealth Avenue, they'd seen him safely down the T-stop's steep iron stairs, and across traffic, and up the hill's serpentine driveway to the portcullis, and had been invited in at 0200 by himself to continue whatever low-temperature discussion he and Kenkel had been having, as Brant carried himself up the hill in a fireman's carry. Kenkel recalls that night's discussion being about the human nose as an erectile organ. But the only real sure bet is that it was one-sided. And the duo had ended up being cast as black-veiled, no-style attendants in himself's zero-gravity tea ceremony, and had been menially employed at ETA ever since, though always on the graveyard shift, since Mr. Hardy loathed Kenkel with a passion. Kenkel hawked and hit a small strip of dust at the crease of baseboard and floor that the mop's arc had missed. "For I'm a missionary man, Brant, is what I am. Brant, as in give me the straightforward venereal interface of missionary congress or give me nihil and zilch. You know what I'm saying? Give me your best thoughts on alternative positions, Brant. Brant, for me, for my part at least, I say nix and nihil on the rear entry, or you might hear it termed dog or canine style interface, so favored in huts, blue cartridges, tantric etchings. Brant, it's animalistic." "Why? Why, you say? Brant, it is an essentially hunched way to have interface. She hunches, you hunch over her. Inordinately too much hunching, to my own way of—" It was Brant who heard me as I came up behind him in socks, trying to keep to the drier patches. I almost slipped twice. It was still coming down hard outside the east window. "Otto, Brant here," Brant called to me, extending a hand, though I was still several meters away. Kenkel's dreadlocks protruded from under a plaid hat. He turned with Brant and raised his hand, Indianishly, in greeting. "Good Prince Hal, up and dressed in dawn's early." "Let me introduce myself," Brant said. I shook his hand. "It is Socks and Toothbrush, BTA's atheling, Brant, whom I will wager rarely hunches." "The darkness needs you guys upstairs ASAP," I said, trying to dry a sock against a pant leg. "Dark's face is stuck to the window, and he's in terrible pain, and we couldn't pull it off, and it's going to take hot water, but not too hot." I indicated the bucket at Kenkel's feet. I noticed Kenkel's shoes didn't match. "What, may we ask, is so amusing, then?" Kenkel asked. "Name's Brant, and pleased to meet you," Brant said, out with the hand again. He dropped the mop where Kenkel pointed. "Trollch's with him now, but he's in a bad way," I said, shaking Brant's hand. "We are en route," Kenkel said. "But why the hilarity?" "What hilarity?" Kenkel looked from me to Brant to me.
What hilarity, he says. Your face is a hilarity face. It's working hilariously. At first it merely looked amused. Now it is openly cachinated. You are almost doubled over. You can barely get your words out. You're all but slapping your knee. That hilarity, good Prince Atheling Howe. I thought all you players were compadremundos in civilian life.
Brant beamed as he backed down the hall. Kenkel pushed his plaid cap back to scratch at some sort of eruption at the hairline. I drew myself up to full height and consciously composed my face into something deadly somber. How about now? Brant had the custodial closet unlocked. There was the sound of a metal bucket being filled at the closet's industrial tap. Kenkel brought his cap back forward and narrowed his eyes at me. He came up close. His eyelashes were clotted with small, crisp, yellow flakes. There were struck-like facial cysts in various stages of development. Kenkel's breath always smelled vaguely of egg salad. He felt at his mouth speculatively for a moment and said, "Somewheres now between amused and cachinated. Mirthful, perhaps. The crinkled eyes, the dimples of mirth, the exposed gums. We can bounce this off Brant's best thinking as well if—" From directly overhead came a stealing, rattling, "Yeah!" from Stice. I was feeling at my face. Some doors opened along the hall, heads protruding. Brant had a full metal bucket and was trying to run to the stairwell, the weight of the bucket canting his shoulder and steaming water sloshing onto the clean floor. He stopped with his hand on the stairwell door and looked back over his shoulder at us, reluctant to proceed without Kenkel. "I elect to go with mirthful," Kenkel said, giving my shoulder a little squeeze as he stepped past. I heard him saying different things to the heads in the doorways all the way down the hall. "Jesus," I said. Socks or no, I went forward into the really wet mopped area and tried to make out my face's expression in the east window. It was now too light, though, outside, off all the snow. I looked sketchy and faint to myself, tentative and ghostly against all that blazing white. Partial transcript of weather-delayed meeting between 1. Mr. Rodney Tynes, Sr., Chief of Unspecified Services and White House Advisor on Interdependent Relations. 2. Ms. Maureen Hooley, Vice President for Children's Entertainment, Interlace, Tell Entertainment, Inc. 3. Mr. Carl E. Buster Yee, Director of Marketing and Product Perception, Glad Flaccid Receptacle Corporation. 4. Mr. R. Tyne, Jr., Deputy Regional Coordinator, U.S. Office of Unspecified Services. And 5. Mr. P. Tom Veals, Viney and Veals Advertising Unlimited, 8th Floor State House Annex, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. 20th of November, Year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Mr. Tynes, Sr. Tom? Buster? Mo? Mr. Veals. The G. Mr. Yee. Rod? Mr. Tynes, Sr. Guys? Mr. Tyne, Jr. Afternoon, Chief. Mr. Tynes, Sr. Miss Hooley. Glad you could finally get in, Rod. May I say we're all extremely excited on our end. Mr. Tynes, Sr. Never seen snow like this. Any of you ever seen snow remotely approaching anything like this? Mr. Veals. Sneezes. Fucking town. Mr. Yee. Like an extra dimension out there. Less an element than its own dimension. Someone, shoes making a squelching noise under the table. Mr. Yee. With its own rules, laws, awe-inspiring, fearsome. Mr. Veals. Cold, wet, deep, slippery, more like. Mr. Tyne, Jr., tapping the edge of a ruler against the tabletop. Their limo in from Logan did a 180 on Starro. Mr. Yee was just telling... Mr. Tynes, Sr., tapping a telescoping weatherman's pointer against the edge of the tabletop. So what's the poop? The skinny? What are we talking? Ms. Hooley. Spot ready for previewing. We need your go. I'm in from Phoenix via New York. Mr. Yee. I'm in from Ohio, choppered up from New York with Mo here. Ms. Hooley. Spot's masters in the post-production lab down at V&V, all ready except for some final bugs with the matting.
Mr. Veals. Marine says we need you and Buster's green light to disseminate.
Ms. Hooley. You and the titular sponsor here greenlight it. We can have disseminatable product by the end of the weekend.
Mr. Veals sneezes. Assuming this fucking snow doesn't shut down our power.
Mr. Tynes Sr., motioning with Weatherman's pointer to USO stenographer to transcribe verbatim.
Seen it yet, Buster?
Mr. Yee.
Negative, Rod. Just in with these folks here. Kennedy completely socked in. No had to charter a chopper. I'm sitting here cherry.
Mr. Tynes Jr., tapping edge of ruler on tabletop. How'd you fare getting up here, sir, if I may? Mr. Tynes Sr.
Mountain comes to Mohammed, eh, Tom?
Mr. Veals. How come I only came 2 clicks down here and I'm the one with the fucking cold? Mr. Tynes Jr.
I've been here in Boston as well.
Mr. Veals, checking connections on Infernitron 210Y digital player and viewer system.
So, shall we?
Mr. Tynes Sr.
Okay, for the record, Mo. Demographic target?
Ms. Hooley. Ages 6 to 10 with marginally reduced efficacy 4 to 6 and 10 to 13. Let's say targets 4 to 12, white, native English-speaking, median income and above, capacity on Kruger abstraction scale 3 or above, refers to notes. Advertible attention span of 16 seconds, with a geometric fall-off commencing at 13 seconds. Mr. Tynes Sr.
Spot length?
Ms. Hooley. 30 seconds with a traumatic graphic at 14 seconds. Mr. Veals. Hawk's phlegm. Mr. Yee.
Proposed insertion vehicle, Mo?
Ms. Hooley. The Mr. Bouncy-Bounce show, spontaneous dissemination at 1600, Monday to Friday, 1500 Central and Mountain. Cream of the crop. 82 share on spontaneous receptions for the slot. Mr. Yee.
Any data on what percentage of total viewing in the slot is spontaneous versus recorded cartridge?
Miss Hooley. We had 47% plus or minus 2 as of year of the You Shit You 2007. That's the last year the data's firmed up for. Mr. Tynes Sr.
So, say 40% of total viewing for the spot.
Mr. Yee.
Give or take. Impressive.
Mr. Tynes Sr.
So, check. We got rough costs?
Mr. Yee.
Production just over half a meg. Post-production,
Mr. Veals.
Bupkis, $150K before matting.
Mr. Yee.
I might add that Tom's pro bonoing his part of the production.
Mr. Veals.
So, you all ready to eyeball this or what?
Miss Hooley. Since Mr. BB's contracted as a no public service spot vehicle, dissemination charge will come out around $180K per slot. Mr. Yee.
Which we're still of the position this seems a bit steep.
Mr. Tynes Jr. The upcoming year's Glad's year, Buster. You wanted the year. You want the year of Glad to be the year half the nation stopped doing anything but staring bug-eyed at some sinister cartridge while little whirls went around in their eyes until they died of starvation in the middle of their own Mr. Tynes Sr.
Shut up, Rodney. And quit with the ruler tapping. Buster, I'm sure, knows the incredible goodwill that's even now accruing from their proud sponsorship of probably the most important public service spots ever conceived, given the potential threat here.
Mr. Veals sneezes twice in abrupt succession. Comment unintelligible. Mr. Tynes Sr. taps telescoping Weatherman's pointer on edge of tabletop.
Righto, then. The spot itself, then. The spokesfigure icon thing. Still the, singing Kleenex?
Mr. Yee.
The what was it, Frankie the no thanky hanky? Warning kids to say no thanky to unlabeled or suspicious cartridges?
Ms. Hooley clears throat. Tom. Mr. Tynes Jr. taps ruler on edge of tabletop. Mr. Veals hawks.
No! Had to shit-can the dancing Kleenex after the response group's test data were analyzed. Various problems. The phrase, no thanky itself perceived as archaic, uncool, crotchety adult. Too New England or something. Summoned images of a leathery-faced old guy in overalls. Took attention away from what they're supposed to say no thanks to. Plus, phrase recognition data was way under minimum slogan parameters.
Ms. Hooley. Problems with the icon itself. Mr. Veals, blowing nose one nostril at a time.
Kids hated Frankie the Hanky. We're talking levels past ambivalence. Associated the hanky with snot, basically. The word booger kept coming up. The singing didn't help.
Miss Hooley. Which is why in this case, thank God for response group testing.
Mr. Yee. This business will make you old.
Mr. Veals.
Had to go back and completely reboot at square one.
Mr. Yee.
Does anyone else smell a peculiar citrusy floral odor?
Miss Hooley. Tom's boys have been at it 24/7. We're extremely excited at the result.
Mr. Veals. It's previewable but rough. Not really quite there yet. The first Phil's digitals had a bug.
Mr. Tyne, Jr.
Phil?
Mr. Veals.
A small bug, but nasty. Dregs of a turbovirus in the graphic encoder. Phil's head kept detaching and floating off to the upper right. Not a good effect at all, given the message we want to send.
Mr. Yee.
Like orange blossoms, but with a kind of sick sweetness.
Miss Hooley. Oh, dear.
Mr. Veals sneezes. And debugging put us behind on some of the fonts, so you're going to have to use some imagination here. Has this 210 unit been downloaded for schematic matting?
Mr. Tyne, Jr.
Excuse me, Phil?
Mr. Veals.
Introducing Fully Functional Phil, the Prancing Ass.
Miss Hooley. More like a mule. A burro.
A burro.
Mr. Tyne, Jr., tapping like mad.
An ass?
Miss Hooley. Horse characters were copyrighted by Child Search. They're Patch the pony who says nay to strangers' spots. Mr. Tyne, Jr.
A prancing ass.
Miss Hooley. The perception of naivete and clumsiness about a mule icon provoked a kind of empathy in the response groups. Phil's not coming off as an authority figure joy-killer type, more like a peer. So the cartridge he warns against gets none of the forbidden fruit-type boost of being warned against by an authority figure.
Mr. Veals. Plus the kid market's a friggin' horror show. Near every species was copyrighted. Garfield, McGruff the freaking crime dog, Toucan Sam, the ONAN bird of prey. Let's not even get into the bears or bunnies. It was basically either an ass or a cockroach. Never again the kid's market, as God is my witness. Sneezes.
Miss Hooley. Once we went with the burro, Tom opted to accentuate the clumsy incompetence factor, to almost ironize the icon, buck teeth, crossed eyes.
Mr. Veals. Extravagantly crossed, like he's just been whacked with a sock full of nickels. My response was through the roof.
Miss Hooley. Ears that won't stay upright, legs keep getting all rubbery and tangled when he tries to prance.
Mr. Veals. But prance he does.
Mr. Yee.
But surely it doesn't present itself as an ass. Surely it doesn't prance out and say, "Take it from me, an ass."
Mr. Veals.
A fully functional ass.
Miss Hooley. Tom's rather ingeniously played up the functionality angle, the energy and verve versus passivity angle. He's never just Phil, he's fully functional Phil. He's a blur of kid-type activity. School, playing, teleputer interfacing, prancing. Tom's got him storyboarded for a number of 30-second activity-packed little adventures. He's a goof, an iconic child, but he's active. He stands for the attraction of capacity, agency, choice. As versus the Spot's animated adult who we see in a recliner, ostensibly watching the Canadian cartridge, little spirals going around and around in his eyes, as his body sort of melts, and his head starts growing and distending until the passive watching adult's image is just a huge 5 o'clock shadowed head in the recliner, his eyeballs huge and whirling. Mr. Tyne, Jr. taps his ruler against the edge of the tabletop. Mr. Veals.
Let's just roll the thing for him, Mo.
Mr. Tyne, Sr.
I've got to say I foresee trouble selling a certain commander-in-chief on a prancing ass, as an improvement over a singing Kleenex.
Ms. Hooley. Phil's message is that not every entertainment cartridge out there is necessarily a good old safe, pre-approved interlaced tel-entertainment product. He says words reached him during his fun-filled, fully functional daily activities of a certain very wicked and sneaky cartridge that even has a little smiling face on the case. And when you first start watching it, looks like it promises to be more fun to watch than anything you've ever wished on a star or blown out a birthday cake candle for. In a thought bubble that becomes visible when Phil's ears flop down again, Mr. Veals sneezes.
Not yet matted in all the way.
Mr. Tynes Sr.
You know how he is about Kleenex.
Miss Hooley. Will be an image of an iconic cartridge case with a friendly smile and pudgy little harmless Pillsbury Doughboy arms and legs. Mr. Yee, loosening his collar.
Not the actual copyrighted Pillsbury iconic limb animation codes, though.
Mr. Veals.
Relax. More like a reference. An allusion to plumpness, cuteness. Pudgy and harmless-looking limbs is the thing.
Mr. Tynes Jr., tapping edge of tabletop with ruler. Mr. Tynes Sr., pointing at tapping ruler with weatherman's pointer.
You're close to losing that hand, bucko.
Miss Hooley, referring to notes. Then Phil looks up and pops the thought bubble with a needle and says, "But it's a liar. This smiling cartridge is a wicked thing, lying, like the stranger who leans out of his car and offers you a ride home to your mommy and daddy, but really wants to grab you and put his sweaty hand over your mouth and lock you in the car and take you far away with him to where you'll never see your mommy, daddy, or Mr. Bounce-a-you-bounce ever again."
Mr. Veals. Which, and here's the traumatic graphic at 14, a dock-boarded new thought bubble over Phil, in which now the cartridge's limbs are like a dock worker's. It's a swart leering cartridge with yellow fangs and long nails and a plaid cap and overalls, driving off with an animated kid's plate all screaming and horrified against the car's rear window, spirals starting to roll in the kid's eyes. Wait till you see it.
Miss Hooley. It's so scary it's positively riveting. Mr. Veals sneezes twice.
Stuff of fucking nightmares.
Mr. Yee. Falls from chair. Mr. Tynes Jr.
Holy mackerel!
Mr. Tynes Sr.
Buster! Buster!
Miss Hooley. Mr. Yee's epileptic. Severe. Untreatable. Happened twice on the chopper in. Stress or embarrassment brings it on. He'll be back up in a minute. Just act natural when he comes back up. Mr. Yee, heels drumming on Terrazzo Statehouse Annex floor tile. Mr. Tynes Sr.
Jesus.
Mr. Tynes Jr., tapping ruler on tabletop's edge.
Jesus W. Christ.
Mr. Tynes Sr., rising, indicating tapping ruler with extended weatherman's pointer.
All right, God damn it. Give me that thing. Give it here.
Mr. Tynes Jr.
The Chief.
Mr. Tynes Sr.
You heard me, God damn it. You know it drives me bats. You'll get it back when we're done. Drives me up the wall. Always has. What is it with you and that ruler?
Miss Hooley. Be up and back in the game in a jiff. He won't remember the fit. Just don't mention it. The embarrassment of mentioning it'll set it off again. That's why twice on the chopper. I learned the hard way. Mr. Yee.
Splark!
Mr. Veals, hawking. For Christ's sake. Miss Hooley, referring to notes. As the cartridge in the car in the thought bubble drives the splayed kid away, Phil prances a bit and warns that we don't even know for sure what the cartridge to watch out for is even about. He warns that the police only know that it's something that looks like you'd really want to watch it. He says all we know is it looks really entertaining, but that it really just wants to take away your functionality. He says we know it's Canadian. Mr. Veals.
That's why the plaid cap in the traumatic graphic. Response data indicates a plaid cap with ear flaps signifies a big C to over 70% of the spot's target. The overalls drive the association home.
Miss Hooley. At 19 seconds, fully functional Phil then dances his warning dance, a Native American come break dance type dance we're hoping will catch on among younger dancers. His rhetorical thrust is to play it functional and safe. And make sure and check with Mommy and or Daddy before watching any entertainment you haven't seen before, i.e. to accept no spontaneous dissemination and play no post-delivered entertainment without checking with an authority figure. Mr. Tyne, Jr. But as a peer. More like, I'm thinking this is what I better do if I want to stay fully functional. Mr. Yee, back upright in chair. Somebody's mentioned the floppy ear and plastic buck teeth product tie-ins. Mr. Tyne, Jr. Jesus, Mr. Yee, are you sure you're okay? Miss Hooley. Ixnay on the Enchen May. Mr. Yee, sweat-soaked, looking around. What did he mean? He didn't mean... Mr. Tyne, Sr. God damn it, Rodney. Mr. Yee. Splarg. Falls from chair. Miss Hooley clears throat. And finally, direly, can I say direly? Mr. Veals. This is at 25.35 seconds. Miss Hooley. Emphatically warns that if Mommy and or Daddy have been observed sitting in one position in front of the home's viewer for an unusually long period of time. Mr. Veals. Without speaking, without responding to stimuli? Miss Hooley. Or acting in any way unusual, or distracted, or creepy, or spooky with respect to an entertainment on the viewer? Mr. Veals. We cut spooky on the last pass. Mr. Yee. Sklarg. Miss Hooley. That the fully functional kid'll never attempt to rouse them himself. And fully functional Phil leans way in a kind of fisheye lens close-up and says, No way would he ever be so dumb as to even for a second plunk himself passively down and have a look at what it is his parents are so silently, creepily engrossed by, but to vacate the premises and prance as fast as he can to get a policeman who'll know just how to cut the premises power and help Mom and Dad. Mr. Veals. His trademark expression is, No ho way. He works it in whenever possible. Mr. Tyne, Jr. His equivalent to the Kleenex is no thanky. Mr. Tyne, Sr. We're ready to view, I think. Mr. Yee, back in seat, necktie now wrapped all the way around neck like an aviator scarf. Still hashing out the tie-ins with Hasbro and others. Mr. Veals. We're all cued and ready. Mr. Tyne, Sr. Let's have a look at the sucker. Miss Hooley. Since Tom's too modest to say so, I should say that Tom's already storyboarded an extremely exciting, adolescent targeted version of fully functional Phil for music video and softcore disseminations, where Phil engages in a great deal more ironic self-parody, and in this version his trademark expression becomes, It's your ass, Ace. Mr. Tyne, Jr. So let's have a look at the bastard. Mr. Tyne, Sr. Kid, your job here, from here on out, is to pipe down. Now do you... Mr. Yee. I've been asked to say for transcription how pleased the Glad Flaccid Receptacle Corporation is, during this potentially grave interval, to be a proud... Mr. Veals, at the Infernitron 210 viewer. Hit those lights over behind you, kid. Mr. Tyne, Jr. This'll make it difficult for the transcriber to transcribe, can I say? Mr. Yee. This spot doesn't happen to in any way optically pulse or strobe, does it? Mr. Veals. Are we all set? Mr. Tyne, Sr. So lights already. Gately's memories of Cheers's Nom now are clearer and vivider than any memory of the wraith dream or the whirling wraith who said death was just everything outside you getting really slow. The implication that there might, at any given time, in any room, be whole swarms of wraiths flitting around the hospital on errands that couldn't affect anybody living, all way too fast to see, and dropping by to watch Gately's chest rise and fall at the rate of the sun. None of this has sunk in enough to give him the howlers, not in the wake of Joelle's visit and the fantasies of romance and rescue, and the consequent shame. There's now a sandy sound of gritty, sleetish stuff, wind-driven, against the room's window. The hiss of the heater, sounds of gunfire, and brass bands from cartridge viewers on in other rooms. The room's other beds still empty and tightly made. The intercom gives that triple ding every few minutes. He wonders if they just do it to bug people. The fact that he couldn't even finish Ethan Frum in 10th grade English and hasn't got clue 1 about where ghost words like sinistral or Liebestod mean or come from, much less omatophoric. is just starting to percolate up to awareness, when there's a cold hand on his good shoulder and he opens his eyes. Not to mention ghost words, which is a real and esoteric word. He's been floating just under sleep's lid again. Joelle Van D's gone. The hand is the nurse that had changed the catheter bag. She looks hassled and unserene, and one cheekbone sticks out farther than the other, and her little slot of a mouth's got little vertical wrinkles all around it from being held tight all the time, not unlike the basically late Mrs. G's tight little mouth. "The visitor said you requested this because of the tube." It's a little stenographic notebook and Bic. "Are you left-handed?" The nurse means sinistral. She's penguin-shaped and smells of cheap soap. The notebook is stenographic because its pages turn over at the top instead of to the side. Gately shakes his head gingerly and opens his left hand for the stuff. It makes him feel good all over again that Joelle had understood what he'd meant. She hadn't just come to tell her troubles to somebody that couldn't make human judgment noises. Shaking his head slowly lets him see past the nurse's white hip. Ferocious Francis is sitting in the chair that the Wraith and Ewell and Calvin Thrust had all sat in, his skinny legs uncrossed, gnarled and crew-cutted and clear-eyed behind his glasses and totally relaxed, holding his portable O2 tank, his chest rising and falling at about the rate of phone rings, watching the nurse waddle tensely out. Gately can see a clean white tee under the open buttons of Ferocious Francis's flannel shirt. Coughing is FF's way of saying hello.
"Still sucking air, I see,"
Ferocious Francis says when the fit's passed, making sure the little blue tubes are still taped under his nose. Gately struggles with one hand to flip the notebook open and write, "Yo," in block caps. Except there's nothing to really hold the notebook up against and write. He has to sort of balance it flat on one thigh, so he can't see what he's writing, and writing with his left hand makes him feel like a stroke victim must feel. And what he holds up at his sponsor looks more like, "Loo."
"Figured God needed a little help the other night, did you?"
Francis says, leaning way out to the side to get a red bandana hanky out of a back pocket.
"What I heard."
Gately tries to shrug, can't, smiles weakly. His right shoulder is so thickly bandaged it looks like a turbaned head. The old man probes a nostril and then examines the hanky with interest, just like the dream wraith did. His fingers are swollen and misshapen, and his nails are long and square and the color of old turtle shell.
"Poor sick bastard going around cutting up people's pets. Cut up the wrong people's pets. This is the way I heard it."
Gately wants to tell Ferocious Francis how he's discovered how no 1 second of even unnarcotized post-trauma infection pain is unendurable, that he can abide if he must. He wants to share his experience with his crocodile sponsor, and plus, now that somebody he trusts himself to need is here, Gately wants to weep about the pain, and tell how bad the pain of it is, how he doesn't think he can stand it 1 more second.
"You saw yourself as in charge. Thought you'd step in, protect your fellow man from his consequences. Which poor sick green in-and-house fuck was it?"
Gately struggles to try and get his knee up so he can see to write. "Lentz. White wig. Always north. Always on phone." Again, it looks cuneiform, though. Illegible. Ferocious Francis blows out a nostril and replaces the little tube. The tank in his lap makes no sound. It has a little valve, but no dial or needles.
"You stepped in against 6 armed Hawaiians, I hear. Marshall Plan. Captain Courageous. God's personal Shane."
FF likes to send air through his nose's tubes in a mirthless burst, a kind of anti-laugh. His nose is large and cucumber-shaped and wide-pored, and pretty much its whole circulatory system is visible.
"Lenny Cubits calls me and describes the thing blow-by-blow job. Says I should see the other guys. Says about breaking a Hawaiian's nose, shoving the bits up into the brain. The old chop and stiff arm, he says. Big Don G's a satanically tough motherfuck. This was his assessment. Said the way he heard it, you could fight like you was born in a bar fight. I told Glennie, I say, I'm sure you'll be proud to hear him say it.
Gately was trying with maddening, sinistral care to write out hurt, dead any, finest, who hat in hall. More like drawing than writing, when without warning, one of the day-shift trauma MDs sweeps in, radiating brisk health and painless cheer. Gately remembers dealing with this one MD some days ago in a kind of gray post-surgical fog. This MD is Indian or Pakistani and is glossily dark but with a sort of weirdly, classically white-type face you could easily imagine profiling on a coin, plus teeth you could read by the gleam of. Gately hates him. "So, I am here with you again in this room," the MD sings, kind of, when he talks. The name in gold piping on his white coat has a D and a K and a shitload of vowels. Gately almost had to reach up and swat this MD after surgery to keep him from hooking up a Demerol drip. That was between, let's say, 4 and 8 days ago. It's probably but for the grace that his crocodilian sponsor, ferocious Francis G's, sitting here, watching blandly when the Pakistani MD sweeps in this time. Plus, they all have this flourishy MD way of sweeping Gately's chart up off their hip and holding it up to read it. The Pakistani purses his lips and puffs them out absently and sucks off his pen a little. "Grade 2 toxemia. Synovial inflammation. The pain of the trauma is very much worse today, yes?" the MD says to the chart. He looks up. The teeth emerge. "Synovial inflammation. Nasty, nasty. The pain of synovial inflammation is compared in the medical literature to renal calculus and ectopic labor." Partly it's the darkness of the classic face around them that makes the teeth seem so high-watt. The smile widens steadily without seeming to run out of new teeth to expose. "And so you are now ready to let us provide the level of analgesia the trauma warrants, instead of Toradol, simple headache ibuprofen, which these medications are boys doing a large man's duty here, yes? There has been reconsidering in light of the level, yes?" Gately is inscribing an enormous vowel in the notebook with incredible care. "I make you aware of synthetic antiparetic analgesics which are no higher than category C3 for dependence."
354.
Gately imagines the MD smiling incandescently as he wields a shepherd's crook. The guy has that odd, clipped, sing-song way of talking, of skinny guys in loincloths on mountains and films. Gately superimposes a big skull and crossbones over the glossy face, mentally. He holds up a palsied, page-high letter A and brandishes it at the MD, and then brings the notebook back down and swiftly up again. Spells it out, figuring ferocious Francis will step in and set this ad-man for the disease straight once and for all. So Gately'll never have to face this kind of Pakistani temptation again, with maybe nobody supportive here next time. C3 his ass. Fucking tall ones C3 too. "Oromorph SR, for an instance. Very safe, very much relief. Fast relief." This is just morphine sulfate with a fancy corporate name, Gately knows. This raghead doesn't know who he's dealing with or what he's. "Now I must tell. I would make the personal first choice of titrated hydromorphone hydrochloride in this case." Christ, this is lauded. Blues. Fackelman's Mount Doom. Kite's steep-angled decline as well. Death on a Ritz, the Blue Bayou. Gene Fackelman's killer, by and large. And also Gately pictures good old Nooch. Tall, skinny Vinnie Nucci, from the beach at Salem, who favored Dilaudid, and spent over a year without ever taking the belt off his wing, dropping through Osco skylights at night on a rope, with the belt all tight and ready just over his elbow already. Nucci never eating and getting skinnier and skinnier, until he seemed to be just 2 cheekbones raised to a great silent height, even the whites of his eyes finally turning the blue of the bayou. and Fackelman's eliminated map after the insane scam on Sorkin and a disastrous 2 nights of Dilaudid, when Sorkin— "Though I say yes, this in truth is a cetyl medication, and I wish to respect all wishes and concerns," the MD half sings, inclined at the waist now by Gately's railings, looking closely at the shoulders dressing, but not seeming at all disposed to even touch it, his hands behind his back. His ass is more or less right in ferocious Francis's face, who's just sitting there. The MD doesn't even seem to be aware. 34 years sober, ferocious Francis is there. And Francis isn't making a peep. It also occurs to Gately that esoteric is another ghost word he's got no rights to throw around, mentally. "For I am Muslim, and abstain also by religious law from all abusive compounds as well," the MD says. "Yet if I have suffered trauma, or the dentist of my teeth proposes to perform a painful process, I submit as a Muslim to the imperative of my pain, and will accept relief, knowing no established religion's God wills needless suffering for his children." Gately has made 2 shaky smaller A's together on the next sheet and is stabbing emphatically at the sheet with his bic. He wishes if the MD wouldn't shut up, he'd at least move, so Gately could shoot a desperate, "Please jump in here," look at ferocious Francis. The drug question has nothing to do with established gods. The MD's bobbing a little as he leans, his face coming in and then receding. "This is a grade 2 trauma we are looking at in this room. Allow me to explain that the discomfort of right now will only intensify as the synovial nerves begin to reanimate. The laws of trauma dictate that the pain will intensify as healing begins to commence. I am a professional at my job, sir, as well as a Muslim. Hydrocodone bitartrate.
355.
C3. Levorphanol tartrate.
356.
C3. Oxymorphone hydrochloride.
357.
Admittedly, yes, C2, but more than indicated in this degree of needless suffering." Gately can hear ferocious Francis blowing his nose again, behind the MD. Gately's mouth floods with spittle at the memory of the sick, sweet, antiseptic taste of hydrochloride that rises to the tongue with an injection of Demerol. The taste, Kite, and the lesbian burglars, and even Equus, "I'll stick anything in any part of my body," Reese, all gagged at. But that poor old Nooch and Gene Fackelman and Gately himself had loved, came to love like a mother's warm hand. Gately's eyes wobble and his tongue protrudes from a shiny mouth corner as he draws a crude syringe in arm and belt, and then tries to draw skull and bones over the whole shaky ensemble. But the skull looks more like a plain old smiley face. He holds it out to the foreigner anyway. The dextral pain's so bad he wants to throw up, throat tube or no. The MD studies the palsied drawing, nodding the exact way Gately used to nod at Alfonso Parias Carbo, the totally understandable Cuban. "Oxycodone-naloxone compound with a short half-life."
358.
"But only a C3 grading of abuse." There's no way the guy could be, intentionally making his voice this wheedly sounding. It's got to be Gately's own disease. The spider. Gately envisions his brain struggling in a silk cocoon. He keeps summoning to mind the little detox story ferocious Francis tells from the commitment podium, how they gave him Librium to help with the discomfort of withdrawal.
359.
And how Francis says he just threw the Librium hard over his left shoulder for luck, and has had very good luck ever since. "Likewise as well the time-tested pentazocine lactate, which I can offer with assurances, as a Muslim trauma professional standing here in this room in person with you at your bed's side." Pentazocine lactate is Tolwyn, Gately's number 2 trusted standard when he was out there, which 120 milligrams on an empty gut was like floating in oil, the exact same temperature as your body, just like Percocet.
360.
Except without the maddening back-of-the-eyeball itch that always wrecked a Percocet high for him. "Surrender your courageous fear of dependence and let us do our profession, young sir," the Pakistani sums up, standing right up next to the bed, the left side, his professional lab coat hiding FF, hands behind his back, the dull glint of the metal corner of Gately's chart just visible between his legs, immaculate of posture, smiling cheerily down, the whites of his eyes as ungodly white as his teeth. The memory of Tolwyn makes parts of his body Gately didn't know could drool. He knows what's coming next, Gately does. And if the Pakistani goes ahead and offers Demerol again, Gately won't resist. And who the fuck will be able to blame him, after all? Why should he have to resist? He'd received a bona fide grade whatever dextral synovial trauma. Shot with a professionally modified 44 item. He's post-trauma, in terrible pain, and everyone heard the guy say it. It was going to get worse, the pain. This was a trauma pro in a white coat here, making reassurances of legitimate fucking use. Gehaney heard him. What the fuck did the flaggers want from him? This wasn't hardly like slipping over to Unit Number 7 with a syringe and a bottle of Visine. This was a stop-term measure, a short-gap-type measure, the probable intervention of a compassionate, unjudging God. A quick prescription squirt of Demerol, probably at the outside 2-3 days of a Demerol drip, maybe even one where they'd hook the drip to a rubber bulb he could hold and self-administer the Demerol only as needed. Maybe it was the disease itself telling him to be scared. A medically necessary squirt would pull all his old triggers again, put him back in the cage. Gately pictures himself trying to shunt through a magnetic contact burglar alarm with a hand and a hook. But surely if Ferocious Francis thought a medically advised, short-term squirt suspect at all, the old reptilian bastard would say something, do his fucking job as a crocodile and sponsor, instead of just sitting there playing with his nostrils' little non-invasive tube.
Look, kid, I'm going to screw, and let you settle this bullshit and come back up later,
comes Francis's voice, subdued and neutral, signifying nothing, and then the rasp of the chair's legs, and the system of grunts that always accompanies FF's getting up from a chair. His white crew cut rises like a slow moon over the Pakistani shoulder, which the MD's only sign of acknowledgement of Francis is to sort of tuck his chin down into his shoulder like a violinist, addressing Gately's sponsor for the first time. Then perhaps you would please, Mr. Gately, Sr., if you please help us, help your concerned and brave boy here, but a boy I believe whose cavalier attitude underestimates the level of coming discomfort which is sadly unnecessary altogether if he will let us help him, sir. The Pakistani sings over his shoulder to Ferocious Francis, as if they were the room's only adults. He's assuming Ferocious Francis is Gately's organic dad. Gately knows a crocodile never bothers to correct anybody's misimpression. He's halfway to the door, moving with maddening slow care like always, as if walking on ice, twisted and seeming to limp off both legs, and heartbreakingly assless in the baggy, seat-shiny, wide-wailed old man's corduroys he always wears, the back of his red neck complexly creased as he moves off away, lifting one hand in a gesture of acknowledgement and dismissal of the MD's request.
Not my business to say one way or the other. Kid's gonna do what he decides he needs to do for himself. He's the one that's feeling it. He's the only one can decide.
He either pauses or slows down even further at the open door, looking back at Gately, but not meeting his wide eyes.
You keep your pecker up, kid, and I'll bring some of the son of a bitches by to look in again later.
He slips in,
might want to ask for some help deciding.
The last of this comes from the White Hall, as the Pakistani's glossy head comes back in close, with now a tight, strained, patient smile, and Gately can hear him inhaling to get ready to say that, of course, in Grade 2 traumas of this severe type, the treatment of preferred indication is the admittedly C2 and highly abusable, but unsurpassed for effectiveness, and tightly controlled administration of 1 50-milligram tab in a diluting saline drip quarterly, 3 to 4 hours of Gately's good left hand skins a knuckle, shooting out between the bars of the bedside crib railing and plunging under the MD's lab coat and fastening onto the guy's balls and bearing down. The Pakistani pharmacologist screams like a woman. It isn't rage, or the will to harm, so much as just no other ideas for keeping the bastard from offering something Gately knows that he's powerless at this moment to refuse. The sudden exertion sends a blue-green sheet of pain over Gately that makes his eyes roll up as he bears down on the balls, but not enough to crush. The Pakistani curtsies deeply and bends forward, crumpling around Gately's hand, showing all 112 teeth as he screams higher and higher until he hits a jagged high note, like a big opera lady in a Viking helmet, so shattering it makes the crib railings and window glass shiver, and woke Don Gately up with a start, his left arm through the railing and twisted with the force of his attempt to sit up, so that the pain now made him hit almost the same high note as the dream's foreign MD. The sky outside the window was gorgeous, dilaudid-colored. The room was full of serious AM light, no sleet on the window. The ceiling throbbed a little, but did not breathe. The one visitor chair was back over by the wall. He looked down. Either the stenographer's notebook and pen had got knocked off his bed, or the dream had made up that part too. The next bed was still empty and made up tight. It came to him all of a sudden why they called them hospital corners. But the railing Joelle Van D had folded down to sit on the bunk, in the fucking Erdetti kid's sweats, was still folded down, and the other railing was still up. So there was some evidence of the one part, that she'd been really there, showing him the pictures. Gately brought his skinned hand gingerly back inside the railing, and felt to make sure there really was a big invasive tube going into his mouth, and there was. He could roll his eyes way up and see his heart monitor going silently nuts. Sweat was coming off every part of him, and for the first time in the trauma wing, he felt like he needed to take a shit. And he had no idea what arrangements there were for taking a shit, but suspected they weren't going to be appetizing at all. Second. He tried to abide. No single second was past enduring. The intercom was giving triple dings. There really were sounds of other rooms' TPs, and of a meal cart being rolled down the hall, and the metally smell of food for the edible patients. He couldn't see anything like a hat shadow in the hall, but it could have been all the sunlight. The dream's vividness had been either fever or disease, but either way, it had fucking seriously rattled his cage. He heard the sing-song voice promising about increasing discomfort. His shoulder beat like a big heart, and the pain was sickeninger than ever. No single second was past standing. Memories of good old Demerol rose up, clamoring to be entertained. The thing in Boston AA is they try to teach you to accept occasional cravings, the sudden thoughts of the substance. They tell you that sudden substance cravings will rise unbidden in a true addict's mind like bubbles in a toddler's bath. It's a lifelong disease. You can't keep the thoughts from popping in there. The thing they try to teach you is just to let them go. The thoughts. Let them come as they will, but do not entertain them. No need to invite a substance, thought, or memory in. Offer it a tonic in your favorite chair, and chat with it about old times. The thing about Demerol wasn't just the womb-warm buzz of a serious narcotic. It was more like the aesthetics of the buzz. Gately'd always found Demerol, with a slight Tolwyn kicker, such a smooth and orderly buzz. A somehow deliciously symmetrical buzz. The mind floats, easy in the exact center of a brain, that floats cushioned in a warm skull, that itself sits perfectly centered on a cushion of soft air, some necklace distance above the shoulders, and inside all is a somnolent hum. Chest rises and falls on its own, far away. The easy squeak of your head's blood is like bed springs in the friendly distance. The sun itself seems to be smiling. And when you nod off, you sleep like a man of wax, and awaken in the same last position you remember falling asleep in. and pain of all sorts becomes a theory, a news item in the distant colder climes way below the warm air you hum on. And what you feel is mostly gratitude at your abstract distance from anything that doesn't sit inside concentric circles and love what's happening. Gailey takes advantage of the fact that he's already facing ceilingward to seriously ask for help with the obsession. He thinks hard about anything else at all. Heading out with old Gary Carty in the pre-dawn reek of low tide off Beverly to bring up lobster traps. The MP and the flies. His mother sleeping slack-mouthed on a chintz divan, cleaning the very grossest corner of the Shattuck shelter. The billow of the veiled girl's veil, the trap's little cages of cross-hatched bars, the lobster's eyes stalks, always poking through the squares so the eyes looked out at open sea. Or the bumper stickers on the MP's old Ford. "See ya!" and "Don't tailgate me or I'll flick a booger on your windshield." And MIA, forgotten. And "I haven't had sex in so long I forget who gets tied up." The fish asking about what's water. The sharp-nosed, round-cheeked, dead-eyed nurse with a weird Germanish accent that would sell Gately little sampler bottles of Sanofi Winthrop Demerol syrup, 80 milligrams a bottle, vilely banana-flavored, then would lie back, slack and dead-eyed, while Gately X'd her, barely breathing, in an airless Ipswich apartment whose weird brown window shades filled the place with light the color of weak tea. Named Egada, or Egety. She eventually started telling Gately she couldn't come close to coming unless he burned her with a cigarette, which marked the first time Gately seriously tried to quit smoking. Now a black outside linebacker of a St. E's nurse rumbles in and checks his drips, and writes on his chart, and points the artillery of her tits down at him to ask how he's doing, and calls him baby, which nobody minds from enormous black nurses. Gately points at his lower abdomen in the area of his colon and tries to make a broad, explosive gesture with just one arm, slightly less mortified than if it had been a human-sized white nurse, at least. Gately happened onto Demerol at age 23, when intraocular itching finally forced him to abandon Percocets and explore new vistas. Demerol was more expensive, milligram for milligram, than most synthetic narcs, but it was also easier to get, being the treatment of medical choice for mind-bending, post-operative pain. Gately can't for the life of him remember who or just where in Salem he was first introduced to what the boys on the North Shore called Pebbles and Bam Bam, 50 and 100 milligram Demerol tablets, respectively very tiny and tiny, chalky white scored discs with D/35 on one side, and Sanofi Winthrop Company's very soon-beloved trademark, a kind of W on the other, that rakish W just puncturing the square envelope of itchy-eyed North Shore life. And remembering even the D/35 feels like entertaining the obsession. He knows it was not long after Nooch's funeral, because he'd been alone and crewless at whatever moment whoever handed him 2 50-milligram tablets, way too tiny for his big-fingered hands, in lieu of whatever else it was he'd wanted, laughing when Gately said, "What the fuck?" and "They look like buffering for ants," or some shit, saying, "Trust me." It must have been his 23rd summer out there, because he remembers being shirtless and driving down 93 when he ran out of everything else and pulled off into the JFK library lot to take them. So small and tasteless, he had to check his open mouth in the rear view to make sure he'd gotten them down. And he remembers not wearing a shirt because he'd gotten to study his big, bare, hairless chest for a long time. And from that somnolent PM in the JFK lot on, he'd been a faithful attendant at the goddess Demerol's temple, right to the very finish. Gately remembers crewing for good bits of both the Percocet and Demerol eras with 2 other North Shore narcotics addicts, who Gately'd grown up with one, and had broke digits for Whitey Sorkin, the migrainous bookie, with the other. They weren't burglars, either of them, these guys. Fackelman and Kite. Fackelman had a background in creative-type checks, plus access to equipment for manufacturing ID. And Kite's background was he'd been a computer weenie at Salem State before he got the shoe for hacking the phone bills of certain guys deep in trouble over 900 sex lines into the SS administration's Watts account, and they became naturals at crewing together, F&K, and had their own unambitious but elegant scam going that Gately was ever only marginally in on. What Fackelman and Kite'd do, they'd rig up an identity and credit record sufficient to rent them a luxury furnished apartment. Then they'd rent a lot of upscale-type appliances from like Rent-A-Center or Rent-To-Own down in Boston. Then they'd sell the luxury appliances and furnishings off to one of a couple dependable fences. Then they'd bring in their own air mattresses and sleeping bags and canvas chairs and little legit-bought TP and viewer and speakers and camp out in the empty luxury apartment, getting very high on the rented goods' net proceeds until they got their second overdue notice on the rent. Then they'd rig up another identity and move on and do it all over. Gately took his turn being the one to bathe and shave and answer a luxury apartment rental ad in borrowed yuppie wear and meet the property management people and sweep them off their band fees with his ID and credit rating and forge some name on the lease. And he usually crashed and got high in the apartments with Fackelman and Kite, though he, Gately, had his own digit-breaking and then later burglary career and his own fences, and tended more and more to cop his own scripts and his own Percocets, and then later Demerol. Lying there, working on abiding and not entertaining, Gately remembers how good old doomed Gene Fackelman, that for a narcotics addict had had a truly raging libido, used to like to bring different girls home to whatever apartment they were scamming at the time, and how Fax would open the door and look around and pretend astonishment at the empty and carpetless luxury apartment and shout, "We've been fucking robbed!" For Fackelman and Kite, the rap on Gately was that he was a great and, for a narcotics addict which places limits on rational trusting, stand-up guy, and a ferociously good friend and crewmate, but they just didn't for their lives see why Gately chose to be a narcotics man, why these were his substances of choice, because he was a great and cheerful, stand-up, jolly-type guy off the nod, but when he was pebbled or narculated in any way, he'd become this totally taciturn, withdrawn, dead-like person, they always said, like a totally different Gately, sitting for hours real low in his canvas chair, practically lying in this chair whose canvas bulged and legs bowed out, speaking barely at all, and then only the necessariest word or two, and then without ever seeming to open his mouth. He made whoever he got high with feel lonely. He got real, like, interior. Pamela Hoffman Jeep's term was other-directed, and it was worse when he shot anything up. You'd have to almost pry his chin off his chest. Kite used to say it was like Gately shot cement instead of narcotics. McDade and Dial come in around 1100 hours from visiting Dooney Glynn down somewheres in the gastroenterology department and try to give Gately's left hand archaic, old, unhip high fives as a goof, and say the bowel guys have got Glynn on a mega-drip of a Levsin codeine diverticulitis compound.
361.
And Doon seemed to have undergone a kind of spiritual experience vis-a-vis this compound, and was giving them ebullient high fives, and saying the bowel MDs were saying that there was a chance the condition might be inoperable and chronic, and that DG'd have to be on the compound for life, with a rubber bulb for self-administration, and the formerly fetal Doon was sitting up in a lotus position and seemed to be a very happy camper indeed. Gately makes pathetic sounds around his oral tube as McDade and Dial start to interrupt each other, apologizing for how it's looking like they might not be able to stand up and legally depose for Gately, like they'd be ready to do in a fucking hatbeat if it weren't for various legal issues they're still under the clouds of that their PD and PO, respectively, say that walking voluntarily into Norfolk District Court in Enfield would be tantamount to, like, judicio-penal suicide, they're told. Dial looks at McDade and then says there's also disparaging news about the 44 item, that by everybody's reconstruction of events, it's more than likely Lentz might have promoted the item up off the lawn when he legged it off the EMPHH complex just ahead of the finest. Because it's fucking vanished, and nobody'd have rat-holed it and not given it up, knowing what's at stake for the good old G-Man in the deal. Gately makes a whole new kind of noise. McDade says the more upbeat news is that Lentz has been possibly spotted, that Ken E. and Bert F. Smith had seen what looked like either R. Lentz or C. Romero, after a wasting illness, on their way back from wheeling Bert F.S. to a meeting in Kenmore Square, mostly from the side of the back they'd seen him, wearing a back-split tux and sombrero with balls, and apparently officially relapsed back out there, drunk as a maroon. So totally legless when they saw him, he was doing a drunk's old hurricane walk, fighting his way from parking meter to parking meter, and clinging to each parking meter. Wade McDade here thinks to insert that the confirmed scuttlebutt is that EMPHH is getting ready to rent out Unit Number 3 to a long-term mental health agency, caring for people with incapacitating agoraphobia, and that everybody at the house is speculating on what a constantly crowded and cabin-feverish place that's going to be, what with the terribleness of the predicted winter coming up. Dial says his nasal sinus can always tell when it's going to snow, and his sinus is starting to predict at least flurries for maybe as early as tonight. They never think to tell Gately what day it is. That Gately can't communicate even this most basic of requests makes him want to scream. McDade, in what's either an intimate aside or knife twist to a staffer who's in no position to enforce anything, confides that he and Emil Minty are arranging with Parias Carbo, who works for an Enid House alum at Albright Printing, down near the Jackson Man School, for engraved-looking formal invitations for the agoraphobic folks in Unit Number 3 to all just come on out and over to Enid House for a crowded, noisy, outdoor welcome to the EMPHH Neighborhood Bash. And now Gately knows for sure it was McDade and Minty that put the Help Wanted sign up under the window of the lady in Unit Number 4 that shouts for help. The general level of tension in the room increases. Gavin Dial clears his throat and says, everybody says to say Gately's like wicked mist back at the house, and everybody said to say, sup, and that they hope the G-Man's up and back kicking residential ass very soon. And McDade produces an unsigned get-well card from his pocket and puts it carefully through the railing's bars, where it lies next to Gately's arm and begins to open up from being folded and shoved in a pocket. It's clear the thing was shoplifted. It's probably the pathetic, unsigned, folded hot card, but Gately's suddenly stricken by the heat of the waves of self-pity and resentment he feels about not only the card, but about the prospect of these booger-chewing clowns not standing up to eyewitness for his, se offendendo, after he just tried to do his sober job on one of their behalf, and is now lying here in a level of increasing dextral discomfort these limp punks couldn't imagine if they tried, getting ready to have to say no to grinning Pakistanis about his disease's drug of choice, with an invasive tube down his mouth, and no notebook, after he asked for one, and needing to shit, and to know the day, and no big black nurse in view, and unable to move. It suddenly seems awful starry-eyed to be willing to look on the course of events as evidence of the protection and care of a higher power. It's a bit hard to see why a, quote, loving God would have him go through the sausage grinder of getting straight just to lie here in total discomfort and have to say no to medically advised substances and get ready to go to jail just because Pat M. doesn't have the brass to make these selfish, bottom-feeding dipshits stand up and do the right thing for once. The resentment and fear make cords stand out on Gately's purple neck, and he looks ferocious, but not at all jolly. Because what if God is really the cruel and vengeful figurant Boston AA swears up and down he isn't, and he gets you straight, just so you can feel all the more keenly every bevel and edge of the special punishments he's got lined up for you? Because why the fuck say no to a whole rubber bulb full of Demerol's somnolent hum, if these are the, quote, rewards of sobriety and rabidly active work in AA? The resentment, fear, and self-pity are almost narcotizing. Way beyond anything he'd felt when hapless Canadians punched or shot him. This was a sudden, total, bitter, impotent Job-type rage that always sends any sobered addict falling back and up inside himself, like vapor up a chimney. Dial and McDade were backing away from him. As well they fucking might. Gately's big head felt hot and cold, and his pulse line on the overhead monitor started to look like the Rockies. The residence between Gately and the door, wide-eyed, now suddenly parted to let someone pass. At first, all Gately could see between them was the kidney-shaped plastic bedpan and a cylindrical, syringe-snouted, ketchup bottle-ish thing with Fleet down the side in cheery green. It took this equipment a second to signify. Then he saw the nurse that came forward bearing the stuff, and his raging heart fell out of him with a thud. Dial and McDade made hearty farewell noises and melted out the door with the vague alacrity of seasoned drug addicts. The nurse was no slot-mouthed penguin or booming mammy. This nurse looked like something out of a racy nursewear catalog, like somebody that had to detour blocks out of her way to avoid construction sites at lunchtime. Gately's projected image of his and this gorgeous nurse's union unfolded and became instantly grotesque. Him, prone and ass up on the porch swing. She, white-haired and angelic, and bearing something away in a kidney-shaped pan to the towering pile behind the retirement cottage. Everything angry in him evaporated as he got ready to just fucking die of mortification. The nurse stood there and twirled the bedpan on one finger, and flexed the long Fleet cylinder a couple times, and made an arc of clear fluid come out the tip and hang in the window light, like a gunslinger twirling his six-shooter around to casually show off, smiling in a way that simply snapped Gately's spine. He began to mentally recite the Serenity Prayer. When he moved, he could smell his own sour smell, not to mention the time and pain involved in rolling onto his left side and exposing his ass, and pulling his knees to his chest with one arm. "Hug those knees like they were your sweetie, is what we say," she said, putting a terribly soft, cool hand on Gately's ass, without jostling the catheter or IVs, or the thick-taped tube that went down his mouth to God knows where. I was going to go back up to see about Stice's defenestration, to check on Mario, and change my socks and examine my expression in the mirror for unintentional hilarity, to listen to Oren's phone messages, and then the protracted death aria from Tosca once or twice. There is no music for free-floating misery like Tosca. I was moving down the damp hall when it hit. I don't know where it came from. It was some variant of the telescopically self-conscious panic that can be so devastating during a match. I'd never felt quite this way off court before. It wasn't wholly unpleasant. Unexplained panic sharpens the senses almost past enduring. Lyle had taught us this. You perceive things very intensely. Lyle's counsel had been to turn the perception and attention on the fear itself, but he'd shown us how to do this only on court, in play. Everything came at too many frames per second. Everything had too many aspects. But it wasn't disorienting. The intensity wasn't unmanageable. It was just intense and vivid. It wasn't like being high, but it was still very lucid. The world seemed suddenly almost edible, there for the ingesting. The thick skin of light over the baseboard's varnish, the cream of the ceiling's acoustic tile, the deerskin brown longitudinal grain in the room's door's darker wood, the dull brass gleam of the knobs. It was without the abstract, cognitive quality of Bob or Star. The turn signal red of the stairwell's lit exit sign. Sleepy T.P. Peterson came out of the bathroom in a dazzling plaid robe, his face and feet salmon-colored from the shower's heat, and vanished across the hall into his room, without seeing me, wobbling, leaning against the cool mint wall of the hallway. But the panic was there too, endocrinal, paralyzing, and with an overcognitive bad trip-like element that I didn't recognize from the very visceral on-court attacks of fear. Something like a shadow flanked the vividness and lucidity of the world. The concentration of attention did something to it. What didn't seem fresh and unfamiliar seemed suddenly old as stone. It all happened in the space of a few seconds. The familiarity of academy routine took on a crushing, cumulative aspect. The total number of times I'd schlepped up through the rough cement steps of the stairwell, seen my faint red reflection in the paint of the fire door, walked the 56 steps down the hall to our room, opened the door and eased it gently back, flush in the jam to keep from waking Mario. I re-experienced the year's total number of steps, movements, the breaths and pulses involved, then the number of times I would have to repeat the same processes day after day in all kinds of light, until I graduated and moved away, and then began the same exhausting process of exit and return in some dormitory at some tennis-power university somewhere. Maybe the worst part of the cognitions involved the incredible volume of food I was going to have to consume over the rest of my life. Meal after meal, plus snacks, day after day after day, experiencing this food in toto. Just the thought of the meat alone. 1 megagram, 2 megagrams. I experienced vividly the image of a broad, cool, well-lit room piled, floor to ceiling, with nothing but the lightly breaded chicken fillets I was going to consume over the next 60 years. The number of fowl vivisected for a lifetime's meat, the amount of hydrochloric acid and bilirubin and glucose and glycogen and glucanol produced and absorbed and produced in my body, and another dimmer room filled with the rising mass of the excrement I'd produce, the room's double-locked steel door gradually bowing outward with the mounting pressure. I had to put my hand out against the wall and stand there, hunched, until the worst of it passed. I watched the floor dry. Its dull shine brightened behind me in the snow light from the east window. The wall's baby blue was complexly filigreed with bumps and clots of paint. An unmopped glob of Kenkel spit sat by the corner of VR5's door's jamb, quivering slightly as the door rattled in its frame. There were scuffles and thumps from upstairs. It was still snowing like hell. I lay on my back on the carpet of Viewing Room 5, still on the second floor, fighting the sense that I'd either never been here before, or I'd spent lifetimes just here. The entire room was paneled in a cool, yellow, shimmering material called Kevlar. The viewer took up half the south wall and was dead and gray-green. The carpet's green was close to this color, too. The instructional and motivational cartridges were in a large glass bookcase whose central shelves were long, and whose top and bottom shelving tapered down to almost nothing. Ovoid would convey the case's shape. I had the NASA glass with my toothbrush in it balanced on my chest. It rose whenever I inhaled. I'd had the NASA glass since I was a little boy, and its decal of white helmeted figures, waving authoritatively through the windows of a prototype shuttle, was faded and incomplete. After a time, sleepy T.P. Peterson put his wet-combed head in the door and said Lamont Chu wanted to know whether what was happening outside qualified as a blizzard. It took over a minute of my not saying anything for him to go away. The ceiling panels were grotesquely detailed. They seemed to come after you, like some invasive ETA patron backing you up against the wall at a party. The ankle throbbed dully in the snowstorm's low pressure. I relaxed my throat and simply let the excess saliva run post-nasally back and down. The mom's mother had been ethnic Quebecois, her father Anglo-Canadian. The term used in the Yale Journal of Alcohol Studies for this man was binge drinker. All my grandparents were deceased. Himself's middle name had been Oren, his father's own father's name. The VR's entertainment cartridges were arrayed on wall-length shelves of translucent polyethylene. Their individual cases were all either clear plastic or glossy black plastic. My full name is Harold James Incandenza, and I am 183.6 centimeters tall in stocking feet. Himself designed the Academy's indirect lighting, which is ingenious and close to full spectrum. VR5 contained a large couch, 4 reclining chairs, a mid-sized recumbency, 6 green corduroy spectation pillows stacked in a corner, 3 end tables, and a coffee table of mylar with inlaid coasters. The overhead lighting in every ETA room came from a small carbon graphite spotlight directed upward at a complexly alloyed reflecting plate above it. No rheostat was required. A small joystick controlled the brightness by altering the little spot's angle of incidence to the plate. Himself's films were arranged on the 3rd shelf of the entertainment case. The mom's full name is Avril Mondragon Tavis Incandenza, EDD, Ph.D. She is 197 centimeters tall in flats, and still came up only to himself's ear when he straightened and stood erect. For almost a month in the weight room, Lyle had been saying that the most advanced level of vipassana, or insight meditation, consisted in sitting in fully awakened contemplation of one's own death. I had held big buddy sessions in VR5 throughout the month of September. The moms had grown up without a middle name. The etymology of the term blizzard is essentially unknown. The full-spectrum lighting system had been a labor of love from himself to the moms, who'd agreed to leave Brandeis and head up the Academy's academics, and had ethnic Canadians' horror of fluorescent light. But by the time the system had been installed and debugged, the gestalt of the mom's lumophobia had extended to all overhead lighting, and she never used her office's spot and plate system. Petropolis Khan put his large shaggy head in and asked what was all this brouhaha upstairs, the thumps and cryings out. He asked whether I was going to breakfast. The scuttlebutt on breakfast was sausage analog and OJ with palpable pulp, he said. I closed my eyes and recalled that I'd known Petropolis Khan for 3 years and 3 months. Khan went away. I could feel his head's withdrawal from the doorway, a very slight suction in the room's air. I needed to fart, but had not so far farted. The atomic weight of carbon is 12.01 and change. A small and carefully monitored game of eschaton slated for the mid-AM, with, according to rumor, Pemulus himself as game master, was certain to be snowed out. It had begun to occur to me, driving back from Natick on Tuesday, that if it came down to a choice between continuing to play competitive tennis and continuing to be able to get high, it would be a nearly impossible choice to make. The distant way in which this fact appalled me, itself, appalled me. The founder of the Sub-14's Tunnel Club had been Heath Pearson, as a very little boy. The rumor that Pemulus himself would don the beanie for the next eschaton came from Kent Blott. Pemulus had been avoiding me ever since I returned from Natick on Tuesday, as if he sensed something. The woman behind the register at the Shell station last night had recoiled as I approached to present my card before pumping, as if she too had seen something in my expression I hadn't known was there. The North American Collegiate Dictionary claimed that any very heavy snowstorm with high winds qualified as a blizzard. Himself, for 2 years before his death, had had this delusion of silence when I spoke. I believed I was speaking, and he believed I was not speaking. Mario averred that himself had never accused him of not speaking. I tried to recall whether I had ever brought the subject up with the moms. The moms was at pains to be completely approachable on all subjects, except himself, and what had been going on between her and himself, as himself withdrew more and more. She never forbade questions about it. She just got so pained and blurry-faced that you felt cruel asking her anything. I considered whether Pemulus's cessation of the math tutorials was perhaps an oblique affirmation, a kind of "you are ready." Pemulus often communicated in a kind of esoteric code. It was true that I had kept mostly to myself in the room since Tuesday. The condensed OED, and a rare bit of florid imprecision, defined blizzard as a furious blast of frost, wind, and blinding snow, in which man and beast frequently perish. Claiming the word was either a neologism or a corruption of the French blessé, coined in English by a reporter for Iowa's Northern Vindicator in BS 1864. Orrin alleged in YTMP that when he took the mom's car in the morning, he sometimes observed the smeared prints of nude human feet on the inside of the windshield. VR5's heating duct's grill gave off a sterile hiss. All up and down the hall were sounds of the Academy coming to life, making competitive ablutions, venting anxiety and complaints at the possible blizzard outside, wanting to play. There was heavy foot traffic in the third-floor hall above me. Orrin was going through a period where he was attracted only to young mothers of small children. A hunched way. She hunches. You hunch. John Wayne had had a violent allergic reaction to a decongestant, and had commandeered the WETA microphone and publicly embarrassed himself on Troeltsch's Tuesday broadcast, apparently, and had been taken to St. Elizabeth's overnight for observation, but had recovered quickly enough to come home and then finish ahead even of Stice in Wednesday's conditioning run. I missed the entire thing, and was filled in by Mario on my return from Natick. Wayne had apparently said unkind things about various ETA staff and administration, none of which anyone who knew Wayne and all he stood for had taken seriously. Relief that he was okay had dominated everyone's accounts of the whole incident. The Moms herself had apparently stayed by Wayne's side late into the night at St. E's, which Boo-Boo felt was estimable, and just like the Moms. Simply imagining the total number of times my chest will rise and fall and rise. If you want prescriptive specificity, you go to a hard-ass. Sidney and Schneewen's Dictionary of Environmental Sciences require 12 centimeters an hour of continuous snowfall, minimum winds of 60 kilometers per hour, and visibility of less than 500 meters. And only if these conditions obtained for more than 3 hours was it a blizzard. Less than 3 hours was a C4 squall. The dedication and sustained energy that go into true perspicacity and expertise were exhausting even to think about. It now lately sometimes seemed like a kind of black miracle to me that people could actually care deeply about a subject or pursuit, and could go on caring this way for years on end, could dedicate their entire lives to it. It seemed admirable and, at the same time, pathetic. We are all dying to give our lives away, to something, maybe. God or Satan, politics or grammar, topology or philately. The object seemed incidental to this will to give oneself away, utterly. To games or needles, to some other person. Something pathetic about it. A flight from in the form of a plunging into. Flight from exactly what? These rooms blandly filled with excrement and meat? To what purpose? This was why they started us here so young, to give ourselves away before the age when the questions why and to what grow real beaks and claws. It was kind in a way. Modern German is better equipped for combining gerundives and prepositions than is its mongrel cousin. The original sense of addiction involved being bound over, dedicated, either legally or spiritually. To devote one's life, plunge in. I had researched this. Stice had asked whether I believed in ghosts. It's always seemed a little preposterous that Hamlet, for all his paralyzing doubt about everything, never once doubts the reality of the ghost. Never questions whether his own madness might not in fact be unfeigned. Stice had promised something boggling to look at. That is, whether Hamlet might be only feigning. I kept thinking of the film and cartridge studies professor's final soliloquy in himself's unfinished, good-looking men in small, clever rooms that utilize every centimeter of available space with mind-boggling efficiency, the sour parody of academia that the Moms had taken as an odd personal slap. I kept thinking I really should go up and check on the darkness. There seemed to be so many implications, even to thinking about sitting up and standing up and exiting VR5 and taking a certain variable according to stride length number of steps to the stairwell door, on and on, that just the thought of getting out made me glad I was lying on the floor. I was on the floor. I felt the Nile green carpet with the back of each hand. I was completely horizontal. I was comfortable lying perfectly still and staring at the ceiling. I was enjoying being one horizontal object in a room filled with horizontality. Charles Tavis is probably not related to the Moms by actual blood. Her extremely tall French-Canadian mother died when the Moms was 8. Her father left their potato farm on business a few months later, and was gone for several weeks. He did this sort of thing with some frequency. a binge drinker. Eventually there would be a telephone call from some distant province or U.S. state, and one of the hired men would go off to bail him out. From this disappearance, though, he returned with a new bride the moms had known nothing about, an American widow named Elizabeth Tavis, who, in the stilted Vermont wedding photo, seems almost certainly to have been a dwarf. The huge, square head, the relative length of the trunk compared to the legs, the sunken nasal bridge and protruding eyes, the stunted phocomelic arms, around Squire Mondragon's right thigh, one khaki-colored cheek pressed affectionately against his belt-buckle. C.T. was the infant son she'd brought to the new union, his father, a ne'er-do-well, killed in a freak accident playing competitive darts in a Brattleboro tavern, just as they were trying to adjust the obstetric stirrups for the achondroplastic Mrs. Tavis's labor and delivery. Her smile in the wedding photo is homodontic. According to Orrin, though, C.T. and the moms claim Mrs. T was not a true homodont, the way, for instance, Mario is a true homodont. Every single one of Mario's teeth is a second bicuspid. So it was all rather up in the air. The account of the disappearance, darts accident, and dental incongruity comes from Orrin, who claimed to have decocted it all out of an extended one-sided conversation he had with a distraught C.T. in the waiting room of Brigham and Women's OBGYN while the moms was prematurely delivering Mario. Orrin had been 7 years old. Himself had been in the delivery room, where apparently Mario's birth was quite a touch-and-go thing. The fact that Orrin was our one and only source for data shrouded the whole thing in further ambiguity as far as I was concerned. Pinpoint accuracy had never been Orrin's forte. The wedding photo was available for inspection, of course, and confirmed Mrs. Tavis as huge-headed and wildly short. Neither Mario nor I had ever approached the moms on the issue, possibly out of fear of reopening psychic wounds from a childhood that had always sounded unhappy. All I knew for sure was that I had never approached her about it. For their part, the moms and C.T. have never represented themselves as anything other than unrelated, but extremely close. The attack of panic and prophylactic focus's last spasm now, suddenly, almost overwhelmed me with the intense horizontality that was all around me in the viewing room. The ceiling, floor, carpet, tabletops, the chair seats, and the shelves at their backstops, and much more. The shimmering horizontal lines and the Kevlar wall fabric, the very long top of the viewer, the top and bottom borders of the door, the spectation pillows, the viewer's bottom, the squat black cartridge drive's top and bottom, and the little push-down controls that protruded like stunted tongues. The seemingly endless horizontality of the couches and chairs and recumbency seats, the wall of shelves, every line, the varied horizontal shelving of the ovoid case, 2 of every cartridge case's 4 sides, on and on. I lay in my tight little sarcophagus of space. The horizontality piled up all around me. I was the meat in the room's sandwich. I felt awakened to a basic dimension I'd neglected during years of upright movement, of standing and running and stopping and jumping, of walking endlessly upright from one side of the court to the other. I had understood myself for years as basically vertical, an odd forked stalk of stuff and blood. I felt denser now. I felt more solidly composed, now that I was horizontal. I was impossible to knock down. Gately's cognomen growing up and moving through public grades had been BIM, or BIMI, or the Bimulator, etc., for the acronym BIM, Big, Indestructible, Moron. This was on Boston's North Shore, mostly Beverly and Salem. His head had been huge, even as a kid. By the time he hit puberty, at 12, the head seemed a yard wide. A regulation football helmet was like a beanie on him. His coaches had to order special helmets. Gately was worth the cost. Every coach past 6th grade told him he was a lock for a Division I college team if he bore down and kept his eye on the prize. Memories of half a dozen different necklace, buzz-cut, and pre-infarcted coaches, all condense around a raspy emphasis on bearing down, and predictions of a limitless future for Don G., Bimmy G., right up until he dropped out in high school's junior year. Gately went both ways, fullback on offense, outside linebacker on D. He was big enough for the line, but his speed would have been wasted there. Already carrying 230 pounds and bench pressing well over that, Gately clocked a 4.440 in 7th grade. And the legend is that the Beverly Middle School coach ran even faster than that into the locker room to jack off over the stopwatch. And his biggest asset was his outsized head, Gately's. The head was indestructible. When they needed yards, they'd shift to isolate Gately on one defender and get him the ball, and he'd lower his head and charge, eyes on the turf. The top of his special helmet was like a train's cowcatcher coming at you. Defenders, pads, helmets, and cleats bounced off the head, often in different directions, and the head was fearless. It was like it had no nerve endings or pain receptors or whatever. Gately amused teammates by letting them open and close elevator doors on the head. He let people break things over his head, lunch boxes, cafeteria trays, the spectacled weenies, violin cases, lacrosse sticks. By age 13, he never had to buy beers. He'd bet some kid of 6 he could take a shot with this or that object to the head. His left ear is permanently kind of gnarled from elevator door impacts, and Gately favors a kind of long-sighted Prince, valiantish bowl cut to help cover the misshapen ear. One cheekbone still has a dented violet cast from 10th grade, when a North Reading kid at a party bet him a 12-pack on a shot with a sock full of nickels and then clocked him under the eye with it instead of the skull. It took Beverly's whole offensive line to pull Gately off what was left of the kid. The juvenile line on Gately was that he was totally jolly and laid back and easygoing up to a certain point, but that if you crossed that point with him, you better be able to beat a 4.440. He was always kind of a boy's boy. He had a jolly ferocity about him that scared girls, and he had no idea how to deal with girls except to try and impress them by letting them watch somebody do something to his head. He was never what you'd call a ladies' man. At parties, he was always at the center of the crowd that drank instead of dancing. It was surprising, maybe, given Gately's size and domestic situation, that he wasn't a bully. He wasn't kindly or heroic or a defender of the weak. It's not like he stepped kindly in to protect weenies and misfits from the predations of those kids that were bullies. He just had no interest in brutalizing the weak. It's still not clear to him if this was to his credit or not. Things might have been different if the MP had ever knocked Gately around instead of focusing all his attention on the progressively weaker Mrs. G. He smoked his first Du Bois at age 9, a hard little needle-thin joint bought off junior-high niggers and smoked with 3 other grade school football players in a vacant summer cottage one had the key to, watching broadcast, televised niggers run amok in a flaming Los Angeles, California, after some finest got home-movied crewing on a nigger in the worst way. Then, his first real drunk a few months later, after he and the players hooked up with an Orkin man that liked to get kids all blunt on screwdrivers and that wore brown shirts and jackboots in his off hours and lectured them about Zog and the Turner Diaries while they drank the O.J. and vodka he'd bought them and look at him blandly and roll their eyes at each other. Soon, none of the football players Gately hung with were interested in much of anything except trying to get high and holding air guitar and pissing contests and talking, theoretically, about Xing big-haired North Shore girls and trying to think up things to break over Gately's head. They all had, like, domestic situations, too. Gately was the only one of them truly dedicated to football, and that was probably just because he'd been told, over and over, that he had real talent and limitless futures. He was classified attention deficit and special ed from grade school on, with particular deficits in language arts, but that was at least partly because Mrs. G could barely read, and Gately wasn't interested in making her feel worse. But there was no deficit in his attention to ball, or to cold foamers or screwdrivers or high-resin Dubois, or especially to applied pharmacology. Not once he'd done his first Quaalude at age 13.
362.
Just as Gately's whole recall of his screwdriver and sensimilia beginnings tends to telescope into one memory of pissing orange juice into the Atlantic, he and the blunt, cruel Beverly players and bullies he partied with drinking whole quarts of throat-warming OJ at a shot and standing ankle-deep in grit on the North Shore shore, facing east and sending long arcs of legal pad yellow piss into onrushing breakers that came in and creamed around their feet. The foam, warm and yellow shot with their piss, like spitting into the wind. Gately, at the podium, had started saying, it turns out he was pissing on himself right from the start with alcohol. In just the same way, the whole couple years before he discovered oral narcotics, the whole period 13 to 15 when he was a devotee of Quaaludes and Heffenreffer brand beer collapses and gathers itself under what he still recalls as the attack of the killer sidewalks. Quaaludes and Heffenreffer also marked Gately's entree into a whole new, rather more sinister and less athletic social set at BMS, one member of which was Trent Kite.
363.
A dyed-in-wool laptop-carrying weenie, chinless and with a nose like a taper, and pretty much the last fanatical Grateful Dead fan under age 40 on the U.S. East Coast, whose place of honor in the sinister Beverly Middle School drug set was due entirely to his gift for transforming the kitchen of any vacationing parent's house into a rudimentary pharmaceutical laboratory, using, like, barbecue sauce bottles as Erlenmeyer flasks, and microwave ovens to cyclize OH and carbon into three-ring compounds, synthesizing methylene dioxy psychedelics
364.
from nutmeg and sassafras oil, ether from charcoal starter, designer meth from tryptophan and L-histidine, sometimes using only a gas-top range in parental farberware, able even to decoct usable concentrations of tetrahydrofuran from PVC pipe cleaner, which, at that time, best of British luck ordering tetrahydrofuran from any chemical company in the 48 contigs, 6 provinces, without getting paid an immediate visit by DEA guys in three-piece suits and reflecting shades, and then using the tetrahydrofuran and ethanol and any protein-binding catalyst to turn plain old Sominex into something just one H3C molecule away from good old biphasic methaqualone, a.k.a. the intrepid Quaalude. Kite had called his Quaalude isotopes Quo Vadis, and they were a great favorite for 13 to 15-year-old Bimmy G. And the slouched, sharp-haired, sinister set he dropped Ludes and Quo Vadises with, washing them down with Heffenreffers, resulting in a kind of mnemonic brownout where the entire 2-year interval, the same interval during which the ex-MP found somebody else, a Newburyport divorcee who apparently put up a more sporting fight than Mrs. G, and decamped in his sticker-covered Ford with his Siemens bag and peacoat, the whole period's become, in Gately's sober memory, just the vague era of the attack of the killer sidewalks. Quaaludes and 16-ounce Heffenreffers awakened Gately and his new droogs to the usually dormant but apparently ever-lurking ill will of innocent-seeming public sidewalks everywhere. You didn't have to be brainy Trent Kite to figure out the equation. Quaaludes plus, not even that many beers, equals getting whapped by the nearest sidewalk, as in, you're walking innocently along down a sidewalk, and out of nowhere, the sidewalk comes rushing up to meet you. Whap! Happened time after fucking time. It made the whole crew resent having to walk anywhere on Quo Vadises because of not having driver's licenses yet, which gives you some idea of the sum total IQ brought to bear on the problem of the attacks. A tiny permanent cast in his left eye, and what looks like a chin dimple, are Gately's legacy from the period before moving up to Percocets, which one advantage of the move deeper into oral narcs was that Percocets plus Heffenreffers didn't allow you even enough upright mobility to make you vulnerable to sidewalk's ever-lurking ill will. It was amazing that none of this stuff seemed much to hurt Gately's performance playing ball, but then he was as devoted to football as he was to oral CNS depressants. At least for a while. He had disciplined personal rules back then. He absorbed substances only at night, after practice. Not so much as a fractional foamer between 0900 hours and 1800 hours during the seasons of practice and play, and he settled for just a single Dubois on Thursday evenings before actual games. During football season, he ruled himself with an iron hand until the sun set, then threw himself on the mercy of sidewalks and the somnolent hum. He used class to catch up on REM sleep. By freshman year, he was starting on the Beverly-Salem High School Minutemen varsity and was on academic probation. Most of the sinister set he'd hung with were expelled for truancy, or trafficking, or worse by sophomore year. Gately kept hanging in and on till 17. But Quaaludes and Quo Vadis and Percocets are lethal in terms of homework, especially washed down with Heffenreffer, and extra especially if you're academically ambivalent and ADD classified, and already using every particle of your self-discipline protecting football from the substances. And, unhappily, high school is totally unlike higher education, in terms of major sport coaches' influence over instructors, athletes and grades-wise. Kite got Gately through math and special ed science, and the French teacher was getting her strabismic eyeballs fucked out by the Minutemen's tanned lounge lizard of an offensive coordinator on the behalf of Gately, and a semi-retarded tight end. But English just fucking killed him, Gately. All four of the English teachers the athletic department tried Gately on had this Sieg Heil idea that it was somehow cruel to pass a kid that couldn't do the work. And the athletic department pointing out to them that Gately had an especially challenging domestic situation, and that flunking Gately and rendering him ineligible for ball would eliminate his one reason even to stay on in school. These were to no, like, avail. English was his sink-or-swim situation, what he then termed his Waterloo. Term papers he could more or less swing. The football coach had weenies on retainer. But the in-class themes and tests killed Gately, who simply didn't have enough will left over after sunset to choose like the crushingly dull Ethan Frum over Quo Vadis and Heffenreffer. Plus, by this time, 3 different schools' authorities had him convinced he was basically dumb anyway. But mostly it was the substances. This one particular BSHS athletic department hired weenie of an English tutor spent a sophomore year, March's worth of evenings, in Gately's company, and by Easter, the kid weighed 95 pounds and had a nose ring and hand tremors and was placed by his frantic functional parents in a juvenile intervention rehab, where the weenie's whole first week of withdrawal was spent in a corner reciting Howl in high-volume Chaucerian English. Gately flunked sophomore comp in May, and lost the fall's eligibility, and withdrew from school for a year to preserve his junior season. But then, without the only other thing he'd been devoted to, the psychic emergency brake was off, and Gately's 16th year is still mostly a gray blank, except for his mother's new red chintz TV-watching couch, and also the acquaintance of an accommodating Rite Aid pharmacist's assistant with disfiguring eczema and serious gambling debts. Plus, memories of terrible rear ocular itching, and of a basic diet of convenience store crud, plus the vegetables from his mother's vodka glass while she slept. When he finally returned for his sophomore year of class and junior year of ball at 17 and 284 pounds, Gately was enervated, flabby, apparently narcoleptic, and on a needs schedule so inflexible that he needed 15 milligrams of good old oxycodone hydrochloride out of his pocket's Tylenol bottle every 3 hours to keep the shakes off. He was like a huge, confused kitten out on the field. The coach made him go in for PET scans, fearing MS or Lou Gehrig's, and even the classic comics version of Ethan Frum was now beyond his abilities. And good old Kite was gone by that last September of unsubsidized time, admitted early on a full ride in comp science by Salem State U, meaning Gately was now on his own in remedial math and chemistry. On offense, Gately lost his starting spot in the third game to a big, clear-eyed freshman the coach said showed nearly limitless potential. Then Mrs. Gately suffered her cirrhotic hemorrhage and cerebral blood thing in late October, just before the midterms Gately was getting ready to fail. Bored-eyed guys in white cotton blew blue bubbles and loaded her in the back of a leisurely, sirenless ambulance, and took her first to the hospital, and then to a Medicaid LTI out across the Ural beach span in Point Shirley.
365.
The backs of Gately's eyes were too itchy for him to even be able to stand out on the red pocked stoops steps and see to wave adios. The first gasper he ever smoked was that day, a 100 out of a half-finished pack of his mother's generics that she left. He didn't even ever go back to BSHS to clean out his lockers. He never played organized ball again. I may have been dozing. Some more heads came and awaited response and left. I may have dozed. It occurred to me that I didn't have to eat if I was not hungry. This presented itself as almost a revelation. I hadn't been hungry in over a week. I could remember when I was always hungry, constantly hungry. Then at some point Pemulus's head appeared in the doorway, his strange, twin-towered AM cowlick bobbing as he looked back over each shoulder out into the hallway. His right eye was either twitchy or swollen from sleep. Something was wrong with it. "Yellow," he said. I pretended to shade my eyes. "Howdy there, stranger." It is not Pemulus's way to apologize, or explain, or worry that you might think ill of him. In this, he reminded me of Mario. This almost regal lack of insecurity is hard to put together with his crippling neurasthenia on court. "Sup?" he said, not moving from the doorway. I could see my asking him where he'd been all week, leading to so many different possible responses and further questions that the prospect was almost overwhelming. So enervating, I could barely get out that I'd just been lying here on the floor. "Lying here is all," I told him. "So I just got told," he said. "The petrapulator mentioned hysterics." It was almost impossible to shrug, lying supine on thick shag. "See for yourself," I said. Pemulus came all the way in. He became the only thing in the room that understood itself as basically vertical. He didn't look very good. His color wasn't good. He had not shaved, and a dozen little black bristles jutted from the ball of his chin. He gave the impression of chewing gum even though he was not chewing gum. He said, "Thinking?" The opposite. Thought prophylaxis. "Feeling a little punk?" "Can't complain." I rolled my eyes up at him. He made a sharp glottal stop. He moved toward the periphery of my vision and fit himself into the seam of two walls behind me. I heard him sliding down to assume the back-supported squat he sometimes liked. The petrapulator was Petropulus Khan. I was thinking of the final film lecture in Good-Looking Men in Small Clever Rooms, and then of C.T.'s misadventure at himself's funeral. The mom's had had himself interred in her family's traditional plot in Lille Province. I heard a whoop and two crashes directly overhead. My ribcage contracted and expanded. "Inkster?" Pemulus said after a time. A noteworthy thing turned out to be that the mound of earth on a freshly filled grave seems airy and risen and plump, like dough. "Al?" Pemulus said. "Jawohl." "We've got some really important interfacing to do, brother." I didn't say anything. There were too many potential responses, both witty ones and earnest ones. I could hear Pemulus's cowlicks brushing each wall as he looked to either side, and the slight sound of a small zipper being played with. "I'm thinking we could go someplace discreet and really interface." "I'm a highly tuned horizontal antenna, tuned into you, lying right here." "I was meaning, could we go somewheres?" "So this urgency all of a sudden?" I was trying to make my intonation Jewish, motherish, that melodic dip-rise-dip. All week, not a call, not a card. Now I should hear this about urgency. Seen your mom's around lately? Haven't seen her all week. Doubtless she's over helping CT arrange a weather venue. I paused. I haven't seen him all week either, come to think, I said.
The eschaton's a no-go, Famulus said. The map's a mess out there.
We're going to get an announcement about the Quebec kids very soon. I could feel it, I said. I'm that highly tuned in this position.
Let's say let's skip the sausage analog and whip down to steak and sundae and eat.
There was an extended pause as I ran a response tree. Famulus was zipping and unzipping something with a short zipper. I couldn't decide. I finally had to choose almost at random. I'm trying to cut down on patronizing places with in their name.
Listen.
I heard his knees creak as he leaned in toward the top of my head.
About the tu savi quoi?
The ide ime ise, the synthetic bacchanal. That's definitely off, Mike. Talk about the map being a mess.
That's part of what we need to interface about, if you get off your ass here.
I spent a minute watching the NASA glass fall and rise. Don't even start, MM.
What start?
We're on hiatus, remember? We're living like Shiite Muslims for the 30 days you miraculously blarneyed the guy into giving us.
Blarney wasn't why we got it, Inc., is a thing.
And now, what, 20 days to go? We're going to produce urine like a mullah's babe. We agreed.
This isn't...
Famulus started. I farted, but it didn't produce a noise. I was bored. I couldn't remember a time when Famulus had bored me.
And I do not need you launching temptation rhetoric my way, I said.
Keith Freer appeared in the doorway, leaning against the jamb with his bare arms crossed. He was still wearing the weird unitard he slept in, which made him look like someone who tore phone books in half at a sideshow.
Does somebody have an explanation why there's human flesh on the hall window upstairs? He said. We're conversing here, Famulus told him.
I half sat up.
Flesh?
Freer looked down at me.
This is nothing to laugh at, I don't think, Hal. There's, I swear to fucking God, a human strip of forehead flesh upstairs on the hall window. And what looks like 2 eyebrows and a bit of nose. And now Tall Paul says down in the lobby, Stiles was seen coming out of the infirmary wearing something out of Zorro.
Famulus was completely vertical, standing again. I could hear his knees as he rose.
It's like a tete-a-tete in here, brother. We're in here bunkered, mono up. Stiles got stuck to the window, I explained, lying all the way back down. Kenkel and Brandt were going to detach him with warm water from a janitorial bucket.
Famulus said,
How do you get stuck to a window? Well, from the looks, it looks like they detached half his face from his head,
Freer said, feeling at his own forehead and shuddering a little.
Kieran McKenna's little porcine snout appeared in a gap under Freer's arm. He still wore his stupid full-head gauze wrap for his supposed bruised skull. Did you guys get to see the darkness? Gottnick said he looks like a piece of cheese pizza, where somebody tore the cheese off. Gottnick said Troelch is charging $2 a look.
He ran off toward the stairwell without waiting for a reply, his pocket jingling madly. Freer looked at Famulus and opened his mouth, then, apparently, reconsidered and followed off down the hall. We could hear a couple of sarcastic whistles at Freer's unitard. Famulus reappeared at the top of my vision. His right eye was definitely twitching.
This is what I meant about going someplace discreet. When have I ever urgently asked you to dialogue before, Inc.?
Certainly not within the last few days, Mike, that's for sure. There was an extended pause. I raised my hands over my face and looked at their shapes against the indirect lights.
Famulus finally said, Well, I'm going to go make sure I eat before I have to see Stice without a fucking forehead.
Have an analog for me? I said. Let me know if there's word on the meat. I'll eat if I'm going to have to play. Famulus licked his palm and tried to get his cowlicks to behave.
From my vantage, he was high overhead and upside down. So you're going to get up and go up and get dressed and stand on one foot with that opera thing on at some point?
Because I could eat and then come up. We could tell Mario we need a mono-a-tate. Now I was making a cage of my hands and watching the light through its shape as I rotated it. Will you do me a favor? Get good-looking men in small, clever rooms that utilize every centimeter of available space with mind-boggling efficiency out for me. It's about a dozen cartridges in from the right, on the third shelf down in the entertainment case. Cue it up to about 2300, 2350 maybe. The last 5 minutes or so. The third shelf down, I said as he scanned, tapping a foot. I've got all himself's stuff together on the third shelf. He scanned. Baby pictures of famous dictators. Fun with teeth. Annular fusion is our fiend. I haven't even heard of half your dad's shit that's here. It's friend, not fiend. Either it's mislabeled or the label's peeling. And they're supposed to be alphabetized. It ought to be right next to Flux in a Box. And me using the poor guy's lab, Pemulus said. He loaded the player and turned on the viewer, his knees popping again as he squatted to set the cue to 2350. The huge screen hummed in a low pitch that ascended as it began to warm up, the screen taking on a milky blue aspect like the eye of a dead bird. Pemulus's feet were bare, and I looked at the calluses on his heels. He tossed the cartridges case carelessly on the couch or chair behind me and looked down. What the fuck's Fun with Teeth supposed to be about? I tried to shrug against the friction of the carpet. Pretty much what it says it's about. The funeral had been held on the 5th or 6th of April in St. Adalbert, a small town built around spud storage facilities fewer than 5 clicks west of the Great Concavity. We'd all had to fly up by way of Newfoundland because of the volume of waste displacement launches that spring, and commercial airlines hadn't yet had data on high-altitude dioxin levels over the concavity. Cloud cover prevented our seeing much of the New Brunswick coast, which I'm told was a mercy. What happened at the funeral service itself was simply that a circling gull scored a direct, white hit on the shoulder of CT's blue blazer, and that when he opened his mouth in shock, at the direct hit, a large, blue-bodied fly flew right into his mouth and was hard to extract. Several persons laughed. It was no huge or dramatic thing. The moms probably laughed hardest of anyone. The teepee's tracker chugged and clicked, and the viewer bloomed. Pemulus had been wearing parachute pants and a tam-o'-shanter and lensless spectacles, but no shoes. The cartridge started close to what I'd wanted to review. The protagonist's climactic lecture. Paul Anthony Heaven, all 50 kilos of him, gripping the lectern with both hands so you could see that he was missing his thumbs. The sad, dyed strands combed over his bald spot visible because he had his head down, reading the lecture in the deadening, academic monotone that himself so loved. The monotone was the reason why himself used Paul Anthony Heaven, a non-professional, by trade a data entry drone for ocean spray, in anything that required a deadening, institutional presence. Paul Anthony Heaven had also played the threatening supervisor in Wave Bye-Bye to the Bureaucrat, the Massachusetts State Commissioner for Beach and Water Safety in Safe Boating is No Accident, and a Parkinsonian corporate auditor in Low-Temperature Civics. Thus, the flood's real consequence is revealed to be desiccation, generations of hydrophobia on a pandemic scale, the protagonist was reading aloud. Peterson's The Cage was running on a large screen behind the lectern. A number of shots of undergraduates with their heads on their desks, reading their mail, making origami animals, picking at their faces with blank intensity, established that the climactic lecture wasn't coming off as all that climactic to the audience within the film. We thus become, in the absence of death, as teleologic end, ourselves desiccated, deprived of some essential fluid, aridly cerebral, abstract, conceptual, little more than hallucinations of God, the academic read in a deadly drone, his eyes never leaving his lectern's text. The art cartridge critics and scholars who point to the frequent presence of audiences inside himself's films, and argue that the fact that the audiences are always either dumb and unappreciative, or the victims of some grisly entertainment mishap, betrays more than a little hostility on the part of an auteur pegged as technically gifted, but narratively dull and plotless and static and not entertaining enough. These academics' arguments seem sound as far as they go, but they do not explain the incredible pathos of Paul Anthony Heaven reading his lecture to a crowd of dead-eyed kids, picking at themselves and drawing vacant airplane and genitalia doodles on their college rule notepads, reading stupefyingly turgid-sounding shit.
366.
For while Clinamen and Tessera strive to revive or revise the dead ancestor, and while kenosis and demonization act to repress consciousness and memory of the dead ancestor, it is, finally, artistic ascesis, which represents the contest proper, the battle to the death with the loved dead. In a monotone as narcotizing as a voice from the grave, and yet all the time weeping, Paul Anthony Heaven, as an upward hall full of kids all scan their mail, the film teacher not sobbing or wiping his nose on his tweed sleeve, but silently weeping, very steadily, so that tears run down Heaven's gaunt face and gather on his underslung chin and fall from view, glistening slightly, below the lectern's frame of sight. Then this, too, began to seem familiar. He hadn't in the beginning burgled, Gately, as a full-time drug addict, though he did sometimes promote small valuables from the apartments of the strung-out nurses he exed and copped samples from. After the bailout from school, Gately worked full-time, for a time, for a North Shore bookmaker, a guy that also owned several titty clubs down Route 1 in Saugus, Whitey Sorkin, that had sort of casually befriended him when Gately was still playing high-profile ball. His professional association with Whitey Sorkin continued part-time even after Gately discovered his real B&E vocation, though he tended more and more toward less taxing, non-violent crime. But from age like 18 to 23, Gately and the predominant Gene Fackelman, a towering, slope-shouldered, wide-hipped, prematurely pot-bellied, oddly priapistic and congenitally high-strung Dilaudid addict with a walrusy mustache that seemed to have a nervous life of its own. These two served as like Whitey Sorkin's operatives in the field, taking bets and phoning them into Saugus, delivering winnings and collecting debts. It was never clear to Gately why Whitey Sorkin was called Whitey, because he spent a huge amount of time under ultraviolet lamps as part of an esoteric cluster headache treatment regimen, and so was the constant shiny color of a sort of like dark soap, with almost the same color and coin-of-the-realm classic profile as the cheery young Pakistani MD who told Gately at Our Lady of Solace Hospital in Beverly how terribly suddy he was, that Mrs. G's cirrhosis and cirrhotic stroke had left her at roughly the neurologic level of a Brussels sprout, and then given him public transportation directions to the Point Shirley LTI. Eugene Fax Fackelman, who dropped out of the Lynn, Massachusetts educational system at like 10, had met Whitey Sorkin through the same exomatic, gamble-happy pharmacist's assistant Gately had first met Sorkin through. Gately was now no longer called Bimmy or Doshka. He was Don now, nicknameless. Sometimes Donnie. Sorkin referred to Gately and Fackelman as his twin towers. They were, more or less, Sorkin's paid muscle, except not in any sort of way important crime figures' paid muscle is portrayed in popular entertainment. They didn't stand impassively flanking Sorkin at crime figure meetings, or light his cigar, or call him boss or anything. They weren't his bodyguards. In fact, they weren't physically around him that much. They usually dealt with Sorkin and his Saugus office and secretary via beepers and cellular phones.
367.
And while they did collect debts for Sorkin, including bad debts, especially Gately, it's not like Gately went around breaking debtors' kneecaps. Even the threat of coercive violence was pretty rare. Partly, Gately and Fackelman's sheer size was enough to keep delinquencies from getting out of hand, and partly it was that everybody involved usually knew each other. Sorkin, his betters and debtors, Gately and Fackelman, other drug addicts, who sometimes bet, or more often dealt with Gately and Fackelman for guys that did, even the North Shore finest's vice guys, many of whom also sometimes bet with Sorkin because he gave the finest special civil servant reductions on vigorish. It was all like this community. Usually Gately's job on bad debts or delinquent vig was to go around to the debtor, at whatever bar the guy watched satellite sports at, and just inform him that the debt was threatening to get out of hand, making the debt itself seem like the delinquent party, and that Whitey was concerned about it, and work out some arrangement or payment plan with the guy. Then the young Gately'd go into the bar's head and cell phone Sorkin and get his okay on whatever arrangement they'd worked out. Gately was laid back and affable, and never had a hard word for anybody, hardly. Nor did Whitey Sorkin. A lot of his betters were old and steady customers, and lines of credit went with the territory. Most of the rare debt trouble that called for size and coercion involved guys with a gambling problem. Kind of pathetic, furtive guys addicted to the rush of the bet who got themselves in a hole and then tried suicidally to bet their way out of the hole, and who'd bet with several bookies at once, and who'd lie and agree to payment arrangements they had no intention of sticking to, suicidally betting they could keep all their debts in the air until they could square themselves with the major long-shot score they were always sure was around the corner. These types were painful because usually Gately knew the debtors, and they'd exploit his knowing them, and beg and weep and tug at both Gately's and Whitey Sorkin's heartstrings with tales of loved ones and wasting illnesses. They'd sit there and look into Gately's eyes and lie, and believe their own lies, and Gately would have to call in the debtors' lies and sob stories, and get Sorkin's explicit decision on if to believe them and what to do. These types were Gately's first exposure to the concept of real addiction and what it can turn someone into. He hadn't yet connected the concept of drugs, really, except cokeheads and hardcore needle jockeys, who at that point all seemed to him just as furtive and pathetic as the gambling addicts in their own way. These sob story, one more chance types were also the types that put Whitey Sorkin through hell in terms of emotionally, causing Whitey cluster headaches and terrible craniofacial neuralgia. And at a certain point, Sorkin used to start adding to the delinquent skeet, the vig, and the interest, extra charges for his own required intake of Caffragott spansels,
368,
and UV light, and visits to Enfield, Massachusetts' National Craniofacial Pain Foundation. The use of Gately and Fackelman's rump-roast-sized fists in actual hands-on coercion got called for only when a compulsive debtor's lies and hole got serious enough that Sorkin became willing to forego the guy's patronage in the future. At this sort of point, Whitey Sorkin's business objective became to somehow induce the addicted debtor to cover his debts to Sorkin before the debtor covered his debts to any of the other books he was into, which meant for Sorkin that he had to vividly demonstrate to the debtor that Sorkin's was the least pleasant hole to be in, and the most important one to get out of. Enter the Twin Towers. The violence was to be tightly controlled and gradually progressive, in like stages. The first round of incentivizing hose work, a light beating, maybe a broken digit or two, usually fell to Gene Fackelman, not only because he was the naturally crueler of the Twin Towers, and rather liked putting a digit in a car door, but also because he had a controlled restraint Gately lacked. Sorkin found that once Gately got started in physically on somebody, it was like something ferocious and uncontrolled on a slope inside the big kid got dislodged and started to roll on its own, and sometimes Gately wouldn't be able to stop himself before the debtor was reduced to a condition where he wasn't even going to be able to raise his head, much less funds, At which point, not only did Sorkin have to write off the debt, but the big kid Donnie'd get so guilty and remorseful, he'd triple his drug intake and be no use to fucking nobody for a week. Sorkin learned how to use his towers to maximize their strengths. Fackelman got the first-round light work for coercive collections, but Gailey was better than Fax at negotiating arrangements with guys, so it never had to come to violence. And there were certain harder cases that laid Sorkin out in bed with craniofacial stress for days at a time, because they were hard case addicts that were either so far gone or so deep in so many holes that Fackelman's light cruelty didn't resolve the situation. At an extreme point with some of these cases, Sorkin got to a point where he was willing to forego not only the debtor's future patronage, but also the remittance due. At a certain point, the goal was to minimize future other hard cases by making it clear that W. Sorkin was one book you couldn't just flagrantly stay in the hole with and lie to for month after month without having your map seriously fucking reconfigured. Here again, in this type case, Gately's internal out-of-control slope of ferocity was superior to Fackelman's easy but ultimately shallow sadism.
369.
W. Sorkin, like most psychosomatic-level neurotics, was spiteful to his enemies and overgenerous to his friends. Gailey and Fackelman each received 5% vig on the 10% vigorish Sorkin took on every bet, and Sorkin made over $200,000 worth of book all over the North Shore on a week's pro ball alone, which for most diplomaless young Americans, 1,000 plus per premillennial week, would have been a very handsome living. But for the Twin Towers' rigid physical scheduling of narcotics needs, it was not even 60% enough weekly. Gailey and Fackelman moonlighted, and for a while, separately. Fackelman sidelined with IDs and creative personal checking, Gailey working freelance security for large card games and small drug deliveries. But even before they were a real crew, they copped as a unit, as in together, plus, once in a moon, with poor old V. Nucci, for whom Gailey also occasionally held the rope on late-night OSCO and Rite Aid Skylight missions, his entree to formal burglary proper. The fact that Gately was devoted to Percocets and Bam Bams, and Fackelman to Dilaudid, allowed them a high level of trust with each other's stashes. Gately would do blues, which had to be injected only when no oral narcs were to be got, and he was face-to-face with early withdrawal. Gately feared and despised needles, and was terrified of the virus, which in those days was laying out needle jockeys left and right. Fackelman would cook up for Gately and tie him off, and let Gately watch closely as he took the plastic wrap off a mint-new syringe and needle cartridge Fackelman could get with a fake Medicaid Illaton ID for diabetes mellitus.
370.
The worst thing about Dilaudid for Gately was that the hydromorphone's transit across the blood-brain barrier created a terrible 5-second mnemonic hallucination, where he was a gargantuan toddler in an extra-large Fisher-Price crib, in a sandy field, under a storm-cloudy sky that bulged and receded like a big gray lung. Fackelman would loosen the belt and stand back and watch Gately's eyes roll up as he broke a malarial sweat and stared up at the delusion's respiritic sky, while his huge hands throttled the air in front of him just like a toddler shakes at the bars of his crib. Then after 5 or so seconds, the Dilaudid would cross over and kick, and the sky stopped breathing and turned blue. A Dilaudid nod made Gately mute and sodden for 3 hours. Besides the maddening itch behind the eyes, Fackelman didn't like oral narcotics because, he said, they gave him terrible sugar cravings that his huge, soft, slumped weight wouldn't tolerate indulging. Not exactly the swiftest ship in Her Majesty's fleet in terms of, upstairs, Fackelman was resistant to Gately's pointing out that Dilaudid also gave the fax man terrible sugar cravings, as did actually just about everything. The plain truth was that Fackelman just really liked Dilaudid. Then good old Trent Kite got the administrative shoe from Salem State, who informed him he'd never study in the industry again, and Gately brought Kite into the crew, and Kite threw together some old-time Quo Vadis for a small crew-warming party, and Fackelman introduced Kite to pharmaceutical-grade Dilaudid. And Kite found a new friend for life, he said. And Kite and Fackelman swiftly fell into the ID credit history and furnished luxury apartment scam, in which, by this time, Gately involved himself pretty much only as a hobby, preferring bold nighttime merchandise promotion to fraud, which fraud tended to involve meeting the people you stole from, which Gately found slimy and kind of awkward. Gately lay in the trauma ward in terrific infected pain, trying to abide between cravings for relief by remembering a blinding white afternoon just after Xmas, when Fackelman and Kite were off disposing of some of a furnished apartment's furnishings, and Gately was killing time in the apartment, laminating some false Massachusetts driver's licenses, rush-ordered by rich Phillips Andover Academy kids for
$371.
What turned out to be the last New Year's Eve of unsubsidized time. He'd been standing at an ironing board in the, by now, pretty much unfurnished apartment, ironing laminates onto the fake licenses, watching good old Boston U play Clemson, in the Kennel Ration, Magnavox, Kemper Insurance, Forsythia Bowl, on a cumbersome first-generation interlace HDV hanging on the bare wall. The high-def viewer always now the last luxury furnishing to be fenced. The winter daylight through the penthouse windows was dazzling and fell across the viewer's big flat screen, and made the players look bleached and ghostly. Through the windows off in the distance was the Atlantic O, gray and dull with salt. The BU punter was a hometown Boston kid, the announcers kept inserting, as a walk-on, and an inspirational story that had never played a major sport until college, and now was already one of the finest punt specialists in NCAA history, and had the potential to be a lock for a pretty much limitless pro ball career if he bore down and kept his eye on the carrot. The BU punter was 2 years younger than Don Gately. Gately's big digits could barely fit around the iron's EZ grip handle, and stooping over the ironing board made the small of his back ache, and he hadn't eaten anything except deep-fried stuff out of shiny plastic packaging for like a week, and the stink of the plastic laminates under the iron stunk wicked bad, and his big square face sagged lower and lower as he stared at the punter's ghostly digital image, until he found himself starting to cry like a babe. It came out of emotional nowheres all of a sudden, and he found himself blubbering at the loss of organized ball, his one gift and other love, his own stupidity and lack of discipline, that blasted cock-sucking Ethan Frum, his mom's cirrhosis and vegetabilization, and his failure after 4 years ever yet to visit, feeling suddenly lower than bottom-feeder shit, standing over hot laminates and Polaroid squares and little stick-on DMV letters for rich, blonde male boys in the blazing winter light, blubbering amid fraudulent stink and tear steam. It was 2 days later he got pinched for assaulting one bouncer with the unconscious body of another bouncer in Danvers, Massachusetts, and 3 months after that he went to Billerica Minimum. Entrepot-bound, twitchy-eyed and checking both sides behind him as he comes, rounding the curve of sub-dormitory B's hall with his stick and little, solid, frustum-shaped stool, Michael Pemulus sees at least 8 panels of the drop ceiling have somehow fallen out of their aluminum struts and are on the floor. Some broken in that incomplete, hingy way stuff with fabric content gets broken, including the relevant panel. No old sneaker is in evidence on the floor as he clears the panels to plant the stool, his incredibly potent Bentley Phelps penlight in his teeth, looking up into the darkness of the strut's lattice. Given the Faxter's historical proclivity for fraudulent scams, it was amazing to Gately that he didn't ever know how Fackelman had been fraudulently getting over on Whitey Sorkin in all kinds of little ways almost from the start, and didn't even find out until the not-at-all small scam with 80s Bill and 60s Bob, which took place during the 3 months Gately was out on bail Sorkin had generously put up. By this time, Gately had fallen in with 2 lesbian pharmaceutical cocaine addicts he'd met at the gym, doing upside-down sit-ups from the chin-up bar. The lesbians, not Gately, who was strictly from bench, curl, and squat. These vigorous girls ran a rather intriguing house-cleaning and key-copying and burglary operation in Peabody and Wakefield, and Gately had begun working heavy merchandise lifting and 4x4 vehicle promotion for them. Serious full-time burglary, as his taste for even the threat of violence diminished on account of remorse at the bouncer damage he'd inflicted in that Danvers bar, after just 7 Heffenreffers and an innocent comment about the BSHS's Minutemen's inferiority to the Danvers HS Rough Riders. And Gately left more and more of Sorkin's transfer and collection work to Fackelman, who, by this time, had gotten back into oral narcotics out of virus fears and stopped resisting the sugar cravings he associated with oral narcs, and gotten so fat and soft his shirt front looked like an accordion when he sat down to eat peanut M&Ms and nod. And now also to a bad news new guy Sorkin had lately befriended and put to work. A fuchsia-haired Harvard Square punk-type kid with a build like a stump and round, black, unblinking eyes, an old-fashioned street junk needle jockey that went by the moniker Bobby C., or just C., and liked to hurt people. The only Ivy heroin addict Gately'd come across that actually preferred violence, with no lips at all, and purple hair and 3 great towering spikes, and little bare patches in the hair on his forearms, from constantly testing the edge on his boot knife, and a leather jacket with way more zippers than anybody could ever need, and a pre-electric earring that hung way down and was a roaring skull in gold plate flames. Gene Fackelman had, it turns out, for years been getting fraudulently over on Whitey Sorkin's bookmaking operation in all sorts of little ways that Gately and Kite, according to Kite, hadn't known about. Usually it was something like Fax taking long-shot action from marginal bettors not well known to Sorkin, and not phoning the action in to Sorkin's secretary, and then, when the long shot lost, collecting the skeet plus vig from the bettor and rat-holing it all for himself.
372.
It had seemed to Gately, after he found out about it, a suicidal-type risk, since if any of these long shots ever actually won, Fackelman would be responsible for giving the bettor his winnings from Whitey, meaning it would be Sorkin that would hear the complaint if Fackelman didn't come up with the money on his own and get it to the bettor, and the whole crew's pharmacological expenses meant they always existed on the absolutist margins of liquidity. At least that's what Gately and Kite, according to Kite, had always thought. It wasn't until Fackelman's map had been presumably eliminated for keeps, and Kite had returned from his long hiatus, and Gately and Kite were getting the late Fackelman stuff together to divvy up valuables and dump the rest, and Gately found, taped to the underside of Fackelman's porn cartridge storage case, over $22,000 in mint crisp ONAN currency. Not until then that Gately realized that Fackelman had, through iron will, kept unspent an emergency reserve skeet payment stake for just such a worst-case possibility. Gately split this found Fackelman money with Trent Kite then, but went and turned his half of it into Sorkin, claiming it was all they'd found. It wasn't that he forked his half over to Sorkin out of any kind of fear. Sorkin would have, regretfully, had the Sea Kid and his Nook-Fag crew demap him, Gately, too, along with Fackelman, if he'd thought Gately had been part of Fax's scam. But out of guilt over having been clueless about his own fellow Twin Tower screwing Sorkin, after Sorkin had been so neurasthenically overgenerous to them both, and because Fackelman's betrayal had ended up so hurting Sorkin and causing him so much psychosomatic grief that he'd spent a whole week in bed in Saugus, in the dark, with Lone Ranger-type sleep shades on, drinking VO and Caffergot, and clutching his traumatized cranium and face, feeling betrayed and abandoned, he'd said, his whole faith in the human creature shaken, he'd wept to Gately over the cellular phone, after it all came out. Ultimately, Gately gave Sorkin his half of Fackelman's secret money, mostly to try and cheer Sorkin up. Let him know somebody cared. He also did it for Fackelman's memory, which he was mourning Fax's gruesome death, even at the same time he cursed him for a liar and a rat punk. It was a time of moral confusion. for Don G. And his half of the post-mortem money seemed like the best he could do, in terms of like a gesture. He didn't rat out that Kite had a whole other half, which Kite spent his half of the money on Grateful Dead bootlegs and a portable semiconductor refrigeration unit for his DEC 2100's motherboard that upped his processing capacity to 32 megabytes squared of RAM, roughly the same as an interlaced disseminator substation or a new New England Bell Cellular switchnet, though it wasn't 2 months before he'd pawned the DEC and put it in his arm, and had become such a steeply downhill-type allotted addict that when he signed on as Gately's new trusted associate for B&Es after Gately got out of Billerica, the once mighty Kite wasn't even able to dicky an alarm or shunt a meter, and Gately found himself the brains of the team, which, it was a mark of his own high-angle decline that this fact didn't make him more nervous. The RN that had flushed his colon while Gately wept with shame is now back in the room with an MD Gately hasn't seen before. He lies there, pinwheel-eyed from pain and efforts to abide via memory. One eye has some sort of blurry sleep goo film in it that won't blink or rub away. The room is filled with mournful, gunmetal, winter PM light. The MD and gorgeous RN are doing something to the room's other bed, attaching something metally complex from out of a big case, not unlike a good table silverware case, with molded purple velvet insides, for metal rods and 2 half-circles of steel. The intercom dings. The MD's got a beeper at his belt, an object with still more unhealthy associations. Gately hasn't exactly been asleep. The heat of his post-op fever makes his face feel tight, like standing too close to a fire. His right side settled down to a sick ache, like a kicked groin. Fackelman's favorite phrase had been, "That's a goddamn lie." He'd used it in response to just about everything. His mustache always looked like it was getting ready to crawl off his lip. Gately's always despised facial hair. The former naval MP had had a great big yellow-gray mustache he waxed into 2 sharp, protruding steer horns. The MP was vain about his mustache and spent giant amounts of time clipping and grooming and waxing it. When the MP passed out, Gately used to come quietly up and gently push the stiff waxed sides of the mustache into crazy canted angles. Sorkin's new 3rd Field Operative, Seed, had claimed to collect ears, and to have a collection of ears. Bobby C., with his lightless eyes and flat, lipless head, like a reptile. The MD was one of those apprentice residential MDs that looked about 12, scrubbed and groomed to a dull pink shine. He radiated the bustling cheer they teach MDs how to radiate at you. He had a child's haircut, complete with spit curl, and his thin neck swam in the collar of his white MD coat, and his coat's pen's pocket protector and the owlish glasses he kept pushing up, together with the little neck, gave Gately the sudden insight that most MDs and ADAs and PD/POs and shrinks, the fearsomest authority figures in a drug addict's life, that these guys came from the pencil-necked ranks of the same weak-chinned weenie kids that drug addicts used to despise and revile and bully as kids. The RN was so attractive in the gray light and goop blur, it was almost grotesque. Her tits were such that she had a little cleft of cleavage showing, even over her RN's uniform, which was not like a low neckline thing. The milky cleavage that suggests tits like 2 smooth scoops of vanilla ice cream that your healthy-type girls all have probably got. Gately's forced to confront the fact that he's never once been with a really healthy girl, and not with even so much as a girl of any kind in sobriety. And then, when she reaches way up to unscrew a bolt in some kind of steelish plate on the wall over the empty bed, the, hemline of her uniform retreats up north so that the white stocking's rich, violinish curves at the top of the insides of her legs in the white lisle are visible in backlit silhouette, and an embrasure of sad window light shines through her legs. The raw, healthy sexuality of the whole thing just about makes Gately sick with longing and self-pity, and he wants to avert his head. The young MD is also staring at the lissom stretch and retreating hem, not even pretending to help with the bolt, missing as he goes to push up the glasses so that he stabs himself in the forehead. The MD and RN exchange several pieces of real technical medical language. The MD drops his clipboard twice. The RN either doesn't notice any of the sexual tension in the room because she spent her whole life as the eye of a storm of sexual tension, or else she just pretends not to notice. Gately's almost positive the MD's jacked off before to the thought of this RN, and he feels sick that he totally empathizes with the MD. It'd be circumambient sexual tension, would be the ghost word. Gately'd never even let an unhealthy, strung-out type female go into the head for at least an hour after he'd taken a dump in there, out of embarrassment. And now, this sickening, circumambient creature had, with her own fleet syringe and soft hands, summoned a loose, pathetic dump from the anus of Bimming Gately, which anus she had thus seen close up, producing a dump. It doesn't even register on Gately that it's spitting a little goopy sleet outside, until he's made himself avert his head from the window and RN. The ceiling's throbbing a little, like a dog when it's hot. The RN had told him from behind her name was Kathy with a C or Kathy with a K, but Gately wants to think of her as just the RN. He can smell himself. A smell like sandwich meat left in the sun, and feel greasy sweat purling all over his scalp, and his unshaved chin against his throat, and the tube taped into his mouth is tacky with the scum of sleep. The thin pillow is hot, and he has no way to flip it over to the cool side of the pillow. It's like his shoulders grown its own testicles, and every time his heart beats, some very small guy kicked him in them, the testicles. The MD sees Gately's open eyes and tells the nurse the gunshot patient is semi-conscious again, and is he cued for any kind of PM med. The sleet fall is slight. It sounds like somebody's throwing little fistfuls of sand at the window from real far away. The deadly RN, helping the MD clamp some kind of weird steel back brace-ish thing with what looks like a metal halo they'd put together from parts out of the big case, clamping the thing to the head of the bed and to little steel plates under the bed's heart monitor. It looks sort of like the upper part of an electric chair, he thinks. The RN looks down in mid-stretch and says, "Hi, Mr. Gately," and says Mr. Gately is allergic and doesn't get any meds except antipyretics and Toradol in a drip, Dr. Pressburger. Do you, Mr. Gately, you poor, brave, allergic thing? Her voice is like, you can just imagine what she'd sound like getting X'd and really liking it. Gately's repelled at himself for having taken a dump in front of this kind of RN. The MD's name had sounded just like Pressburger, or Prissburger, and Gately's now sure the poor Yutz had taken daily ass-kickings from sinister future drug addicts as a kid. The MD's perspiring in the ambient sexuality of the RN. He says, the MD does, so what's he intubated for if he's conscious and self-ventilating and on a drip? This is while the MD's trying to screw the metal halo itself to the top of the back brace-ish thing with bolt-head screws, one knee up on the bed and stretching, so part of the red, soft upper part of his ass is showing over his belt, not being able to get the thing screwed on, shaking the metal halo, like it's stubborn fault. And even lying there, Gately can tell the guy's turning the bolt-head screws the wrong way. The RN comes over and puts a cool, soft hand on Gately's forehead, in a way that makes the forehead want to die with shame. What Gately can get from what she says to Dr. Pressburger is that there'd been concern that Gately might have got a fragment of whatever projectile he got invaded with in, through, or near his lower something trachea, since there'd been trauma to his something with 6 syllables that started with sterno. She said the radiology results were indefinite but suspicious. And somebody called Pendleton had wanted a 16mm siphuncular nebulizer, dispensing 4 milliliters of 20% mucomist.
373.
every 2 hours, on the off chance of hemorrhage or mucoidal flux, like just in case. The parts of this Gately can follow he doesn't care for one bit. He doesn't want to know his body even fucking has something with 6 syllables in it. The horrifying RN wipes Gately's face off as best she can with her hand and says she'll try to fit him in for a sponge bath before she goes off shift at 1600 hours, at which Gately goes rigid with dread. The RN's hand smells of Kiss My Face brand organic hand and body lotion, which Pant Modesian also uses. She tells the poor MD to let her have a try at the cranial brace. Those things are always a bear to screw in. Her shoes are those sub-audible nurse's shoes that make no sound, so it seems like she glides away from Gately's bed instead of walks away. Her legs aren't visible until she gets a certain ways away. The MD's own shoes have a wet squeak to the left one. The MD looks like he hasn't slept well in about a year. There's a faint vibe of prescription dreams about the guy, on Gately's view. He paces squeakily at the foot of the bed, watching the RN turn the screws the right way, and pushes his owlish glasses up and says that Clifford Pendleton, scratch golfer or no, is a post-traumatic maroon. That nebulized mucomist is for, and here his voice makes it clear he's reciting from memory, like to show off, abnormal, viscid, or inspissated post-traumatic mucus, not potential hemorrhaging or edema, and that 16mm siphuncular intubation itself had been specifically discredited as intratracheal edema prophylaxis in the second-to-last issue of Morbid Trauma Quarterly, as so diametrically invasive that it was more apt to exacerbate than to alleviate hemoptysis, according to somebody he calls Laird or Laird. Gately's listening in with the uncomprehending close attention of, like, a child whose parents are discussing something adultly complex about childcare in its presence. The condescension with which Prissburger inserts that hemoptysis means something called pertussive hemorrhage, like Kathy the RN wasn't enough of a pro not to have to insert little technical explanations for, makes Gately sad for the guy. It's obvious the guy, pathetically, thinks this kind of limp, condescending shit will impress her. Gately's got to admit he would have tried to impress her too, though, if she hadn't met him by holding a kidney-shaped pan under his working anus. The RN's finishing packing up the parts of the brace thing the MD couldn't seem to attach, meanwhile. She was saying the MD seemed awfully well up on methodology for something called a 2R, as they left, and Gately could tell the MD couldn't tell she was being a little sarcastic. The MD was struggling to try to carry the thing's case, which Gately judges weighs, at most, 30 kilograms. It occurs to him head-on for the first time that the real reason Stavros L. hired shelter-cleaning guys out of halfway houses was that he could get away with paying them like bupkis, and that he, Don G., must surely, on some level, have known this all along, but been in some kind of denial about confronting it head-on, that he was getting fucked over by Stavros the shoe freak, and that the word embrasure had been surely another invasive wraith ghost word, and then now also that nobody seems to exactly be falling all over themselves to bring the paper and pen it had sure seemed like Joel Van D. had understood Gately's mimed request for, and that thus, maybe, Joel's visit and show and tell with the snapshots had been just as much a febrile hallucination as the figuranted wraith, and that it has stopped spitting sleep, but the clouds out there still look like they mean serious business, out there, over Brighton, Alston, and that if Joel VD's intimate visit with the photo album was a hallucination, that at least meant it was also a hallucination she was wearing fucking college kid Canner Daddy sweatpants, and that the low-angled sadness of the cloudy PM light meant it had to be pretty near 1600 hours, EST. So that maybe, there by the grace, he could avoid, maybe, getting an uncontrolled Woody, getting sponged, naked, by the horrifyingly attractive Kathy with a K or C. But still, could get sponged by her linebacker of a replacement, because the sour, meaty smell of himself was grim, only maybe miss the woody hazard and get sponged by the big, hairy-mold 1,600 to 2,400-hour nurse in support hose to who Gately's anus was a stranger. Plus, that 1,600 hours EST was spontaneous dissemination time for Mr. Bouncity Bounce, the mentally ill kiddie show host Gately's always loved, and used to try his best with Kite and poor old Fackelman to be home and largely alert for, and that nobody's once offered to click on the HD viewer that hangs next to a myopic, fake Turner fog and boat print on the wall opposite Gately's and the former kids' beds, and that he had no remote with which to either activate the TP at 1600 or ask somebody else to activate it. That without some kind of notebook and pencil, he couldn't communicate even the basicest question or, concept to anybody. It was like he was a vegetated hemorrhagic stroke victim. Without a pencil and notebook, he couldn't even seem to get across a request for a notebook and pencil. It was like he was trapped inside his huge, chattering head. Unless, his head then points out, Joelle Van Dyne's visit had been real, and her understanding of the pen and notebook gesture had been real. But somebody out there in the hallway with a hat, or at the hospital president's office, or at the nurse's station with his interdicted M. Hanley brownies, and also interdicted the request for writing supplies, at the finest's request, so he couldn't get his story straight with anybody before they came for him. That it was like a pre-interrogation softening up thing. They were leaving him trapped in himself. A figurant, mute and unmoving and blank, like the house's catatonic lady slumped, moist and pale in her chair, or the advanced basics group's adopted girl's vegetable kingdom sister, or the whole catatonic gang over at EMPHH's No. 5 shed, silent and dead-faced, even when touching a tree or propped up amid exploding front-lawn firecrackers, or the Wraith's non-existent kid. It's got to be past 1,600 hours, light-wise, unless it's the lowering clouds. There's roughly 0% or less visibility now outside the sleet-crusted window. The room's window light is darkening to that kaopectate shade that has always marked the just pre-sunset time of day that Gately, like most drug addicts, has always most dreaded, and had always either lowered his helmet and charged extra murderous at somebody to block it out, the late-day dread, or else dropped Quo Vadis or oral narcotics, or turned on Mr. Bouncity Bounce extra loud, or busied himself in his silly chef's hat in the in-house kitchen, or made sure he was at a meeting sitting way up close in nose-pore range to block it out, the late-day dread, the gray light, late afternoon dread, always worse in winter, the dread, in winter's watered-down light. Just like the secret dread he's always felt whenever everybody happened to ever leave the room, and left him alone in a room, a terrible, stomach-sinking dread that probably dates all the way back to being alone in his extra-large Nettons and crib below Herman the ceiling that breathed. It occurs to Gately that right now's just like when he was a toddler, and his mom and her companion were both passed out or worse. No matter how frightened or scared he might become, he now again cannot get anybody to come, or to hear, or even know about it. The discredited tube to prevent vicious or inspired bleeding in his suspicious trachea has left him completely alone. Worse off than a toddler that could at least bellow and yowl, rattling the bars of its playpen in terror that nobody tall was in any shape to hear him. Plus, this dreadful time of weak, gray, late-day light was the time, when the sad and nerdily dressed Wraith appeared yesterday. Assuming that was yesterday. Assuming it was a real Wraith. But the Wraith, with its chinky coke and theories of post-mortem speed, had been able to interface with Gately without aid of speech or gesture or bic, was why, even out of his mind, Gately had had to admit to himself it must have been a delusion, a fever dream. But he has to admit he'd kind of liked it, the dialogue, the give and take, the way the Wraith could seem to get inside him, the way he said Gately's best thoughts were really communiques from the patient and abiding dead. Gately wonders if his organic father, the ironworker, is not now maybe dead and dropping in, and standing very still from time to time for a communique. He felt slightly better. The room's ceiling was not breathing. It lay flat as a stucco sheet, rippling only slightly with the petroleum fumes of fever and Gately's own smell. Then, bubbling up out of nowhere again, he suddenly confronts deep, focused memories of Jean Fackelman's final demise, and Gately and Pamela Hoffman Jeep's involvement in Fackelman's demise. Gately, for several months before he did his state assault bid, was disastrously involved with one Pamela Hoffman Jeep, his first girl ever with a hyphen, a sort of upscale but directionless and not very healthy and pale and incredibly passive Danvers girl that worked in purchasing for a hospital supply company in Swampscott, and was pretty definitely an alcoholic, and drank bright drinks with umbrellas in Route 1 clubs in the late p.m., until she swooned and passed out with a loud clunk. That's what she called it, swooned. The swooning, and passing out with a loud clunk as her head hit the table, was more or less a nightly thing, and Pamela Hoffman Jeep fell automatically in love with any man she termed chivalrous.
374.
Enough to carry her out to the parking lot and drive her home without raping her, which rape of an unconscious, head-lolling girl she termed taking advantage. Gately got introduced to her by Fackelman, who, one time, as he came up through a sports bar called the Poor Houses parking lot to dialogue with a Sorkin debtor, Gately saw Fackelman staggering along carrying this unconscious girl to his ride, one big hand quite a bit farther up her prom-looking taffeta gown than it really needed to be to carry her. And Fackelman told Gately if Don'd give this gash a ride home, he'd stay and do the collection, which Gately's heart wasn't in collections anymore, and he jumped at the trade, as long as Fackelman could promise him she could hold her various fluids in the 4x4 he was driving. So it was Fackelman who told him, as he put the tiny and limp but still continent body in his arms in the parking lot of the poorhouse, to watch his personal six, Gately, and be sure and violate her a little, because this gash here was like one of those South Sea culture gashes, in that if Gately took her home and she woke up non-violated, she'd be Gately's for life. But Gately obviously had no intention of raping an unconscious person, much less even putting his hand up the gown of a girl that might lose her fluids any second, and this locked him in to the involvement. Pamela Hoffman Jeep called Gately her knight errant, and fell passively in love with his refusal to take advantage. Jean Fackelman, she confided, was not the gentleman Gately was. What helped make the involvement disastrous was that Pamela Hoffman Jeep was always either so leglessly drunk or so passively hungover all the time that any sort of sex, any time at all with her, would have classified as taking advantage. This girl was the single, pacifist person Gately ever met. He never once saw P.H.J. actually get from one spot to another under her own power. She needed somebody chivalrous to pick her up and carry her and lay her back down 24/7, 365, it seemed like. She was a sort of sexual papoose. She spent most of her life passed out and sleeping. She was a beautiful sleeper, kittenish and serene, never drooling. She made passivity and unconsciousness look kind of beautiful. Fackelman called her Death's poster child. Even at work at the hospital supply company, Gately imagined her horizontal, curled fetal on something soft, with all the hot, slack facial intensity of a sleeping baby. He imagined her bosses and co-workers all tiptoeing around, purchasing, whispering to each other to not wake her up. She never once rode in the actual front seat of any vehicle he drove her home in. But she also never threw up or pissed herself or even complained, just smiled and yawned an infant's little milky yawn and snuggled deeper into whatever Gately had swaddled her in. Gately started doing that thing about yelling, They'd been robbed when he carried her into whatever stripped luxury apartment they were crewing in. PHJ wasn't what you'd call great-looking, but she was incredibly sexy, Gately felt, because she always managed to look like you just X'd her into a state of total, unmuscled swoon, lying there unconscious. Trent Kite told Fackelman he thought Gately was out of his fucking mind. Fax observed that Kite himself was not exactly a W.T. Sherman with the ladies, even with coke whores and strung-out nursing students and dipsoid lounge hags whose painted faces swung loose from their heads. Fackelman claimed to have started a log just to keep track of Kite's attempted pickup lines, surefire lines like, for example, "You're the second most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The first most beautiful woman I've ever seen being former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher." And, "If you came home with me, I'm unusually confident that I could achieve an erection," and said that if Kite wasn't still cherry at 23.5, it was proof of some kind of divine-type grace. Sometimes Gately would come out of a Demerol nod and look at pale, passive Pamela, lying there sleeping beautifully, and undergo a time-lapse clairvoyant thing, where he could almost visibly watch her losing her looks through her 20s, and her face starting to slide over off her skull onto the pillow she held like a stuffed toy, becoming a lounge hag right before his eyes. The vision aroused more compassion than horror, which Gately never even considered might qualify him as a decent person. Gately's two favorite things about Pamela Hoffman Jeep were the way she would come out of her stupor and hold her cheek and laugh hysterically each time Gately carried her across the threshold of some stripped apartment and bellow that they'd been ripped off, and the way she always wore the long white linen gloves and bare-shoulder taffeta that made her seem like some upscale North Shore debutante who's had like one too many dippers of country club punch and is just begging to be taken advantage of by some low-rent guy with a tattoo. She'd make a sort of languid, very slow-motion, bullwhip gesture with her hand in the long white glove as she lay wherever Gately had deposited her, and simper out with an upscale inflection, "Don, honey, bring Mommy a highball." She called a drink a highball, which it turned out was a deadly impression of her own mom, who, it turned out, this lady made Gately's own mom look like Carrie Nation by comparison, lush-wise. The only 4 times Gately ever met Mrs. H.J. were all at ERs and sanitaria. Gately lies there, pop-eyed with guilt and anxiety, in the hiss and click of resumed sleet, in the twilit St. E's room, next to the glittering back brace and skull halo thing, clamped exoskeletally to the empty next bed, and gleaming dully at selected welds. Gately trying to abide, remembering. It had been Pamela Hoffman Jeep that finally clued Gately in on the little ways Gene Fackelman had been historically getting over on Whitey Sorkin, and alerted him to the suicidal creek Fackelman had gotten himself into, with a certain mistaken bet scam that had blown up right in his map. Even Gately had been able to tell something was the matter. For the last 2 weeks, Fackelman had been squatting sweatily in a corner of the stripped living room, right outside the little luxury bedroom Gately and Pamela were lying in, out there, squatting, over a sterno cooker, and incredible twin hills of sky-blue dilaudid and many-hued M&Ms, not much speaking or responding or moving or even seeming to cop and nod, just sitting there, hunched and plump and glistening like some sort of cornered toad, his mustache flailing around on his lip. Things would have had to be bad indeed for Gately ever to try to get coherent data out of PHJ. Apparently, the deal was that one of the betters that met with Sorkin through Fackelman was a guy Gately and Fackelman know only as 80s Bill, an impeccably groomed guy that wore red suspenders under snazzy Zegna brand menswear and tortoiseshell specs and docksiders, an old-fashioned corporate takeoverer, an asset plunderer, maybe 50, with an exchange place office and a souvenir free milkin' bumper sticker on his Beamer. It was a night of many highballs and much papoosing, and Gately had to keep flicking the top of P.H.J.'s skull to keep her conscious long enough to free associate her way through the details. Who was on his 4th marriage to his 3rd aerobics instructor, and who liked to bet only on Ivy League college hoops. But who, when he did so, bet amounts so huge that Fackelman always had to get Sorkin's pre-approval on the bet, and then call 80s Bill back, and so on. But so, according to Pamela Hoffman-Jeep, this 80s Bill, who's a Yale alum and usually unabashedly sentimental about what Pamela H.J. laughingly says Fackelman called his alma mater, well, on this particular time, it seems like a little impeccably groomed birdie has whispered in 80s Bill's hairy ear, because this one time 80s Bill wants to put $125K down on Brown U against Yale U, that is, betting against his alma mater. Only he wants -2 points instead of the even spread. Sorkin and the rest of the Boston books are taking off the Atlantic City line for a spread. And Fackelman has to cell phone down to Saugus to bounce this off Sorkin, except Sorkin's down in the city in Enfield at the National Craniofacial Pain Foundation office, getting his weekly UV bombardment and Caffrey-Got refill from Dr. Robert 60s Bob Monroe, the septuagenarian pink sunglasses and Nehru jacket-wearing NCFPF, ergodic vascular headache treatment specialized, a guy who, in your days, interned at Sandoz and was one of T. Leary's original circle of mayonnaise jar acid droppers at T. Leary's now legendary house in West Newton, Massachusetts, and is now, 60s Bob, an intimate acquaintance of Kite, because 60s Bob is an even bigger Grateful Dead fanatic, maybe even than Kite, and sometimes got together with Kite and several other dead devotees, most of who now had canes and O2 tanks, and traded historical souvenir-type tiger's eyes and paisley doublets and tie-dyes and lava lamps and bandanas and plasmaspheres and variegated black light posters of involuted geometric designs, and argued about which Dead shows and bootlegs of Dead shows were the greatest of all time in different regards, and just basically had a hell of a time. 60s Bob, an inveterate collector and haggling trader of shit, sometimes took Kite along on little expeditions of eclectic and seedy shops for Dead-related paraphernalia, sometimes even informally fencing stuff for Kite, and so, indirectly, Gately, covering Kite with money when Kite's rigid need schedule didn't permit a more formal and time-consuming fence, 60s Bob then trading the merchandise around various seedy locales for 60s-related shit nobody else would even usually want. A couple times Gately had to actually finger an ice cube out of a highball and slip it under the shoulderless neckline of P.H.J.'s prom gown to try to keep her on some kind of track. Like most incredibly passive people, the girl had a terrible time ever separating details from what was really important to a story. Is why she rarely ever got asked anything. But, so, the point is that the person that took Fackelman's call about 80s Bill's mammoth Yale Brown bet wasn't, in fact, Sorkin, but rather Sorkin's secretary, one Gwendine O'Shea, the howitzer-breasted, old green-cardless former IRA mall who'd gotten hit on the head with a truncheon by a godless Belfast bobby once too often back on the old sod, and whose skull now was, in Fackelman's own terminology, soft as puppy shit in the rain, but who had just the seedy sort of distracted, grandmotherly air that makes her perfect for clapping her red-knuckled old hands to her cheeks and squealing as she claimed mass lottery winnings whenever Whitey Sorkin and his M.A. Statehouse bagmen cronies arranged to have a Sorkinite buy a mysteriously winning mass lottery ticket from one of the countless convenience stores Sorkin and cronies own through dummy corporations all up and down the North Shore, and who, because she could not only give what Sorkin claimed was the only adequate cervical massage west of the Bern Hot Alp Springs Center, but also could both word process a shocking 110 words per minute and wield a shillelagh like nobody's business, plus had been W. Sorkin's dear, late IRA Mall Mum's Scrabble pal back in Belfast, on the old sod, served as Whitey's chief administrative aide, manning the cellular phones when Sorkin was out or indisposed. And so, but PHJ's point, which Gately has to just about crack her scalp open, flicking out of her, Gwendine O'Shea, familiar with 80s Bill and his YU Bulldog sentimentality, plus cranially soft as a fucking grape, O'Shea took Fackelman's call wrong. Thought Fackelman said 80s Bill wanted 125K with -2 points on Yale instead of -2 on Brown. Put Fackelman on hold and made him listen to Irish Muzak while she put in a call to a Yale athletic department mole out of Sorkin's read-protected database's mole file, and learned that the Yale U Bulldog star power forward had been diagnosed with an extremely rare neurologic disorder called postcoital vestibulitis,
375.
in which, for several hours after intercourse, the power forward tended to suffer such a terrible, vertiginous loss of proprioception that he literally couldn't tell his ass from his elbow, much less make an authoritative move to the bucket. Plus then O'Shea's second call to Sorkin's Brown U athletic mole, a locker room attendant everybody thinks is deaf, reveals that several of Brown U's most sirenish and school-spirited hetero-co-eds had been recruited, auditioned, briefed, rehearsed, that is, debriefed, giggles Pamela Hoffman-Jeep, whose giggles involved the sort of ticklish, shoulder-writhing undulations of a much younger girl getting tickled by an authority figure and pretending not to like it, and stationed at strategic points, I-95 rest stops, in the spare tire compartment at the rear of the Bulldogs' chartered bus, in the evergreen shrubbery outside the team's special entrance to the Pizzatola Athletic Center, in Providence, in concave recesses along the Pizzatola tunnels between special entrance and visitors' locker room, even in a specially enlarged and sensually appointed locker next to the power forward's locker in the VLR, all prepared, like the Brown cheerleaders and pep squad who've been induced to do the game pantyless, electrolyzed, and splits-prone, to help lend a pyrotechnic, glandular atmosphere to the power forward's whole playing environment, prepared to make the penultimate sacrifice for squad, school, and influential members of the Brown Alumni Bruins Boosters Association, so that Gwendine O'Shea then switches back to Fackelman and okays the mammoth bet and point spread, as like, who wouldn't, with that kind of mole-reported fix in the works? Except, of course, she's taken the wager backwards. That is, O'Shea thinks 80s Bill's now got 125K on Yale coming within 2 points, while 80s Bill, who it turns out cast himself as White Knight in bidding for majority control of Providence's Federated Funnel and Cone Corporation, O&AN's leading manufacturer of conoid receptacles with FF&C, CEO'd by a prominent Brown alumnus so rabid a Bruins booster, he actually wears a snarling, hollow bear head to conference games, whose ass 80s Bill is going about kissing like nobody's beeswax, PHJ inserts, hinting it was 80s Bill who tipped the Bruins staff off about the power forward's Achilles' vas deferens. EB quite reasonably believes he's now got Brown within a deuce for 125 El Grandes. The wrench in the ointment that nobody in Providence has counted on is the picket and knuckle-duster-wielding appearance of Brown University's entire Dworkinite female objectification prevention and protest phalanx outside the Pizzatola Athletic Center's main gates right at game time. 2 FOPPPs per motorcycle, who blow through the filigreed gates like they were so much wet Kleenex and storm the arena, plus a division of Brown's pluckier undergraduate NOWs who execute a pincer movement down from the cheap seats up top during the first time out, at the precise moment the Brown cheerleaders' first pyramid maneuver ends in a mid-air split that causes the Pizzatola's scoreboard scorekeeper to reel backward against his controls and blow out both homes and visitors' zeros on the scoreboard, just as the FOPPP's unmuffled hogs come blatting, malevolently, down through the ground-level tunnels and out onto the playing floor. And in the ensuing melee, not only are cheerleaders, pep squad, and comely brown U sirens all either laid out with picket signs, wielded like shillelaghs, or thrown kicking and shrieking over the burly shoulders of militant FOPPPs and carried off on roaring hogs, leaving the Yale power forward's delicate nervous system intact, if overheated. But 2 brown U Bruin starters, a center and a shooting guard, both too wrung out and dazed by a grueling week of comely siren auditioning and rehearsing to have sense enough to run like hell once the melee spills out onto the Pizzatola hardwood, are felled by an FOPPP knuckle duster and a disoriented referee with a martial arts background, respectively. And so, when the floor is finally cleared, and stretchers borne off and the game resumes, Yale U cleans Brown U's clock by upwards of 20. Then so Fackelman calls up 80's Bill and arranges to pick up the skeet, which is $137,500 with the VIG, which EB gives him in large denomination pre-ONA script, in a Go Brown Bruins gym bag he'd brought to the game to sit next to the Ursine-headed CEO with, and now has less than no use for. But so Fackelman receives the skeet downtown and blasts up cheesy Route 1 to Saugus to deliver the skeet and pick up his VIG on the VIG, $625 US, right away, needing to cop blues in what's starting to be the worst way, etc. Plus Fackelman's figuring on maybe a small bonus, or at least some emotional validation from Sorkin, for bringing in such a mammoth and promptly remitted wager. But when he gets to the Route 1 titty bar, at the rear of which Sorkin has his administrative offices behind an unmarked fire door, and all wallpapered in stuff that looks like ersatz wood paneling, Gwendine O'Shea wordlessly points behind her station at Sorkin's personal office door, with a terse gesture Fackelman doesn't think fits with the upbeatness of the occasion at all. The door's got a big poster of Rush Limbaugh on it, from before the assassination. Sorkin's in there working spreadsheets with his special monitor screen light filtering goggles on. The goggles' lenses on their long protruding barrels look like lobsters' eyes on stalks. Gailey and Fackelman and Bobby C. never spoke to Sorkin until spoken to, not out of henchmanish obsequity, but because they could never tell what Sorkin's craniofacial vascular condition was, or if he could tolerate sound until they verifiably heard him tolerating his own sound. So G. Fackelman waits, wordlessly, to hand over 80's Bill's skeet, standing there tall and soft and palely sweating, the overall shape and color of a peeled boiled egg. When Sorkin hikes an eyebrow at the Go Bruins bag and says the knee-slapping hilarity of the joke escapes him, Fackelman's mustache positively takes off all over his upper lip, and he prepares to say what he always says when he's flummoxed, that whatever's being said is, with all due respect, a goddamn lie. Sorkin saves his data and pushes his desk chair back so he can reach all the way down to the fireproof drawer. The goggles are often used in data processing sweatshops and list for a deuce. Sorkin grunts as he hauls out a huge old mass lottery box for quick-pick cards and heaves it onto the desk, where it bulges obscenely, filled with 112.5K US. There's 112.5 fucking K in there, all in ones. 125K minus VIG, what Sorkin, via O'Shea, believes to be 80's Bill's winnings, all in small bills, because Sorkin's pissed off and can't resist making a little, gesture. Fackelman doesn't say anything. His mustache goes limp as his mental machinery starts revving. Sorkin, massaging his temples, staring up at Fackelman with his goggles like a crab in a tank, says he supposes he can't blame Fax or O'Shea, that he'd have okayed the bet himself, what with the neurologic tip on the Yale forward they had. Who could have foreseen thuggish feminazis screwing up the ointment? He utters a bit of Gaelic that Fackelman doesn't know, but assumes to be fatalistical. He peels 6 C notes and an ON-Aonite 25 spot off a wad the size of an artillery shell and pushes them across the metal desk at Fackelman. He has VIG on the VIG. He says,
What the fuck? Sorkin does. This 80s Bill kid's irrational sentimentalism for Yale will, sooner or later, catch up with him. Veteran books tend to be statistically philosophical and patient. Fackelman doesn't even bother to wonder why Sorkin refers to 80s Bill as kid when they're both about the same age. But a high-watt bulb is slowly beginning to incandesce over Fackelman's moist head, as in the Faxter starts to conceptualize the overall concept of what must have happened. He still hasn't said anything, Pamela Hoffman-Jeep emphasizes. Sorkin looks Fackelman over and asks if he's gained some asymmetrical type weight there. Fackelman's left tit does look noticeably bigger than his right, under his sport coat, because of the legal envelope with 137 thousands and 1 500 in it, the skeet from an 80s Bill who thought he'd lost, just like Sorkin thought EB'd won. The slight high whine in the room that Sorkin thinks is his Infernitron disk drive is really the whine of Fackelman's high-speed mentation. His mustache rolls like a cracked whip as he works his own internal mental spreadsheet. 250K in one lumpy sum represented like 375 sky-blue grams of hydromorphone hydrochloride.
376.
Or like 37,500 10-milligram soluble tablets of the shit, available from a certain rapacious but discreet Chinatown opiate dealer who'd only deal synthetic narcs in 100-gram weights, which all translated, assuming Kite could be persuaded to pack up his DEC 2100 and move far, far away with Fackelman to help him set up a street distribution matrix in some urban market far, far away into close to like, let's see, carry the one, like 1.9 million in street value, which sum meant that Fackelman, and to a lesser junior partner extent Kite, could have their chins on their chests for the rest of their days without ever having to strip another apartment, forge another passport, break another thumb. All if Fackelman just kept his mouth shut about O'Shea's confabulation of Yale, Brown, Brown, Yale, mumbled something about an IV adulterant causing a sudden and temporary gigantism in one tit, and blasted out of there straight down Route 1 to this one Dr. Wu and Associates, Hung Toy's Cold Tea Emporium, Chinatown. By this time Pamela Hoffman-Jeep had succumbed to the highballs and her own swaddled warmth, and was irreversibly swooned, ice or fillip or no, twitching synaptically, and murmuring to somebody named Monty that he was certainly no kind of gentleman in her book. But Gately could chart the rest of Fackelman's Shit Creek's course for himself. When approached by Fackelman with a Go Brown gym bag of Dr. Wu's finest wholesale dilaudid, and invited to decamp with him and set up a distrib matrix for their own drug empire far, far away, Kite would have staggered back in horror at Fackelman's obviously not knowing that the better, 80s Bill, was in fact none other than the son of 60s Bob, namely, Whitey Sorkin's personal migrainologist, who Sorkin trusted and confided in, as only a massive IV dose of Cafergot can make you trust and confide, and whom Sorkin would undoubtedly tell all about the guy's own son's huge win on Yale, and who wasn't like Ward and Wally close with his son, 60s Bob wasn't, but naturally kept distant paternal tabs on him, and would certainly have known that E.B.'d in fact bet Brown in an attempt to cozy up to the conic CEO, and so would know that there'd been some kind of mix-up, and also that Kite'd still be staggering back in horror as all this added up. Plus, even if Sorkin somehow didn't get told of 80s Bill's loss and Fackelman's scam from 60s Bill, the fact was that Sorkin's newest, savagest, U.S. muscle, Bobby C., old-fashioned smack addict, caught regular old organic Burmese heroin from this Dr. Wu on a regular basis, and was sure to hear about 300-plus grams of wholesale dilaudid bought by a Fackelman known to be C's co-employee off Sorkin, and thus that Fackelman, who, when he came to Kite with the proposition,
was already in possession of a brown booster bag full of 37,500 10-milligram Dilaudid's and minus Sorkin's 250K, plus with, as Gately later knew, only $22K in suicidal scam-back fire insurance capital, was already dead. Fackelman was a dead man, Kite would have said, staggering back with horror at Fax's idiocy. Kit'd have said he could smell Fackelman already biodegrading from here. Dead as a fucking post, he'd have told Fackelman, already worrying about being seen sitting there with him in whatever titty bar they were in when Fax hit Kite with the proposal. And Gately, watching PHJ sleep, could not only imagine but identify, fully, with how Fackelman, on hearing Kite say he could smell him dead, and why, with how Fackelman, instead of taking his bag full of blues and gluing on a goatee, and immediately fleeing to climes that had never even fucking heard of Metro Boston's North Shore, that the Faxter'd done what any drug addict in possession of his substance would do when faced with fatal news and attendant terror. Fackelman made a fucking beeline for their luxury-stripped home and familiar safe-feeling hearth, and had plopped down and immediately fired up the sterno cooker, and cooked up, and tied off, and shot up, and nailed his chin to his chest, and kept it there, with staggering quantities of Dilaudid, trying to mentally blot out the reality of the fact that he was going to get demapped if he didn't take some kind of decisive remedial action at once. Because, Gately realized even then, this was your drug addict's basic way of dealing with problems, was using the good old substance to blot out the problem. Also, probably, medicating his terror by stuffing himself with peanut M&Ms, which would explain all the wrappers littering the floor of the corner he hadn't moved from. This is why Fackelman had been squatting, moist and silent, in a corner of the living room, right outside this very bedroom here for days. This was why the apparent contradiction of the staggering amount of substance Fackelman had in the gym bag next to him, together with the cornered-toed look of a man in the great fear one associates with withdrawal. Charting and thinking, drumming his fingers absently on PHJ's unconscious skull, Gately realized he could more than empathize with Fackelman's flight into Dilaudid and M&Ms. But now he realizes that that was the first time it really ever dawned on him, in force, that a drug addict was, at root, a craven and pathetic creature, a thing that basically hides. The most sexual thing Gately ever did with Pamela Hoffman Jeep was he liked to unwrap her cocoon of blankets and climb in with her and spoon in real tight, fitting his bulk up close against all her soft, concave places, and then go to sleep with his face in her nape. It bothered Gately that he could empathize with Fackelman's desire to hide and blot out. But in the retrospective memory, now it bothers him more that he didn't lie there, up next to the comatose girl, being bothered for more than a few minutes before he felt the familiar desire that blots out all bother, and that night he had unwrapped the cocoon of bedding and arisen so automatically in service of this desire. And feels the worst of all that he'd lumbered out of the bedroom, in just jeans and belt, out to the gloaming living room where Fackelman was hunched, moist and smeary-mouthed, in the corner next to a mountain of 10-milligram Dilaudid's, and his mixing bowl of distilled water, and works kit and sterno unit. That Gately had lumbered so automatically out to Fackelman under the pretense, to himself, too, the pretense was the worst thing, the pretense that he was just going to check on poor old Fackelman, to maybe try and convince him to take some kind of action, go penitent to Sorkin, or flee the climb, instead of just hiding there in the corner with his mind in neutral and his chin on his chest, and a stalactite of chocolated drool from his lower lip lengthening. Because he knew that the first thing Fackelman would do when Gately left PHJ and lumbered out to the defurnished living room would be to fumble in his Gore-Tex works kit for a new, factory-wrapped syringe and invite Gately to hunker on down and get right with the planet. That is, ingest some of this mountain of Dilaudid to keep Fackelman company. Which, to Gately's shame, he did, had done, and no part of the reality of Fackelman's Creek and the need for action had even been brought up. So intent were they on the blues' somnolent hum, blotting everything out, while Pamela Hoffman Jeep lay wrapped tight in the other room, dreaming of damsels and towers. Gately did, he remembers vividly. He let Fackelman fix them both up, but good, and told himself he was doing it to keep Fackelman company, like sitting up with a sick friend, and, maybe worst, believed it was true. Little entr'actes of feverish dreams punctuate memories and being conscious like. He dreams he's riding due north on a bus, the same color as its own exhaust, passing again and again the same gutted cottages, an expanse of heaving sea, weeping. The dream goes on, without any kind of resolution or arrival, and he weeps and sweats as he lies there, stuck in it. Gately comes sharply around when he feels the little rough tongue on his forehead, not unlike Nimitz, the MP's little pet kitten's hesitant tongue. When the MP still had the kitten, before the mysterious period where the kitten disappeared, and the garbage disposal wouldn't run right for days, and the MP sat hung over with his notebook at the kitchen table, with his blond head in his hands, just sat there for several days, and Gately's mom went around pale as hell, and wouldn't go near the kitchen sink for days, and rushed to the bathroom when Gately finally asked, what was the deal with the garbage disposal? And where was Nimitz? When Gately gets his eyelids unstuck, though, the tongue is not even close to being Nimitz's. The wraith is back, right by the bed, dressed like before, and blurred at the edges in the hat-shadowed spill of hallway light, and except now with him is another, younger, way more physically fit wraith, in kind of faggy biking shorts and a U.S. tank top, who's leaning way over Gately's railing and fucking licking Gately's forehead with a rough little tongue. And as Gately reflexively strikes out at the guy's map, no man put his tongue on D.W. Gately and lived. He has just enough time to realize the wraith's breath has no warmth to it, or smell, before both wraiths vanish, and a blue-forked bolt of pain from his sudden striking out sends him back against his hot pillow with an arched spine and a tube, impeded scream, his eyes rolling back into the dove-colored light of whatever isn't quite sleep. His fever is way worse, and his little snatches of dreams have a dismantled cubist aspect he associates in memory with childhood flu. He dreams he looks in a mirror and sees nothing, and keeps trying to clean the mirror with his sleeve. One dream consists only of the color blue, too vivid, like the blue of a pool. An unpleasant smell keeps coming up his throat. He's both in a bag and holding a bag. Visitors flit in and out, but never Ferocious Francis or Joelle Van D. He dreams there's people in his room, but he's not one of them. He dreams he's with a very sad kid, and they're in a graveyard digging some dead guy's head up, and it's really important, like continental emergency important. And Gately's the best digger, but he's wicked hungry, like irresistibly hungry, and he's eating with both hands out of huge, economy-size bags of corporate snacks, so he can't really dig, while it gets later and later, and the sad kid is trying to scream at Gately that the important thing was buried in the guy's head, and to divert the continental emergency, to start digging the guy's head up before it's too late. But the kid moves his mouth, but nothing comes out. And Joelle Van D appears, with wings and no underwear, and asks if they knew him, the dead guy with the head. And Gately starts talking about knowing him, even though deep down he feels panic because he's got no idea who they're talking about, while the sad kid holds something terrible up by the hair and makes the face of somebody shouting in panic, "Too late!" She'd come out of the St. E's doors and turned right for the quick walk back up to Ennet, and a grotesquely huge woman, whose hose bulged with stubble, and whose face and head were 4 times larger than the largest woman Joelle had ever seen, had grabbed her arm at the elbow and said she was sorry to be the one to tell her but that unbeknownst to her she was in almost mind-boggling danger. It took rather a while for Joelle to look her up and down. "This is supposed to be news?" But that night's next A.M.'d found Gately and Fackelman still there in Fackelman's little corner, belts around their arms and noses red from scratching, still at it, the ingestion, on a hell of a tear, cooking up and getting off and eating M&Ms when they could find their mouths with their hands, moving like men deep underwater, heads wobbling on strengthless necks, the empty room's ceiling sky blue and bulging, and under it, hanging on the wall overhead to their right, the apartment's upscale teepee's viewer, on a recursive slow-mo loop of some creepy thing Fackelman liked, that was just serial shots of flames from brass lighters, kitchen matches, pilot lights, birthday candles, votive candles, pillar candles, birch shavings, Bunsen burners, etc., that Fackelman had got from Kite, who, just before dawn, had come out dressed and declined to get high with them, and coughed nervously and announced he had to leave for a few days or more for a totally key and unmissable software trade show in a different area code. Not knowing Gately now knew he knew Fackelman already to be dead, with Kite then trying to leave discreetly with every piece of hardware he owned in his arms, including the non-portable DEC, trailing cables. Then, a bit later, as the AM light intensified yellowly, and made both Gately and Fackelman curse the fact that the curtains had been stripped and pawned, as they continued to hunch and cook and shoot at maybe 0830 hours, Pamela Hoffman-Jeep was up and vomiting briskly and applying mousse against the workaday day, calling Gately honey and her night errand, and asking if she'd done anything last night she'd have to explain to anybody today. Kind of an AM routine in their relationship. Applying blush and drinking her standard anti-hangover breakfast.
377.
And watching Gately and Fackelman's chins fall and rise at slightly different underwater rates. The smell of her perfume and high Retsin mints hung in the bare room long after she'd bid them both ciao bello. As the AM sun got higher and intolerable, instead of taking action and nailing a blanket or something over the window, they opted instead to obliterate the reality of the eye-scalding light and began truly binging on blues, flirting with an OD. They scaled Fackelman's Mount to laud at a terrible clip. Fackelman was, by nature, a binger. Gately was typically more like a maintenance user. He rarely went on a classic-type binge, which meant plunking down in one place with an enormous stash and getting loaded over and over again for long periods without moving. But when he did start a binge, he might as well have been strapped to the snout of a missile, for all the control he had over length or momentum. Fackelman was having at the mountain of 10-milligram blues like there was no tomorrow. Every time Gately even started to bring up the issue of how Faxter had come by such a huge, blue haul of the substance, trying, maybe, to invite Fackelman to confront the reality of his trouble by describing it, like Fackelman would cut him off with a soft, "That's a goddamn lie." This was pretty much all Fackelman would ever say, when loaded, even in response to things like questions. You have to picture all the binge's verbal exchanges as occurring, like, very slowly, oddly distended, as if the time were honey. "Serious fucking stash you managed to come by somehow right here, Fat. That's a goddamn lie. Man. I just hope Gwendine, the C's, got the phone today out there, man. Instead of Whitey. No business getting done out of here today, I don't think. It's a goddamn lie. That's for sure, Fax. It's a goddamn lie. Fax. The Faxter. Count Faxula. Goddamn lie. After a while, in all the distension, it got to be like a joke. Gately would haul his big head upright and try to allege the roundness of the planet, the three-dimensionality of the phenomenal world, the blackness of all black dogs. "So goddamn lie." They found it increasingly funny. After every exchange like this, they laughed and laughed. Each exhalation of laughter seemed to take several minutes. The ceiling and the window's light receded. Fackelman wet his pants. This was even funnier. They watched the pool of urine spread out against the hardwood floor, changing shape, growing curved arms, exploring the fine oak floor. The rises and valleys and little seams. It might have gotten later, and then early a.m. again. The entertainment cartridge's myriad small flames were reflected in the spreading puddle, so that soon Gately could watch without taking his chin off his chest. When the phone rang, it was just a fact. The ringing was like an environment, not a signal. The fact of its ringing got more and more abstract. Whatever a ringing phone might signify was like totally overwhelmed by the overwhelming fact of its ringing. Gately pointed this out to Fackelman. Fackelman vehemently denied it. At some point Gately tried to stand and was rudely assaulted by the floor and wet his own pants. The phone rang and rang. At another point they got interested in rolling different colors of peanut M&Ms into the puddles of urine and watching the colored dye corrode and leave a vampire white football of M&M in a nimbus of bright dye. The intercom's buzzer, to the luxury apartment complex's glass doors downstairs, sounded, overwhelming both of them with the fact of its sound. It buzzed and buzzed. They discussed wishing it would stop, the way you discuss wishing it would stop raining. It became the ICBM of binges. The substance seemed inexhaustible. Mount Dilaudid changed shapes, but never really much shrank, that they could see. It was the first and only time, ever, that Gately IV'd narcotics so many times in one arm that he ran out of arm vein and had to switch to the other arm. Fackelman was no longer coordinated enough to help him tie off and boot. Fackelman kept making a string of chocolatey drool appear and distend almost down to the floor. The acidity of their urine was corroding the apartment's hardwood floor's finish in an observable way. The puddle had grown many arms, like a Hindu god. Gately couldn't quite tell if the urine had explored its way almost back to their feet or if they were already sitting in urine. Fackelman would see how close to the surface of the pond of their mixed piss he could get the tip of the string of spit before he sucked it back up and in. The little game had an intoxicating aura of danger to it. The insight that most people like play danger but don't like real-life danger hit Gately like an epiphany. It took him gallons of viscous time to try and articulate the insight to Fackelman so that Fackelman could give it the imprimatur of a denial. Eventually the buzzer stopped. The phrase, "more tattoos than teeth," also kept going through Gately's head as it bobbed, the head, even though he had no idea where the phrase came from or who it was supposed to refer to. He hadn't been to Billerica Minimum yet. He was on bail that Whitey Sorkin had bonded. The taste of the M&Ms couldn't cut the weirdly sweet medical taste of hydromorphone in Gately's mouth. He watched an old stovetop burner's crown of blue flame shimmer in the shine of the urine. During a ruddled sunset light period, Fackelman had had a small convulsion and a bowel movement in his pants, and Gately hadn't had the coordination to go to Fackelman's side during the seizure to help and just be there. He had the nightmarish feeling that there was something crucial he had to do, but had forgot what it was. 10-milligram injections of the Blue Bayou kept the feeling at bay for shorter and shorter periods. He'd never heard of somebody having a convulsion from an OD, and Fackelman had indeed seemed to bounce to his version of back. The sun outside the big windows seemed to go up and down, like a yo-yo. They ran out of the distilled water Fackelman had in the mixing bowl, and Fackelman took a cotton and sopped up candy-dyed urine off the floor and cooked up with urine. Gately appeared to himself to be repulsed by this, but there was no question of trying to get to the stripped kitchen for the distilled water bottle. Gately was tying off his right arm with his teeth now. His left was so useless. Fackelman smelled very bad. Gately nodded out into a dream where he was on a Beverly Needham bus, whose side said, Paragon Bus Lines, the Gray Line. In his stuporous recall over 4 years later in St. Elizabeth's, he realizes that this bus is the bus from the dream that wouldn't end and wouldn't go anywhere, but has the sickening realization that the connection between the two buses is itself a dream, or is in a dream, and it's now that his fever returns to new heights, and his line on the heart monitor gets a funny little hitch, like a serration at the first and third nodes, which makes an amber light flash at the nurse's station down the hall. When the buzzer sounded again, they were watching the Flames film late at night. Now, poor old Pamela Hoffman Jeep's voice came to them through the intercom. The intercom and apartment complex front door's unlocker button were all the way across the living room by the apartment door. The ceiling bulged and receded. Falcoman had made his hand into the shape of a claw and was studying the claw in the light of the teepee's flames. Mount Allotted was badly caved in on one side. A disastrous avalanche into Lake Huron was a possibility. PHJ sounded drunk as a knook. She said to let her in. She said she knew they were in there. She used party as a verb several times. Fackelman was whispering that it was a lie. Gately remembers he actually had to prod himself in the bladder to feel if he had to go to the bathroom. His unit felt small and icy cold against his leg in the wet jeans. The ammoniac smell of urine, and the breathing ceiling, and drunk distant female voice. Gately reached in the dark for the bars of his playpen, grasped them with pudgy fists, hauled himself to his feet. His rising was more like the floor lowering. He wobbled like a toddler. The apartment floor below him feinted right, left, circling for an opening to attack. The luxury windows hung with starlight. Falcoman had made his claw come alive into a spider and was letting the spider climb slowly down his chest area. The starlight was smeary. There were no distinct stars. Everything out of the line of fire of the cartridge viewer was dark as a pocket. The buzzer sounded angry, and the voice pathetic. Gately put his foot out in the direction of the buzzer. He heard Falcoman telling his hands, claws, spider, it was witnessing the birth of an empire. Then, when Gately put his foot down, there was nothing there. The floor dodged his foot and rushed up at him. He caught a glimpse of bulged ceiling, and then the floor caught him in the temple. His ears belled. The impact of the floor against him shook the whole room. A box of laminates teetered and fell, and fanned clear laminates all over the wet floor. The viewer fell off the wall and cast ruddled flames on the ceiling. The floor jammed itself against Gately, pressing in tight, and he grayed out with his scrunched face toward Fackelman and the windows beyond, with Fackelman holding the spider out in midair at him for his inspection. Oh, for Christ's sake, then. I was in 2 scenes. What else is in there I do not know. In the first scene I'm going through a revolving door. You know, around in this glass revolving door, and going around out. As I go in is somebody I know but apparently haven't seen for a long time, because the recognition calls for a shocked look, and the person sees me and gives an equally shocked look. We're supposedly formally very close and now haven't seen each other in the longest time, and the meeting is random chance. And instead of going in, I keep going around in the door to follow the person out, which person is also still revolving in the door to follow me in, and we whirl in the door like that for several whirls. Question. The actor was male. He wasn't one of Jim's regulars, but the character I recognize in the door is Epicene. Question. Hermaphroditic. Androgynous. It wasn't obvious that the character was supposed to be a male character. I assume you can identify. The other had the camera bolted down inside a stroller or bassinet. I wore an incredible white floor-length gown of some sort of flowing material, and leaned in over the camera in the crib and simply apologized. Question. Apologized. As in my lines were various apologies. I'm so sorry. I'm so terribly sorry. I am so, so sorry. Please know how very, very, very sorry I am. For a real long time. I doubt he used it all. I strongly doubt he used it all, but there were at least 20 minutes of permutations of, I'm sorry. Question. Not exactly. Not exactly veiled. Question. The point of view was from the crib, yes. A crib's eye view. But that's not what I mean by driving the scene. The camera was fitted with a lens with something Jim called, I think, an auto wobble. Ocular wobble, something like that. A ball and socket joint behind the mount that made the lens wobble a little bit. It made a weird little tiny whirring noise, I recollect. Question. The mount's the barrel. The mount's what the elements of the lens are arranged in. This crib lens's mount projected out way farther than a conventional lens, but it wasn't near as big around as a catadioptric lens. It looked more like an eye stalk or a night vision scope than a lens. Long and skinny and projecting, with this slight wobble. I don't know much about lenses beyond basic concepts like length and speed. Lenses were Jim's forte. This can't be much of a surprise. He always had a whole case full. He paid more attention to the lenses and lights than to the camera. His other son carried them in a special case. Leith was cameras. The son was lenses. Lenses, Jim said, were what he had to bring to the whole enterprise. Of filmmaking. Of himself. He made all his own. Question. Well, I've never been around them, but I know there's something wobbled and weird about their vision, supposedly. I think the newer born they are, the more they wobble. Plus, I think a milky blur. Neonatal nystagmus. I don't know where I heard that term. I don't remember. It could have been Jim. It could have been the son. What I know about infants personally, it may have been an astigmatic lens. I don't think there's much doubt the lens was supposed to reproduce an infantile visual field, but that's what you could feel was driving the scene. My face wasn't important. You never got the sense it was meant to be captured realistically by this lens. Question. I never saw it. I've got no idea. Question. They were buried with him, the masters of everything unreleased. At least, that was in his will. Question. It had nothing to do with killing himself, less than nothing to do with it. Question. No, I never saw his fucking will. He told me things. He'd stop being drunk all the time. That killed him. He couldn't take it, but he'd made a promise. Question. I don't know that he ever even got a finished master. That's your story. There wasn't anything unendurable or enslaving in either of my scenes. Nothing like these actual perfection rumors. These are academic rumors. He talked about making something, quote, too perfect, but as a joke. He had a thing about entertainment, being criticized about entertainment versus non-entertainment, and stasis. He used to refer to the work itself as entertainments. He always meant it ironically. Even in jokes he never talked about an anti-version or antidote, for God's sake. He'd never carry it that far, a joke. When he talked about this thing as a, quote, perfect entertainment, terminally compelling, it was always ironic. He was having a sly little jab at me. I used to go around saying the veil was to disguise lethal perfection, that I was too lethally beautiful for people to stand. It was a kind of joke I'd gotten from one of his entertainments, the Medusa odalisque thing. That even in UHID I hid by hiddenness in denial about the deformity itself. So Jim took a failed piece and told me it was too perfect to release. It'd paralyze people. It was entirely clear that it was an ironic joke, to me. Question. Jim's humor was a dry humor. Question. If it got made and nobody's seen it, the master, it's in there with him, buried. That's just a guess, but I bet you. Call it an educated bet.
Question. 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 Question.
That's the part of the joke he didn't know. What he's buried is itself buried now. It's in your annulation zone. It's not even your territory. And now if you want the thing, he'd enjoy the joke very much, I think. Oh, shit, yes, very much. By a rather creepy coincidence, it turned out that up in our room, Kyle Dempsey, Coyle, and Mario were also watching one of himself's old efforts. Mario had gotten his pants on and was using his special tool to zip and button. Coyle looked oddly traumatized. He was sitting on the edge of my bed, his eyes wide and his whole body with the slight tremble of something hanging from the tip of a pipette. Mario greeted me by name. Snow continued to whirl and eddy outside the window. The position of the sun was impossible to gauge. The net posts were now buried almost up to their scorecard attachments. The wind was piling snow up in drifts against all Academy right angles, and then pummeling the drifts into unusual shapes. The window's whole view had the gray, grainy quality of a poor photo. The sky looked diseased. Mario worked his tool with great patience. It often took him several tries to catch and engage the tool's jaws on the tongue of his zipper. Coyle, still wearing his apnea mouthguard, stared at our room's little viewer. The cartridge was himself's accomplice, a short melodrama with Cosgrove Watt and a boy no one had ever seen before or since. "You woke up early," Mario said, smiling up from his fly. His bed was made up drum-tight. I smiled. Turns out I wasn't the only one. "You look sad." I raised my hand with the NASA glass at Coyle. "An unexpected pleasure, KDC." "Faith, thicken meth," Coyle said. I put the glass and toothbrush on my dresser and straightened its doily. I picked some clothing up and began separating it by smell into wearable and unwearable. "Kyle says Jim Troeltsch tore some of Ortho's face off. Trying to pull him off a window his face got glued to," Mario said. "And then Jim Troeltsch and Mr. Kenkel tried to put toilet tissue on the ripped parts, the way Tall Paul sometimes puts little bits of Kleenex on a shaving cut. But Ortho's face was a lot worse than a shaving cut, and they used a whole roll. And now Ortho's face is covered with toilet tissue. And the tissue's stuck now, and Ortho can't get it off. And at breakfast, Mr. DeLint was yelling at Ortho for letting them put toilet tissue on it. And Ortho ran to his and Kyle's room and locked the door, and Kyle doesn't have his key since the accident with the whirlpool." I helped Mario on with his police locks vest, and affixed the Velcro nice and tight. Mario's chest is so fragile-feeling that I could feel his heartbeats tremble through the vest and sweatshirt. Coyle removed the apnea guard. Strings of white, nighttime oral material appeared between his mouth and the guard as he extracted it. He looked to Mario. "Tell him the worst part." I was watching Coyle very closely to see what he planned to do with the sickening mouthpiece he held. "Hey, Hal, your phone has messages, and Mike Pemulus came by and asked if you were up and about." "You haven't told him the worst part of it," Coyle said. "Don't even think about putting that thing down anywhere my bed, Kyle, please." "I'm holding it away from everything, don't worry." Mario used his tool to zip up the long curved zipper of his backpack. "Kyle said there was a problem with a discharge again." "So I heard," I said. "And Kyle says he woke up and Ortho was missing, and Ortho's bed was missing as well, so he turned on the light." Coyle gestured with the appliance. "And lo and fucking capital B, behold." "Yes, and lo," Mario said. "Ortho's bed is up near the ceiling of their room. The frame has, some way, got lifted up and bolted to the ceiling, sometime during the night without Kyle hearing it or waking up." "Until the discharge, that is," I said. "This is it," said Coyle. "The tin cans and accusations I'm moving his stuff around are one thing. I'm going to lateral Alice for a switch like Troeltsch did. This is the straw." Mario said, "And his bed's up on the ceiling now still. And if it falls, It's going to go right through the floor and fall in Graham and Petropolis's room. He's in there right now, all mummified in toilet paper, sulking, with his bed hanging overhead, with a door locked, so I can't even get my apnea guard cleaning supplies," Coyle said. I'd heard nothing about Troeltsch apparently switching room assignments with Trevor Axford. A gigantic wedge of snow slid down a steep part of the roof over our window, and fell past the window, and hit the ground below with a huge whoomp. For some reason, the fact that something as major as a midterm room switch could have taken place without my knowing anything about it filled me with dread. There were a few glitters of a possible, incipient panic attack again. Mario's bedside table had a tube of salve for his pelvis's burn, unevenly squeezed. Mario was looking at my face. "Is it you're sad about not getting to play, if the Quebec players are cancelled?" "And then to crown off the whole night, he ends up with his face glued to a window," Coyle said disgustedly. "Frozen," I corrected him. But now listen to Stice's explanation." "Let me guess," I said. "For the bed hovering." Mario looked at Coyle. "You said bolted." "I said presumably bolted, is what I said. I said the only rationale that's possible is bolts." "Let me guess," I said. "Let him guess," Mario told Coyle. "The darkness thinks ghosts." Coyle stood and came toward us. His two eyes were not set quite level in his face. "Stice's explanation that he swore me to discretion, but that was before the bed was on the ceiling, was he thinks he's been somehow selected or chosen to get haunted or possessed by some kind of beneficiary or guardian ghost that resides in and or manifests in ordinary physical objects, that wants to teach the darkness how to not underestimate ordinary objects and raise his game to like a supernatural level to help his game." One eye was subtly lower than the other, and set at a different angle. "Or hurt somebody else's," I said. "Stice is mentally buckling," Coyle said, still moving in. I was careful to stay just out of morning breath range. "He keeps staring at things with his temple veins flexing, trying to exert will on them. He bet me 20 beans he could stand on his desk chair and lift it up at the same time. And then he wouldn't let me cancel the bet when I got embarrassed for him after half an hour, standing up there flexing his temples." I was also keeping a careful eye on the oral appliance. "Did you guys hear sausage analog and fresh squeezed for breakfast?" Mario asked again if I were sad. Coyle said, "I was down there. Stice's map was taking the edge off appetites all over the room. Then DeLint started yelling at him." He was looking at me oddly. "I don't see what's so funny about it, man." Mario fell backward onto his bed and wriggled into his backpack's straps with practiced ease. Coyle said, "I don't know if I should go to Stitt or Rusk or what, or Lateral Alice. What if they haul him off somewhere and it's my fault?" "There's no denying the Dark's raised his game this fall, though. There are machine messages on the machine howl, too," Mario said as I held his hands carefully and pulled him upright. "What if it's the mental buckling that's raised his game?" Coyle said. "Does it still count as buckling?" Cosgrove Watt had been one of the very few professional actors himself ever used. Himself often liked to use rank amateurs. He wanted them simply to read their lines with an amateur's wooden self-consciousness off cue cards. Mario or Disney Leith would hold up, well to the side of wherever the character was supposed to be looking. Up until the last phase of his career, himself had apparently thought the stilted wooden quality of non-professionals helped to strip away the pernicious illusion of realism, and to remind the audience that they were, in reality, watching actors acting, and not people behaving. Like the Parisian French Bresson he so admired, himself had no interest in succoring the audience with illusory realism, he said. The apparent irony of the fact that it required non-actors to achieve this stilted, artificial, "I'm only acting here" quality was one of very few things about himself's early projects that truly interested academic critics. But the real truth was that the early himself hadn't wanted skilled or believable acting to get in the way of the abstract ideas and technical innovations in the cartridges, and this had always seemed to me more like Brecht then like Bresson. Conceptual and technical ingenuity didn't much interest entertainment film audiences, though, and one way of looking at himself's abandonment of anti-confluentialism is that, in his last several projects, he'd been so desperate to make something that ordinary U.S. audiences might find entertaining and diverting and conducive to self-forgetting,
378.
that he had had professionals and amateurs alike emoting wildly all over the place. Getting emotion out of either actors or audiences had never struck me as one of himself's strengths, though I could remember arguments during which Mario had claimed I didn't see a lot of what was right there. Cosgrove Watt was a pro, but he wasn't very good, and before himself discovered him, Watt's career consisted mostly of regional market commercials on broadcast television. His widest commercial exposure was as the dancing gland in a series of spots for a chain of East Coast endocrinology clinics. He'd worn a bulbous white costume, white toupee, and either a ball and chain or white tap shoes, depending on whether he was portraying the before gland or the after gland. Himself, during one of these commercials, had shouted Eureka at our HD Sony, and traveled personally all the way to Glen Riddle, Pennsylvania, where Watt lived with his mother and her cats, to recruit him. He used Cosgrove Watt in almost every project for 18 months. Watt, for a time, was to himself as De Niro was to Scorsese, McLaughlin to Lynch, Allen to Allen. And up until Watt's temporal lobe problem made his social presence unbearable, himself had actually put Watt, mother, and cats up in a contiguous suite of what later became pro-rector's rooms off the main ETA tunnel, the moms acquiescing in this, but instructing Orrin, Mario, and me never, ever to remain in a room alone with Watt. Accomplice was one of Watt's later roles. It was a sad and simple cartridge, and so short that the TP retracted to the film's beginning in almost no time. Himself's film opens as a beautiful, sad, young bus station male prostitute, fragile and epicene, and so blonde even his eyebrows and lashes are blonde, is approached in the Greyhound coffee shop by a flabby, dissipated-looking old specimen, with gray teeth and circumflex eyebrows and obvious temporal lobe difficulties. Cosgrove Watt plays the depraved older man, who takes the boy home to his lush, but somehow scuzzy co-op apartment, in fact, the place himself had rented for O and the PGOAT, and had decorated in various gradations of scuzz for the interiors of almost all his late projects. The sad and beautiful Aryan-looking boy agrees to seduction by the dissipated old specimen, but only on the condition that the man wear protection. The boy, who is inarticulate, nevertheless makes this stipulation extremely clear. Safe sex or no sex, he stipulates, holding up a familiar foil packet. The hideous old specimen, now in a smoking jacket and ascot of apricot-colored silk, and smoking through a long white FDR-style filter, is offended, thinks the young male prostitute has sized him up as such a depraved and dissipated old specimen that he might well have it, the human immunovirus, he thinks. His thoughts are rendered via animated thought bubbles, which himself, at that late middle stage, hoped the audience would find at once self-consciously non-illusory and wildly entertaining. Watt's old specimen is grinning grayly in what he thinks is a pleasant way, as he obligingly takes the foil packet and removes his ascot with what he believes to be a sensual flourish. But inside his thought bubble, he's having temporal lobe spasms of sadistic rage at the sad blonde boy for appearing to size him up as a health risk. The obvious health risk here is referred to, both orally and in the thought bubble, merely as it. For example, little bastard thinks I'm so dissipated-looking that I've been at this sort of thing so long that I'm likely to have it, does he? The old specimen thinks, his thought bubble going all jagged with rage. So the flabby old specimen's now, at only 6 minutes into the cartridge, track 510, he's now taking the sad, beautiful boy in the standard, extravagantly hunched, homosexual way on the canopied bed of his tacky boudoir. The young male prostitutes dutifully assumed the hunched, homo-submissive position because the old Ponce has showed him he's wearing the condom. The young prostitute, who's shown, hunched, only from the left side during the act itself, seems beautiful, in a fragile, skinny-flanked, visible ribs way, while the old specimen has the slack ass and pointy little breasts of a man made grotesque by years of dissipation. The intercourse scene is done under bright lamps without any sort of soft focus or light jazz background score to lighten the atmosphere of clinical detachment. What the sad blonde submissive boy doesn't know is that the dissipated old specimen had secretly palmed an old-fashioned, one sharp-sided razor blade when he'd gone into his burgundy-tiled bathroom to gargle with cinnamon mouthwash and dab Calvin Klein brand pheromonic musk on his flabby pulse points. And as he hunches animalistically over the boy, he's holding the business end of the blade right up next to the sad boy's anus as he takes his pleasure, so that the blade's sharp side slices into both condom and erect phallus on each outthrust. The hideous old specimen, unmindful of the blood and whatever pains involved in the phallic slicing as, still hunched and thrusting, he peels the slit condom off like the skin of a sausage. The young male prostitute, hunched submissively, feels the condom peel and then the blood and starts struggling like a condemned man, trying to get the condomless, bleeding, flabby old specimen out and off of him. But the boy's thin and delicate, and the old man has no trouble holding him down with his soft, slack, flabby weight until he's grimaced and grunted and taken his pleasure to its end. It's apparently an explicit homosexual sex scene convention that whoever takes the submissive hunched position keeps his face turned away from the camera, while the dominant partner's phallus is inside him, and himself honors this convention, though a self-conscious footnote subtitled along the bottom of the screen rather irritatingly points out that the scene is honoring a convention. The prostitute turns his agonized face around to the camera only after the depraved older homosexual has removed his bloody and deflating post-pleasure phallus, brings his blonde-browed face around to his left to face the audience in a mute howl as he collapses onto his delicate chest with his arms out on the satin sheets and his violated bum hiked high in the air, revealing now, at the crease of his bum and upper hamstring, a vivid purple splotch, more vivid than any bruise, and with 8 spidery tentacles radiating from it that are, the older man's horrified thought bubble reveals, the unmistakable, 8-legged vivid contusion blotch sign of Kaposi's sarcoma, that most universal symptom of it. And the boy is sobbing that the depraved old homosexual has made him, the prostitute, a murderer. The boy's racking sobs making the hiked bum waggle in front of the old specimen's horrified face, as the boy sobs into the chartreuse satin and shrieks, "Murderer! Murderer!" over and over, so that almost a third of Accomplice's total length is devoted to the racked repetition of this word, way longer than is needed for the audience to absorb the twist and all its possible implications and meanings. This was just the sort of issue Mario and I argued about. As I see it, even though the cartridge's end has both characters emoting out of every pore, Accomplice's essential project remains abstract and self-reflexive. We end up feeling and thinking not about the characters, but about the cartridge itself. By the time the final repetitive image darkens to a silhouette and the credits roll against it, and the old man's face stops spasming in horror, and the boy shuts up, the cartridge's real tension becomes the question, did himself subject us to 500 seconds of the repeated cry, "Murderer," for some reason? I.e., is the puzzlement, and then boredom, and then impatience, and then excruciation, and then near rage aroused in the film's audience by the static repetitive final one-third of the film, aroused for some theoretical aesthetic end? Or is himself simply an amazingly shitty editor of his own stuff? It was only after himself's death that critics and theorists started to treat this question as potentially important. A woman at UCal Irvine had earned tenure with an essay arguing that the reason versus no reason debate about what was unentertaining in himself's work illuminated the central conundra of millennial après-garde film, most of which, in the telepeter age of home-only entertainment, involved the question, why so much aesthetically ambitious film was so boring, and why so much shitty reductive commercial entertainment was so much fun. The essay was turgid to the point of being unreadable, besides using reference as a verb and pluralizing conundrum as conundra.
379.
From my horizontal position on the bedroom floor, I could use the TP's remote to do everything but actually remove and insert cartridges into the drive's dock. The room's window was now a translucent clot of snow and steam. Interlace's spontaneous disseminations for New England were all about weather. With our subscription system, ETA got numerous large-market spontaneous tracks. Each track took a slightly different angle on the weather. Each track had a slightly different focus. Remote reports from Boston's North and South Shores, Providence, New Haven, and Hartford-Springfield served to establish a consensus that a terrific amount of snow had fallen and was continuing to fall and blow around and pile up. Cars were shown abandoned at hasty angles, and we got to see the universal white VW bug shape of snow-buried cars. Black-helmeted gangs of adolescents on snowmobiles were shown prowling New Haven streets, clearly up to no good. Pedestrians were shown bent over and floundering. Remote report journalists were shown trying to flounder over to them to get their thoughts and reflections. One floundering reporter in Quincy, on the South Shore, abruptly disappeared from view except for a hand with a microphone protruding bravely from some sort of sinkhole of snow. The bent backs of technicians were then shown floundering away from the remote camera to his aid. People with snowblowers stood in their own little blizzards. A pedestrian was filmed doing a spectacular pratfall. Cars at all angles and streets were shown with their tires spinning, shuddering in stasis. One track kept cutting back to a man endlessly trying to brush off a windshield that immediately whitened again behind each brushstroke. A bus sat with its snout in a monster-sized drift. SCME fans atop the wall north of Ticonderoga, New York, were shown making horizontal cyclones of snow in the air. Rouged, somber women in Interlace studios concurred that this was the worst blizzard to hit the region since BS 1998, and the second worst since BS 1993. A man in a wheelchair was shown staring stonily at a 2-meter drift across the ramp outside the State House. Satellite maps of east-central ONAN showed a white formation that was spiraled and shaggy and seemed to have what looked like claws. It was not a nor'easter. A hot, moist ridge from the Gulf of Mexico and an Arctic cold front had collided over the concavity. The storm's satellite photo was superimposed on schemata of the 98 ass-kicker and shown to be just about identical. An unwelcome old acquaintance was back, a striking woman with black bangs and vivid lipstick said, smiling somberly. Another track iterated, this was not a nor'easter. It might have been better to say, smiling mirthlessly. The flat, glazed eyes of the man brushing impotently at his windshield seemed to represent an important visual image. Different tracks kept returning to his face. He refused to acknowledge journalists or requests for thoughts. His was the creepy businesslike face of someone carefully picking up glass in the road after an accident in which his decapitated wife's been impaled on the steering wheel. Another track's anchor was a beautiful black woman with purple lipstick and what looked like a very tall crew cut. Reports of snow came in from all directions. After a while, I stopped keeping track of the number of times the word snow was repeated. All synonyms for snowstorm were rapidly exhausted. Helmetless thrill-seekers on snowmobiles were doing donuts in Copley Square downtown. Homeless men hunched, nearly drift-covered in doorways, readying snorkels of rolled-up newspaper. Jim Troelch, now apparently a resident of B204, had liked to do a pretty funny impression of an Interlace anchorwoman having an orgasm. One of the thrill-seekers' snowmobiles spun out of control and plunged into a drift, and the remote camera stayed on the drift for several moments, but nothing emerged. Connecticut's National Guard Reserve had been ordered to assemble, but had not assembled because travel in Connecticut was impossible. 3 men in uniforms and gray helmets chased 2 men in white helmets, all on snowmobiles, for reasons an on-site journalist described as not yet emergent. Remote-site journalists used such words as emergent, individual, alleged, utilize, and developing. But all this impersonal diction was preceded by the anchorperson's first name, as if the report were part of an intimate conversation. An interlaced delivery boy was shown delivering recorded cartridges on a snowmobile and was described as plucky. Otis P. Lord had undergone a procedure for the removal of the Hitachi monitor on Thursday, Lamont Shewitt said. I had never once ridden a snowmobile, skied or skated. ETA discouraged them. DeLint described winter sports as practically getting down on one knee and begging for an injury. The snowmobiles on the viewer all made sounds like little chainsaws that were extra pugnacious to compensate for being so little. There was a poignant shot of a stuck plow in Northampton. Individuals who are not with emergency reasons to travel, sick, were being officially discouraged from traveling by a state trooper in a hat with a chin strap. A Brockton man in a Land's End parka took a fall too burlesque to have been unstaged. I could barely recall the '98 blizzard. The academy had been open for only a few months. I remember the edges of the shaved hilltop were still square and steep and striped in sedimentary layers, final construction delayed by some nasty piece of litigation from the VA hospital below. The storm came barreling in southeast from Canada in March. Dwight, Flechette, and Orrin, and the other players, had to be led to the lung, roped together, single file, Stitt in the lead, carrying a highway flare. A couple photos hung in CT's waiting room. The last boy along the rope disappeared into a forlorn gray whirl. The lungs knew bubble and had to be taken down and fixed when Snowweight stove it in on one side. The T stopped running. I remember some of the younger players had cried and sworn up and down that the blizzard wasn't their fault. For days, snow churned steadily out of a graphite sky. Himself had sat in a spindle-backed chair at the same living room window CT now uses for advanced worry, and aimed a series of non-digital cameras at the mounting snow. After years in which his consuming obsession was the establishment of ETA, Orrin said, himself had started in with the film obsession almost immediately after the academy was up and running. Orrin has said the moms had assumed the film thing was a passing obsession. Himself had seemed interested mostly in the lenses and rasters at first.
380.
And in the consequences of their modification. He sat in that chair throughout the whole storm, sipping brandy from a one-handed snifter, his long legs not quite covered by a plaid blanket. His legs had seemed to me almost endlessly long back then. He always seemed to be right on the edge of coming down with something. His record, up until then, indicated that he remained obsessed with something until he became successful at it, then transferred his obsession to something else. From military optics, to annular optics, to entrepreneurial optics, to tennis pedagogy, to film. In the chair during the blizzard, he'd had beside him several different types of camera and a large leather case. The inside of the case was striated, with lenses down both sides. He used to let Mario and me put different lenses in our eyes and squint to hold them, imitating Stitt. One way of looking at the film obsession's endurance is that himself was never really successful or accomplished at filmmaking. This was something else on which Mario and I had agreed to disagree. It took almost a year to complete the move from Weston to ETA. The moms had attachments in Weston, and she drew things out. I was pretty small. I lay flat on my back on our room's carpet and tried to recall details of our home in Weston, twiddling the TP's remote with my thumb. I do not have Mario's head for remembered detail. One dissemination track simply panned the metro Boston sky and horizons from atop the Hancock Tower. On the FM band, WYYY was apparently doing its weather report via mimesis, broadcasting raw static, while the student staff doubtless did bongs in celebration of the storm, and then went up, sliding around the Union's cerebral rooftop. The hand-caught camera span included the sinciput of the MIT Union, its roof's convolutions filling with snow ahead of the rest of it, creepy filigrees of white against the roof's deep gray. Our subdorm room's only carpet was an oversized corruption of the carpet page from the Lindisfarne Gospels, in which you had to look very closely to make out the tiny pornographic scenes in the Byzantine weave surrounding the cross. I'd acquired the carpet years ago, during a period of intense interest in Byzantine pornography, inspired by what I'd seen as a titillating reference in the OED. I, too, had moved serially between obsessions as a child. I adjusted my angle on the carpet. I was trying to align myself along some sort of grain in the world I could barely feel since Pemulus and I stopped. Meaning the grain, not the world. I realized I could not distinguish my own visual memories of the Weston house from my memories of hearing Mario's detailed reports of his memories. I remember a late Victorian three-level on a low, quiet street of elms, hyper-fertilized lawns, tall homes with oval windows and screen porches. One of the street's homes had a pineapple finial. Only the street itself was low. The lots were humped up high, and the houses so tall, the broad street seemed nevertheless constricted, a sort of affluence-flanked defile. It seemed always to be summer or spring. I could remember the mom's voice high overhead at a screen porch door, calling us in as dusk drifted down, and leaded fanlights began to light up at homes' doors in some sort of linear sync. Either our driveway or another driveway, flanked with whitewashed stones the shapes of beads or drops. The mom's intricate garden, in a backyard enclosed by a fencework of trees. Himself on the screen porch, stirring a gin and tonic with his finger. The mom's dog, S. Johnson, not yet neutered, confined by psychosis in a sort of large fenced pen abutting the garage, running around and around the pen when thunder sounded. The smell of Noxema. Himself behind Orrin in the upstairs bathroom, towering over and down, teaching Orrin to shave against the grain, upward. I remember S. Johnson leaping up on his hind legs and sort of playing the fence with his paws as Mario approached the pen, the rattling chain link's pitch. The circle of earth worn bare by S.J.'s orbit in the pen when thunder sounded or planes crossed overhead. Himself sat low in chairs and could cross his legs and still have both feet flat on the floor. He'd hold his chin in his hand while he looked at you. My memories of Weston seemed like tableaus. They seemed more like snapshots than films. A weird, isolated memory of summertime gnats knitting the air above the shaggy animal head of a neighbor's topiary hedge. Our own round shrubs trimmed flat as tabletops by the moms. More horizontals. The chatter of hedge clippers, their power cords bright orange. I had to swallow spit with almost every breath. I remembered climbing with a dawdler's heavy tread the cement steps up from the street to a gambrel-roofed late Victorian, whose narrow height from the steps gave it the distended look of thick liquid hanging. Gingerbread eaves, undulate shingles of weathered red, zinc gutters the moms' graduate students came and kept clean. A blue star in the front window and the words "Block Mother," which had always suggested either a rectangular woman or some type of football crowd cheer. The inside cool and dim, and a smell of lemon pledge. I had no visual memories of my mother without white hair. All that varied was the length. A touch-tone phone with a cord running into the wall, on a horizontal surface, in a recessed alcove near the front door. Cork floors and pre-mounted shelving of woody-smelling wood. The chilling frame print of Lang directing Metropolis in 1924.
381.
A hulking black chest with strap hinges of brass. A few of himself's old heavy tennis trophies as bookends on the mounted shelving. An etagere filled with old-fashioned magnetic videos and bright adverting boxes, a cluster of blue and white delts on the étagere's top shelf that had dwindled as one figurine after another got knocked off by Mario, stumbling or shoved. The blue-white chairs with the protective plastic that made your legs sweat. A divan done in some sort of burlap-esque Iranian wool dyed to the color of sand mixed with ash. This may have been a neighbor's divan. Some cigarette burns in the fabric of the divan's arms. Books, videotapes, kitchen's cans, all alphabetized. Everything painfully clean. Several spindle-backed captain's chairs in contrasting fruit woods. A surreal memory of a steamed lavatory mirror with a knife sticking out of the pane. A massive stereo television console of whose gray-green eye I was afraid when the television was off. Some of the memories have to be confabulated or dreamed. The moms would never have had a divan with burns in it. A picture window east, the direction of Boston, with claret-colored figures, and a blue sun all suspended in a web of lead. A candy-colored summer sunrise through that window as I watched television in the a.m. The tall, thin, quiet man, himself, with his razor burn, and bent glasses and chinos too short, whose neck was slender and shoulders sloped, who slumped in candied east window sunlight, with his tailbone supported by windowsills, meekly stirring a glass of something with his finger, while the mom stood there telling him she'd long since abandoned any reasonable hope that he could hear what she was telling him. This silent figure, of whom I still remember mostly endless legs and the smell of Noxema shave cream, seems still impossible to reconcile with the sensibility of something like accomplice. It was impossible to imagine himself conceiving of sodomy and razors, no matter how theoretically. I lay there, and could almost remember Oren telling me something almost moving that himself had once told him. Something to do with accomplice. The memory hung somewhere just out of conscious reach, and its tip of the tongue inaccessibility felt too much like the preface to another attack. I accepted it. I could not remember. Off down the Weston Street, a church with an announcement board in the grass out front, white plastic letters on a slotted black surface. And at least once, Mario and I stood watching a goatish man change the letters, and thus the announcement. One of the first occasions where I remember reading something involved the announcement board announcing, "Life is like tennis. Those who serve best usually win," with the letters all spaced far out like that. A big, fresh, cement-colored church, liberal with glass, denomination not recalled, but built in what was, in the BS 80s probably, modern. A parabolic, poured concrete shape, billowed and peaked like a cresting wave. A suggestion in it of some paranormal wind somewhere that could make concrete billow and pop like a tucking sail. Our own sub-dorm room now has 3 of those old Weston captain's chairs whose backs dent your spine if you don't fit it carefully between 2 spindles. We have an unused wicker basket for laundry on which are stacked some corduroy spectation pillows. Floor plans for Hagia Sophia and St. Simeon at Kalat Siman on the wall over my bed. The really prurient part of consummation of the leverets over the chairs, also from the old interest in Byzantinalia. Something about the stiff and dismantled quality of many era Greca porn, people broken into pieces and trying to join, etc. At the foot of Mario's bed, a surplus store trunk for his own film equipment, and a canvas director's chair where he's always laid out his police lock, lead weights, and vest for the night. A fiberboard stand for the compact TP and viewer, and a stenographer's chair for using the TP to type. 5 total chairs in a room where no one ever sits in a chair. As in all the sub-dorm rooms and hallways, a guilloche ran around our walls 1/2 meter from the ceiling. New ETAs always drove themselves bats, counting their room's guilloches interwoven circles. Our room had 811, and truncated bits of 12 and 13, 2 left halves stuck like open parentheses up in the southwest corner. Between the ages of 11 and 13, I'd had a plaster knockoff of a lewd Constantine frieze, the emperor with a hyperemic organ and an impure expression, hung by 2 hooks from the guilloche's lower border. Now I couldn't for the life of me recall what I'd done with the frieze, or which Byzantine seraglio the original had decorated. There had been a time when data like these were instantly available. The Weston living room had had an early version of himself's full-spectrum cove lighting, and at one end an elevated fieldstone fireplace with a big copper hood that made a wonderful ear-splitting drumhead for wooden spoons, with memories of some foreign adult I didn't recognize grinding at her temples and pleading, "Do stop." The Moms's jungle of green babies had spread out into the room from another corner. The plants' pots, on stands of various heights, hanging in nests of twine suspended from clamps, arrayed at eye height from projecting trellises of white painted iron, all in the otherworldly glow of a white hooded tube of ultraviolet light hung with thin chains from the ceiling. Mario can recall violet-lit laces of ferns and the wet meaty gloss of rubber tree leaves, and a coffee table of green-shot black marble, too heavy to move, on whose corner Mario knocked out a tooth after what Orrin swore up and down was an accidental shove. Mrs. Clark's variocotic calves at the stove, the way her mouth overhead would disappear when the Moms reorganized something in the kitchen. My eating mold, and the Moms' being very upset that I'd eaten it. This memory was of Orrin's telling the story. I had no childhood memory of eating fungus. My trusty NASA glass still rested on my chest, rising when my rib cage rose. When I looked down my own length, the glass's round mouth was a narrow slot. This was because of my optical perspective. There was a concise term for optical perspective that I, again, could not quite make resolve. What made it hard really to recall our old house's living room was that so many of its appointments were now in the living room of the headmaster's house, the same and yet altered, and by more than rearrangement. The onyx coffee table Mario had fallen against. Specular is what refers to optical perspective. It came to me after I stopped trying to recall it. Now supported compact discs, and tennis magazines, and a cello-shaped vase of dried eucalyptus, and the red steel stand for the family Xmas tree when in season. The table had been a wedding gift from himself's mother, who died of emphysema shortly before Mario's surprise birth. Orrin reports she'd looked like an embalmed poodle, all neck tendons and tight white curls, and eyes that were all pupil. The Moms' birth mother had died in Quebec of an infarction when she, the Moms, was 8. Her father, during her sophomore year at McGill under circumstances none of us knew. The hydrant-sized Mrs. Tavis was still alive and somewhere in Alberta, the original Lillet potato farm now part of the Great Concavity and forever lost. Orrin and Bain, among others, at family trivia during that terrible first-year's blizzard. Orrin imitating the Moms' high-breathy, "My son ate this. God, please!" never tiring of it. Orrin had liked also to recreate for us the spooky, kyphotic hunch of himself's mother in her wheelchair, beckoning him closer with a claw, the way she seemed always caved in, over and around her chest, as if she'd been speared there. An air of deep dehydration had hung about her, he said, as if she osmosized moisture from whoever came near. She spent her last few years living in the Marlborough Street brownstone they'd had before Mario and I were born, tended by a gerontologic nurse, Orrin said always wore the expression of every post office mugshot you've ever seen. When the nurse was off, a small silver bell was apparently hung from an arm of the old lady's wheelchair, to be rung when she could not breathe. A cherry silver tinkle announcing asphyxiation upstairs. Mrs. Clark would still pale whenever Mario asked about her. It's become easier to see the climacteric changes in the Mom's own body since she began confining herself more and more to the headmaster's house. This occurred after himself's funeral, but in stages, the gradual withdrawal and reluctance to leave the grounds, and the signs of aging. It is hard to notice what you see every day. None of the physical changes has been dramatic. Her nerved-up dancer's legs becoming hard, stringy, a shrinking of the hips and a girdly thickening at the waist, Her face settles a little lower on her skull than it did 4 years ago, with a slight bunching under the chin and an emerging potential for something pruny happening around her mouth, in time, I thought I could see. The word that best connoted why the glass's mouth looked slotty was probably foreshortened. The QRS infantilist would no doubt join the old grief therapist in asking how watching one's moms begin to age makes you feel inside. Questions like these become almost koans. You have to lie when the truth is nothing at all, since this appears as a textbook lie under the therapeutic model. The brutal questions are the ones that force you to lie. Either our old kitchen or a neighbor's kitchen, paneled with walnut and hung with copper pâté molds and herbal sprigs. An unidentified woman, not Avril or Mrs. Clark, standing in that kitchen, in snug cherry slacks, loafers over bare feet, waggling a mixing spoon, laughing at something, a long-tailed comet of flour on her cheek. It occurred to me then, with some force, that I didn't want to play this afternoon, even if some sort of indoor exhibition meet came off. Not even neutral, I realized. I would, on the whole, have preferred not to play. What Stitt might have to say to that versus what Lyle would say. I was unable to stay with the thought long enough to imagine himself's response to my refusal to play, if any. But this was the man who made Accomplice, whose sensibility informed the hetero-hardcore Mobius strips, and the sado-periodontal Fun with Teeth, and several other projects that were just thoroughgoingly nasty and sick. Then it occurred to me that I could walk outside and contrive to take a spill, or squeeze out the window on the rear staircase of HMH and fall several meters to the steep embankment below, being sure to land on the bad ankle and hurt it so I'd not have to play. That I could carefully plan out a fall from the court's observation transom or the spectators' gallery of whatever club CT and the moms sent us to help raise funds, and fall so carefully, badly, I'd take out all the ankle's ligaments and never play again. Never have to. Never get to. I could be the faultless victim of a freak accident and be knocked from the game while still on the ascendant, becoming the object of compassionate sorrow rather than disappointed sorrow. I couldn't stay with this fantastic line of thought long enough to parse out whose disappointment I was willing to cripple myself to avoid, or forego. And then, out of nowhere, it returned to me. The moving thing himself had said to Orrin. This was concerning adult films, which, from what I've seen, are too downright sad to be truly nasty, or even really entertainment, though the adjective adult is kind of a misnomer. Orrin had told me that once he and Smothergill, Fletchett, and I think Penn's older brother had gotten hold of a magnetic video of some old hardcore X-film, The Green Door or Deep Throat, one of those old chestnuts of cellulite and jism. There were excited plans to convene in VR3 and watch the thing in secret after lights out. The viewing rooms at that point had broadcast televisions and magnetic VCR devices, instructional magvids from Galloway and Braden, etc. Orrin and company were all around 15 at the time, bombed by their own glands. They were pop-eyed at the prospect of genuine porn. There were rules about video's suitability for viewing in the honor code, but himself was not noted for his discipline, and Stitt didn't yet have DeLint. The first generation of ETAs did pretty much as they pleased off-court, as long as they were discreet. Nevertheless, word about this adult film got around, and somebody, probably Mary Esther Thode's sister Ruth, then a senior and insufferable, ratted the boys' viewing plans out to Stitt, who took the matter to himself. Orrin said he was the only one himself called into the headmaster's office, which, in that era, had only one door, which himself asked Orrin to close. Orrin recalled seeing none of the unease that always accompanied himself's attempts at stern discipline. Instead, himself invited Orrin to sit and gave him a lemon soda and stood facing him, leaning back slightly so that the front edge of his desk supported him at the tailbone. Himself took his glasses off and massaged his closed eyes delicately, almost treasuringly his old eyeballs, in the way Orrin knew signified that himself was ruminative and sad. One or two soft interrogatives brought the whole affair out in the open. You could never lie to himself. Somehow you just never had the heart. Whereas Orrin made almost an Olympic sport of lying to the moms. Anyway, Orrin quickly confessed to everything. What Himself said then moved him, Orrin told me. Himself told Orrin he wasn't going to forbid them to watch the thing if they really wanted to, but just, please, to keep it discreet. Just Bain and Smothergill and Orrin's immediate circle, nobody younger, and nobody whose parents might hear about it, and for God's sake, don't let your mother get wind. But that Orrin was old enough to make his own entertainment decisions, and if he decided he wanted to watch the thing, and so on. But Himself said that if Orrin wanted his personal, fatherly, as opposed to headmasterly, take on it, then he, Orrin's father, though he wouldn't forbid it, would rather Orrin didn't watch a hard porn film yet. He said this with such reticent earnestness. There was no way Orrin couldn't ask him how come. Himself felt his jaw and pushed his glasses up several times and shrugged and finally said he supposed he was afraid of the film giving Orrin the wrong idea about having sex. He said he'd personally prefer that Orrin wait until he'd found someone he loved enough to want to have sex with and had had sex with this person, that he'd wait until he'd experienced for himself what a profound and really quite moving thing sex could be before he watched a film where sex was presented as nothing more than organs going in and out of other organs, emotionless, terribly lonely. He said he supposed he was afraid that something like The Green Door would give Orrin an impoverished, lonely idea of sexuality. What poor old O claimed to have found so moving was Himself's assumption that O was still cherry. What moved me to feel sorry for Orrin was that it seemed pretty obvious that had nothing to do with what Himself was trying to talk about. It was the most open I'd ever heard of Himself being with anybody, and it seemed terribly sad to me somehow that he'd wasted it on Orrin. I never once had a conversation nearly that open or intimate with Himself. My most intimate memory of Himself was the scratchiness of his jaw and the smell of his neck when I fell asleep at supper and he carried me upstairs to bed. His neck was thin, but had a good, meaty, warm smell. I now for some reason associate it with the odor of Coach Stitt's pipe. I tried, briefly, to picture Ortho Stice hoisting his bunk up and bolting it to the ceiling without waking Coyle. Our room's door remained ajar for Mario's exit with Coyle to find someone with a master key. Yard guard and Wagenknecht's heads popped in briefly and urged me to come have a look at the darkness's ruined map, and withdrew when they got no response. The second floor was pretty quiet. Most of them were still dawdling at breakfast, awaiting some announcement on the weather and Quebecois squads. Snow hit the windows with a gritty sound. The angle of the wind had made a kind of whistle out of one corner of the subdorm building, and the whistling came and went. But then I heard John Wayne stride in the hall outside, light and even and easy on floors, the stride of a guy with stellar calf development. I heard his low sigh. Then, though the door was too far behind me to see, for a moment or two I could somehow tell for sure that John Wayne's head was inside the open door. I could feel it, clearly, almost painfully. He was looking down at me, lying there on the Lindisfarne carpet. There was none of the gathering tension of a person deciding whether or not to speak. I could feel my throat's equipment move when I swallowed. John Wayne and I never had much to say to one another. There wasn't even hostility between us. He ate dinner with us at HMH every so often because he and the moms were tight. The moms made little attempt to disguise her attachment to Wayne. Now his breathing behind me was light and very even. No waste. Complete utilization of each breath.
382.
Of us three, it was Mario who had spent the most time with himself, sometimes traveling with him for location work. I had no idea what they spoke about together, or how openly. None of us had ever pressed Mario to say much about it. It occurred to me to wonder why this was so. I decided to get up, but then did not, in fact, get up. Orrin was convinced that himself was a virgin when he met the moms in his late 30s. I find this pretty hard to believe. Orrin will also grant that there's no doubt himself was faithful to the moms right up to the end, that his attachment to Orrin's fiancée was not sexual. I had a sudden and lucid vision of the moms and John Wayne locked in a sexual embrace of some kind. John Wayne had been involved with the moms sexually since roughly the second month after his arrival. They were both expatriates. I hadn't yet been able to identify a strong feeling, one way or the other, about the liaison, nor about Wayne himself, except for admiring his talent and total focus. I did not know whether Mario knew of the liaison, to say nothing of poor C.T. It was impossible for me to imagine himself and the moms being explicitly sexual together. I bet most children have this difficulty, where their parents are concerned. Sex between the moms and C.T., I imagined as both frenetic and weary, with a kind of doomed, timeless Faulknerian feel to it. I imagined the moms' eyes open and staring blankly at the ceiling the whole time. I imagined C.T. never once shutting up, talking around and around whatever was taking place between them. My coccyx had gone numb from the pressure of the floor through the thin carpet. Bain, graduate students, grammatical colleagues, Japanese fight choreographers, the hairy-shouldered Ken N. Johnson, the Islamic M.D. himself had found so especially torturing, these encounters were imaginable, but somehow generic, mostly a matter of athleticism and flexibility, different configurations of limbs, the mood one more of cooperation than complicity or passion. I tended to imagine the moms staring expressionlessly at ceilings throughout. The complicit passion would have come after, probably, with her need to be sure the encounter was hidden. Peterson allusions notwithstanding, I wondered about some hazy connection between this passion for hiddenness and the fact that himself had made so many films titled Cage, and that the amateur player he became so attached to was the veiled girl, Orrin's love. I wondered whether it was possible to lie supine and throw up without aspirating vomit or choking. The plumed spout of a whale. The tableau of John Wayne and my mother in my imagination was not very erotic. The image was complete and sharply focused, but seemed stilted, as if composed. She reclines against 4 pillows at an angle between seated and supine, staring upward, motionless and pale. Wayne, slim and brown-limbed, smoothly muscled, also completely motionless, lies over her, his untanned bottom in the air, his blank, narrow face between her breasts, his eyes unblinking and his thin tongue outthrust like a stunned lizard's. They stay just like that. She wasn't dumb. She figured it was likely that they'd let her loose just to see where she'd go. She went home. She went to the house. She got one of the last trains before they closed the T, probably. It took forever to get from Com Ave down to Enfield Marine in her clogs and skirt in the snow, and melt soaked the veil and made it adhere to the features below. She'd been close to removing the veil to get away from the outside linebacker of a federal lady anyway. She looked now just like a linen-pale version of what she really looked like. But there was no one about in the snow. She figured if she could speak with Pat M., Pat M. might be prevailed upon to put her in quarantine with Clennette and Yolanda, not let in no law. She could tell Pat about the wheelchairs, try to convince her to dismantle the ramp. The visibility was so bad she didn't see it till she cleared the shed, the Middlesex County Sheriff's car, fiercely snow-tired, lights going bluely, parked, idling in the roadlet outside the ramp, wipers on occasional, a uniform at the wheel, absently feeling his face. He says, "I'm Mikey, alcoholic, an addict, and a sick fuck, you know what I'm saying?" And they laugh and shout out, "You definitely are," as he stands there rocking the podium slightly, blurred a bit through the linen, smearing one side of his face with a laborer's hand as he tries to think what to say. It's another of these round-robin speaker deals, each speaker picking the next from the smoky lunchtime crowd, jogging up to the fiberboard podium, trying to think what to say and how, for the 5 minutes each is allotted. The chairperson at the table, out by the podium, has a clock and a novelty shop gong.
Well, he says, well, so, I seen some of the old Mikey come back out yesterday, you know what I'm saying? Fucking scared me to see it. What it was, I was gonna take my kid down to the lanes and bowl a couple, with my kid. Oh, he just got the cast off, so I'm all happy and whatnot. Got the day off, see the kid. Quality sober time with the kid, so on and so forth. So, I'm all on the happy wagon and like that, about seeing the kid, you know what I'm saying? So, so, I call up my cunt of a sister. He's living back with him, with Ma, my sister. So I'm calling up my sister to see, can I come get the kid at such and such time and whatnot? Because you know how the judge said I gotta get one of them's fucking consent to even see my kid, you know what I'm saying? Because of the restraining order on the old Mikey from before. I gotta get their permission. And except that, I say, okay, so I'm calling up, all accepting and on the happy wagon for my sister to consent, and she, out of the goodness of her heart, she makes me wait, while she says she's gotta check it with Ma. And they consent, finally, and I, accept that. You know what I'm saying? And I say I was gonna be there at such and such time and whatnot, and my sister says, ain't I even gonna say thank you? Like with the attitude, you know what I'm saying? And I say, the fuck? What? You want a fucking medal for letting me see my own kid? And the cunt hangs up on me. Oh! Ever since the judge with the order, it's with the attitude over there, the cunt and Ma both. So, after she just hangs up on me, a little of the old Mikey, I think, starts to come out. And I go over there and, yes, all right, I gotta be honest, I do. I park on the grass of their fucking lawn, and I go up, and I see her, and I'm like, fuck you, you cunt. And Ma's in the hall behind her in the door. I go, fucking hang up on me, why don't you? You should go for some fucking counseling, you know what I'm saying? And they don't neither of them like that verbal comment too much, right? The cunt almost starts laughing and goes like, I'm telling her to go for counseling.
Crowd laughter.
I mean, I ain't exactly coming over there with long-term sobriety, right? And I accept that. But the cunt's got the hook on the door, and she's going, who the fuck are you to be telling me to go for fucking counseling after the sick fucking little, stunt you and that bimbo pulled on that kid who only just now even got the cast off? Oh, and no sign of the fucking kid anywhere. Just her and Ma through the screen door all over the place with the attitude. And now they tell me to get the fuck off their porch. No, they tell me, as in permission denied. Consent to see my own fucking kid refused. And the cunt's still in her fucking bathrobe, afternoon. And Ma behind her, half in the bag already, and hanging onto the fucking wall. You know what I'm saying? My serenity's like, see ya. And I say, up, both of yous asses. I'm here for my goddamn kid. And now, my sister says she's going for the phone, and Ma's saying, get the fuck out, Mikey. And plus, did I mention no sign of the kid? And I ain't to even, touch the screen door, not without consent. And I'm wanting to fucking kill somebody here, you know what I'm saying? And my sister's getting the antenna out of the phone, and so I go, okay, I'm fucking leaving. But I, grab my balls at the both of them and go, eat me, the both of yous. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause now it's the old Mikey back. And now I got with the attitude now also. I'm wanting to light my cunt of a sister up so bad I can't hardly see to get the truck off the lawn and leave. So, I'm driving back home. And I'm so mad, I all of a sudden try and pray. And I try and pray, driving along and whatnot, and it comes to me. I see, irregarding of their fucked up attitude, I still need to go back and apologize, irregardless, for grabbing my balls at them, 'cause that's old fucking behavior. I see, for my own sobriety's sake, I need to go back and try and say I'm sorry. The thought of it just about makes me puke, you know what But I go back and pull the truck up out front on the street and pray and go back up on the porch and I fucking apologize. And I go to my sister, please, can I at least see the kid to see the cast off? And the cunt goes, "Fuck you, get the fuck out. We don't accept your fucking apology." And no sign of Ma, and the fucking kid, there's no sign of him. So I gotta accept her word, and don't even know for sure if the cast is even off. But why I needed to share, I think, is, it scared me. I scared me, you know what I'm saying? I was at the counselor's after, and I told him, I gotta get some kind of hold on this fucking temper. I'm gonna end up right back in front of the fucking judge for lighting somebody up again, you know what I'm saying? And God fucking forbid it should be somebody that's in my family, because I've been that rude once too many times already. And I go like, am I nuts, Doc? Or what? Do I gotta, like, death wish or what? You know what I'm saying? The cash just only now finally comes off, and I'm wanting to light up the fucking cunt that's got the consent I should get closer than 100 meters to the kid. Is it like I'm trying to set myself up for a drink, or what exactly is it with this spring-loaded temper if I'm sober? The temper and judge is why I fucking got sober in the first place. So what the fuck is this? Well, fuck me. I'm just grateful I got some of that out. It's been up in my head, renting space, you know what I'm saying? I see Vinny's getting ready to fucking gong me. I want to hear from Tommy E. back there against the wall. Yo, Tommy! What are you, smacking a hog back there or what? But I'm just, glad to be here. I just wanted to get some of that shit out. The man's pants crease was gone at the knee, and his cardan topcoat looked slept in. It was good of you to grant me an easement. Pat M. tried to recross her legs and shrugged.
You said you weren't here professionally.
Good of you to believe me. The Assistant District Attorney for Suffolk County's Fourth Circuit, up on the near North Shore's hat, was a good-dressed Stetson with a feather in the band. He held it up in his lap by the brim and slowly rotated it by moving his fingers along the brim. He'd recrossed his legs twice. We met, you and Mars, at the Marblehead Regatta, for the McDonald's house thing for children. Not this summer, but either the summer...
I know who you are.
Pat's husband wasn't a celebrity, but knew a lot of local celebrities, from the mint-reconditioned sports car upscale network around Boston. Well, it's good of you. I'm here about one of your residents.
But not professionally,
Pat said. It wasn't a question or verification. She was cool steel when it came to protecting the residents and house. Then back home, in her own home, she was a shattered husk of a wreck. Frankly, I'm not sure why I am here. You're just down the hill from the hospital. I've been up at St. Elizabeth's off and on for 3 days. Perhaps I need to simply air this. The 5th District boys, the PDs, speak well of the place. Your house here. Perhaps I need simply to share this, to work up the nerve. My sponsor's no help. He simply said do it if you want to have any hope of things getting better. Anything less than a combination thoroughgoing professional and AA long-timer would have at least hiked an eyebrow at one of the most powerful and remorseless constables in 3 counties, saying sponsor. It's phobe comp anon, the ADA said. I went through choices last winter and have been working a program of recovery and...
383.
Phobe comp anon, a day at a time, to the best of my ability, ever since then.
I see.
It's, Tootie, the ADA said. He did a pause with his eyes closed and then smiled, still with his eyes closed. It is rather me and my enmeshment issues with Tootie's condition. Phobe Comp Anon was a decade-old 12-step splinter from Al-Anon for codependency issues surrounding loved ones who were cripplingly phobic or compulsive, or both. It's a long story and not a particularly interesting one, I'm sure, the ADA said. Suffice to say that Tootie's been in torment over some oral dental hygienic violation issues that have their roots, we're discovering, in some issues from a childhood whose dysfunctionality well, which she'd been in denial about for quite some time. It doesn't matter what. My program's my own. The hiding the car keys, the cutting off her credit with different dentists, the checking the wastebaskets for new brush wrappers 5 times an hour. My unmanageability's my own, and I'm doing what I can, day by day, to let go and detach with love.
I think I understand.
I'm working 9 now.
Pat said, The 9th step.
The ADA reversed the hat's rotation by moving his fingers in the opposite direction along the brim. I'm trying to make direct amends to whosoever my 4th and 8th step works revealed I've harmed, except in cases where to do so would injure them or others. A tiny spiritual slip from Pat in the form of a patronizing smile.
I have a nodding acquaintance with 9 myself.
The ADA was barely there, his eyes fixed and dilated. The remorselessly ingathered eyebrow angle Pat had always seen in his photos was completely reversed. The brows now formed a little peaked roof of pathos. One of your residents, he said, a Mr. Gately, court remanded out of the 5th Circuit, Peabody, I believe, or staff counselor, alumni, some status. Pat made a kind of exaggerated innocent trying to place the name-type face. The ADA said, It doesn't matter. I'm aware of your constraints. I want nothing from you on him. It's him I've been up at St. Elizabeth's to see. Pat allowed herself one slightly flared nostril at this news. The ADA leaned forward, hat rotating between his calves, elbows on knees in the odd defecatory posture men used to try to communicate earnestness in their sharing. I'm told I owe the Mr. Gately an amend. I need to make an amend to Mr. Gately. He looked up. You, too. This remains within these walls as if it were my anonymity, all right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter what for. I've harbored a resentment against this Gately concerning an incident I'd considered responsible for making Tootie's phobia reflare. It doesn't matter. The specifics or his culpability or exposure to prosecution in the incident, I've come to believe these don't matter. I've harbored this resentment. The kid's picture's been up on my priority board with the pictures of far more objectively important threats to the public weal. I've been biding my time, waiting to get him. This latest incident— No, don't say it. You needn't say a thing. Seemed like just the opening. My last chance went federal, and then fizzled. Pat allowed herself a very slightly puzzled forehead. The man waved the hat. It doesn't matter. I've hated this man. You know that Enfield's Suffolk County. This incident with the Canadian assault, the alleged firearm, the witnesses who can't depose because of their own exposure. My sponsor, my entire group, they say if I act on the resentment, I'm doomed. I'll get no relief. It won't help Tootie. Tootie's lips will still be white pulp from the peroxide, her enamel in tatters from the constant irrational brushing and brushing and brushing and— He clamped his fine, clean hand over his mouth and produced a high-pitched noise that, frankly, gave Pat the howlers, his right eyelid twitching. He took several breaths. I need to let it go. I've come to believe that. Not just the prosecution, that's the easy part. I've already tossed the file, though whatever civil liability the Mr. Gately might face is another matter, not my concern. It's so damnably ironic. The man's going to two-step out of, at the very least, a probation violation and prosecution on all his old, highly convictable charges. Because I have to pitch the case for the sake of my own recovery. I, who wanted nothing so much as to see this man locked down in a cell with some psychopathic cellmate for the rest of his natural life, who shook my fist at the ceiling and vowed— And again the noise, this time muffled by the fine hat, and so less well muffled. His shoes pounding a little on the carpet in rage, so that Pat's dogs raised their heads and looked quizzically at him, and the epileptic one
had a very small, loud noise seizure. "I hear you say this is very hard, but you've decided what you need to do."
"Worse,"
the ADA said, blotting his brow with an unfolded handkerchief.
"I have to make an amend," my sponsor said. "If I want the growth that promises real relief, I have to make direct amends, put out my hand and say that I'm sorry, and ask the man's forgiveness for my own failure to forgive. This is the only way I'll be able to forgive him. And I can't detach with love from Tootie's phobic compulsion until I've forgiven the man I've blamed in my heart."
Pat looked him in the eye.
"Of course I can't say I've tossed the Canadian cases file. I needn't go that far, they say. That would expose me to conflict of interest, the irony. I could hurt Tootie if my position's threatened. I've been told I can simply let him simmer on that until time passes and nothing moves forward."
He raised his own eyes.
"Which means you cannot tell anyone either. Declining to prosecute for personal spiritual reasons, the office, it would be hard for others to understand. This is why I've come to you in explicit confidence."
"I hear your request, and I'll honor it."
"But listen, I can't do it. Cannot. I've sat outside that hospital room, saying the Serenity Prayer over and over, and praying for willingness, and thinking of my own spiritual interests, and believing this amend is my higher power's will for my own growth, and I haven't been able to go in. I go and sit paralyzed outside the room for several hours, and drive home, and pry Tootie away from the sink. It can't go on. I have to look that rotten, no, evil. I'm convinced in my heart that son of a bitch is evil and deserves to be removed from the community. I have to walk in there and extend my hand and tell him I've wished him ill, and blamed him, and ask for forgiveness. Him! If you knew what sick, twisted, sadistically evil and sick thing he did to us, to her, and ask him for forgiveness. Whether he forgives or not is not the issue. It's my own side of the street I need to clean."
"It sounds very, very hard," Pat said. The fine hat was almost spinning between the man's calves, the pant cuffs of which had been pulled up in the defecatory forward lean to reveal socks that weren't, it seemed, both quite the same texture of wool. The mismatched socks spoke to Pat's heart more than anything else.
"I don't even know why I came here," he said. "I couldn't simply leave again and drive home. Yesterday she'd been at her tongue with one of those old no-coat lingua-scraper appliances until it bled. I can't go home and look on that again without having cleaned house."
"I hear you."
"And you were just down the hill."
"I understand."
"I don't expect help or counsel. I already believe I have to do it. I've accepted the injunction to do it. I believe I have no choice, but I can't do it. I haven't been able to do it."
"Willing, maybe?"
"Haven't yet been willing. Yet. I wish to emphasize, yet."
The 20th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, immediately pre-fundraiser exhibition fete. Gaudiomos igitur. Usually, part of the experience of having the place you live in throw a gala is watching different people arrive for the festivities. The Warshavers, the Gardens, and Pendelsons, and Prines, the Chins, the Middlebrooks, and Gelbs. An incidental Lowell, the Buckmans in their claret-colored Volvo, driven by their silent grown son, who you never see except when he's driving Kirk and Benny Buckman someplace. Dr. Hickle and his creepy niece. The Chawuffs and Heavens, the Rehagens, the palsied and mega-wealthy Mrs. Warshaver with her pair of designer canes, the Donegan brothers from Svelte Nail, But usually we never get to see them arriving, the friends and patrons of ETA, for the fundraising exhibition and gala. Usually while they're arriving and getting greeted by Tavis, we're all down in the lockers, dressing and stretching, getting ready to exhibit, getting shaved and taped by Loach, etc. It must usually be an unusual occasion for the guests, too, because for the first few hours they're there to watch us play. They're all audience. Then at some point, with the last couple matches winding down, the guys in white jackets with trays start appearing in ComEd, and the gala starts, and then it's the guests who become the participants and performers. Dressing and stretching, wrapping grips with gauze tecks, or filling a pouch with Fuller's Earth, Coil, Freer, Stice, Traub, or sawdust, Wagenknecht, Chew, getting taped, those in puberty getting shaved and taped. A ritual. Even the conversation usually, such as it is, has a timeless ceremonial aspect. John Wayne, hunched, as always, on the bench before his locker with his towel like a hood over his head, running a coin back and forth over the backs of his fingers. Shaw pinching the flesh between his thumb and first finger. Acupressure for a headache. Everyone had gone into their, autopilot ritual. Osselthwaite's sneakers were pigeon-toed under a stall door. Kahn was trying to spin a tennis ball on his finger like a basketball. At the sink, Elliot Cornspan was blowing out his sinuses with hot water. No one else was anywhere near the sink. A certain number of hysterical pre-competition rumors about the Quebec junior team and the severity of the weather circulated and were refuted and shifted antigens and returned. You could hear the high register end of the wind even down here. The Chickmansii kid was doing a kind of piaffe in place, his knees hitting his chest, stretching his hip flexors out. Troeltsch sat up against his locker near Wayne, wearing a disconnected headset and broadcasting his own match in advance. There were fart accusations and denials. Rader snapped a towel at Wagenknecht, who liked to stand for long periods of time bent at the waist with his head against his knees. Arslanian sat very still in a corner, blindfolded in what was either an ascot or a very fey necktie, his head cocked in the attitude of the blind. It was unclear whether B squads would even get to play. No one was sure how many courts the MIT Union had inside. Rumors flew this way and that. Michael Pemulus was nowhere to be seen since early this a.m., at which time Anton Duchette said he'd seen Pemulus, quote, lurking out by the West House dumpsters, looking, quote, anxiously depressed. Then a small but univocal cheer went up from some of the players when Otis P. Lord appeared at the door, his cadaverous dad escorting him, OPL, out of post-op, and pale but looking his old self, with just a thin little choker-width bandage of gauze around his neck from the monitor's removal, and an odd ellipse of dry red skin around his mouth and nostrils. He came in and shook a few hands, and used the stall next to Postlethwaite, and left. He wasn't playing today. J.L. Struck was applying an astringent to areas of his jaw. An hysterical rumor that the Quebec players had been spotted coming down a ramp out of a charter bus in the main lot, and were, by all appearances, not the Quebec JDC and WC squads, but some sort of special Olympic-ish Quebec adult wheelchair tennis contingent. This rumor flew wildly around the locker room, and then died out when a couple of the sub-14s who burned nervous energy by scampering around checking rumors, scampered out and up the stairs to check the rumor, and failed to return. Across the wall on the female side we could easily hear Thode and Donnie Stott invoking Camilla, goddess of speed and light step. Thode had had an hysterical tantrum after breakfast because Poutrincourt hadn't showed for the females' pre-match staff thing, and looked to be AWOL. Loach and others had outfitted Ted Schacht with a complex knee brace, with jointed aluminum struts down both sides and a coin-sized hole in the elastic over the kneecap for dermal ventilation, and Schacht was lumbering around between the stalls and the locker with his arms straight out and his weight on his heels, pretending to walk like Frankenstein. Several people talked to themselves at their lockers. Barry Loach was down on one knee, shaving Hal's left ankle for tape. A couple of us remarked how Hal wasn't eating the usual customary Snickers bar or Amino Pal. Hal had his hands on Loach's shoulders as the tape went on. A match wrap is 2 horizontal layers just above the malleolus knob thing, then straight down, and 4 times around the tarsus, just in front of the joint. So there's a big gap for flexion of the joint, but a compacting and supportive wrap. Then Loach puts a liner sock and a wick sock over the tape, then slides on the little inflatable air cast deal and pumps it to the right pressure, checking with a little gauge, and velcros it just tight enough for support plus max flexion. Hal was on the bench with his hands on Loach's shoulders through the whole little routine. Everybody's had his hands on Loach's shoulders at one time or another. Hal's shave and wrap take 4 minutes. Shocked's knee and friend Unwin's hamstring thing each take over 10. Wayne's quarter looked like it was dancing on his knuckles. Because of the towel over his head, all you could see was a very thin oval section of his face, like an almond on its end. Wayne got to have a small disc player in his locker, and Joni Mitchell was playing, which nobody ever minded because he kept it very low. Stice was blowing a purple bubble. Freer was trying to touch his toes. Traub and Whale, also on the wrap bench, later said Hal was being weird. Like they said, asking Loach, if the pre-match locker room ever gave him a weird feeling. Occluded, electric. As if all this had been done and said so many times before, it made you feel it was recorded. They all in here existed basically as Fourier transforms of postures and little routines, locked down and stored and call-upable for rebroadcast at specific times. What Traub heard as Fourier transforms, Whale heard as Fourier transforms, but also, as a consequence, erasable, Hal had said. By whom? Hal before a match usually had a wide-eyed, ingenue-ish anxiety of someone who'd never been in a situation even remotely like this before. His face today had assumed various expressions, ranging from distended hilarity to scrunched grimace, expressions that seemed unconnected to anything that was going on. The word was that Tavis and Stitt had chartered 3 buses to take the squads to an indoor venue Mrs. Inc. had alumnus Corbett Thorpe call in mammoth favors to arrange. Several mostly unused courts, somewhere in the deep brain tissue of the MIT Student Union, and that the whole gala would be moved over to the Student Union, and that the Quebec team and most of the guests were being contacted by cellular about the cancellation of the previous cancellation and the change in venue, and that those guests who didn't hear about the change would ride in the buses with the players and staff, some of them in formal and evening wear probably, the guests. Traub also says he also heard Hal use the word moribund, but Whale couldn't confirm. Shocked entered a stall and drove the latch home with a certain purposeful sound that produced that momentary gunslinger enters saloon type hush throughout the locker room. Nobody in the vicinity could say they heard Barry Loach respond, one way or another, to any of the strange, moody things Hal was saying, as Loach locked down the ankle for high-level play. Wagenknecht, apparently, really did fart. The consensus among ETAs is that head trainer Barry Loach resembles a wingless fly, blunt and scuttly, etc. One ETA tradition consists of big buddies recounting to new or very young little buddies the saga of Loach and how he ended up as an elite head trainer, even though he doesn't have an official degree in training or whatever from Boston College, which is where he'd gone to school. In outline form, the saga goes that Loach grew up as the youngest child of an enormous Catholic family, the parents of which were staunch Catholics of the old school of extremely staunch Catholicism, and that Mrs. Loach, as in the mom's, life's most fervent wish was that one of her countless children would enter the RC clergy, but that the eldest Loach boy had done a 2-year USN bit and had gotten demapped early on in the Brazilian ONAN/UN joint action of YTMP, and that within weeks of the wake, the next oldest Loach boy had died of sequitoxic food poisoning, eating tainted blackfin grouper, and the next oldest Loach, Therese, through a series of adolescent misadventures, had ended up in Atlantic City, New Jersey, as one of the women in sequined leotards and high heels who carries a large poster board card with the round number on it around the ring between rounds of professional fights. so that hopes for Therese becoming a Carmelite dimmed considerably. And on down the line. One Loach falling helplessly in love and marrying right out of high school. Another burning only to play the cymbals with a first-rate Philharmonic, now crashing away with the Houston Philharmonic Orchestra. And so on, until there was just one other Loach child, and then Barry Loach, who was the youngest and also totally under Mrs. L's thumb emotionally. And that young Barry had breathed a huge sigh of relief when his older brother, always a pious and contemplative and big-hearted kid, brimming over with abstract love and an innate faith in the indwelling goodness of all men's souls, began to show evidence of a true spiritual calling to a life of service in the R.C. clergy, and ultimately entered Jesuit seminary, removing an enormous weight from his younger brother's psyche, because young Barry, ever since he first slapped a Band-Aid on an X-Men figure, felt his true calling was not to the priesthood, but to the liniment and adhesive ministry of professional athletic training. Who finally can say the whys and whences of each man's true vocation? And then, so Barry was a training major, or whatever, at BC, and by all accounts proceeding satisfactorily toward a degree, when his older brother, quite far along toward getting ordained, or frocked, or whatever, as a licensed Jesuit, suffered, at age 25, a sudden and dire spiritual decline, in which his basic faith in the innate, indwelling goodness of men, like spontaneously combusted and disappeared, and for no apparent or dramatic reason. It just seemed as if the brother had suddenly contracted a black, misanthropic spiritual outlook, the way some 25-year-old men contract Sanger-Brown's ataxia, or MS, a kind of degenerative Lou Gehrig's disease of the spirit. And his interest in serving man, and God in man, and nurturing the indwelling Christ in people through Jesuitical pursuits, underwent an understandable nosedive, and he began to do nothing but sit in his dormitory room at St. John's Seminary, right near Enfield Tennis Academy, coincidentally, on Foster Street in Brighton off Comm Ave, right by the Archdiocese HQ, or whatever, sitting there, trying to pitch playing cards into a wastebasket in the middle of the floor, not going to classes, or vespers, or reading his hours, and talking frankly about giving up the vocation altogether, which all had Mrs. Loach just about prostrate with disappointment, and had young Barry suddenly re-weighted with dread and anxiety, because if his brother bailed out of the clergy, it would be nearly irresistibly incumbent on Barry, the very last Loach, to give up his true vocation of splints and flexion, and enter seminary himself, to keep his staunch and beloved mom from dying of disappointment. And so a series of personal interviews with the spiritually necrotic brother took place, Barry having to station himself on the other side of the playing cards wastebasket, so as even to get the older brother's attention, trying to talk the brother down from the misanthropic spiritual ledge he was on. The spiritually ill brother was fairly cynical about Barry Loach's reasons for trying to talk him down, seeing as how both men knew that Barry's own career dreams were on the line here as well. Though the brother smiled sardonically and said he'd come to expect little better than self-interested, #1 looking out from human beings anyway, since his practicum work out among the human flocks in some of Boston's nastier downtown venues, the impossibility of conditions changing, the ingratitude of the low-life homeless addicted and mentally ill flocks he served, and the utter lack of compassion and basic help from the citizenry at large in all Jesuitical endeavors, had killed whatever spark of inspired faith he'd had in the higher possibilities and perfectibility of man. So, he opined, what should he expect but that his own little brother, no less than the coldest commuter passing the outstretched hands of the homeless and needy at Park Street Station, should be all too humanly concerned with nothing but the care and feeding of numero uno? Since a basic absence of empathy and compassion and taking the risk to reach out seemed to him now an ineluctable part of the human character. Barry Loach was understandably way out of his depth on the theological turf of, like, apologia and the redeemability of man, Though he was able to relieve a slight hitch in the brother's toss that was stressing his card-throwing arm's flexor carpi ulnaris muscle, and so to up the brother's card-in-wastebasket percentage significantly, but he was not only desperate to preserve his mother's dream, and his own indirectly athletic ambitions at the same time, he was actually, rather, a spiritually upbeat guy, who just didn't buy the brother's sudden despair at the apparent absence of compassion and warmth in God's supposed self-mimetic and divine creation, and he managed to engage the brother in some rather heated and high-level debates on spirituality and the soul's potential, not that much unlike Aloysia and Ivan's conversations in the good old Brothers K, though probably not nearly as erudite and literary, and nothing from the older brother even approaching the carcinogenic acerbity of Ivan's Grand Inquisitor scenario. In outline, it eventually boiled down to this: a desperate Barry Loach, with Mrs. L now on 25 milligrams of daily Ativan,
384.
and just about camped out in front of the candle-lighting apse of the Loach's parish church. Loach challenges his brother to let him prove somehow, risking his own time, Barry's, and maybe safety somehow, that the basic human character wasn't as unempathetic and necrotic as the brother's present depressed condition was leading him to think. After a few suggestions and rejections of bets to weigh out even for Barry Loach's desperation, the brothers finally settle on a, experimental challenge. The spiritually despondent brother basically challenges Barry Loach to not shower or change clothes for a while and make himself look homeless and disreputable and louse-ridden and clearly in need of basic human charity, and to stand out in front of the Park Street Tea Station on the edge of the Boston Common, right alongside the rest of the downtown community's lumpen dregs, who all usually stood there outside the tea station stemming change, and for Barry Loach to hold out his unclean hand, and instead of stemming change, simply ask passers-by to touch him. Just to touch him. Namely, extend some basic human warmth and contact. And this Barry does. And does. Days go by. His own spiritually upbeat constitution starts taking blows to the solar plexus. It's not clear whether the verminousness of his appearance had that much to do with it. It just turned out that standing there outside the station doors and holding out his hand and asking people to touch him ensured that just about the last thing any passerby in his right mind would want to do was touch him. It's possible that the respectable citizenry, with their book bags and cellulars and dogs with little red sweater vests, thought that sticking one's hand way out and crying, "Touch me, just touch me, please," was some kind of new STEM-type argot for "lay some change on me," because Barry Loach found himself hauling in a rather impressive daily total of dollars, significantly more than he was earning at his work-study job, wrapping ankles and sterilizing dental prostheses for Boston College lacrosse players. Citizens found his pitch apparently just touching enough to give him dollars. But Barry Loach's brother, who often stood there in collarless mufti up against the plastic jamb of the tea station's exit, slouched and smirking, and idly shuffling a deck of cards in his hands, was always quick to point out the spastic delicacy with which the patrons dropped change or dollars into Barry Loach's hand. These kind of bullwhip motions or jagged in and outs, like they were trying to get something hot off a burner, never touching him. And they rarely broke stride or even made eye contact as they tossed alms BL's way, much less ever getting their hand anywhere close to contact with BL's disreputable hand. The brother, not unreasonably, nixed the accidental contact of one commuter who'd stumbled as he tried to toss a quarter and then let Barry break his fall, not to mention the bipolarly ill bag lady who got Barry Loach in a headlock and tried to bite his ear off near the end of the third week of the challenge. Barry L. refused to concede defeat and misanthropy, and the challenge dragged on week after week, and the older brother got bored eventually and stopped coming and went back to his room and waited for the St. John's Seminary administration to give him his walking papers. And Barry Loach had to take incompletes in the semester's training courses and got canned from his work-study job for not showing up. And he went through weeks and then months of personal spiritual crisis as passerby after passerby interpreted his appeal for contact as a request for cash, and substituted abstract loose change for genuine fleshly contact. And some of the T-Station's other disreputable STEM artists became intrigued by Barry's pitch, to say nothing of his net receipts, and started themselves to take up the cry of, "Touch me, please, please, someone," which of course further compromised Barry Loach's chances of getting some citizen to interpret his request literally and lay hands on him in a compassionate and human way. And Loach's own soul began to sprout little fungal patches of necrotic rot, and his upbeat view of the so-called normal and respectable human race began to undergo dark revision. And when the other scuzzy and shunned STEM artists of the downtown district treated him as a compadre and spoke to him in a collegial way and offered him warming drinks from brown-bagged bottles, he felt too disillusioned and coldly alone to be able to refuse, and, thus, started to fall in with the absolute silt at the very bottom of the Metro Boston socio-economic duck pond. And then what happened with the spiritually infirm older brother, and whither he fared, and what happened with his vocation never gets resolved in the ETA Loach story, because now the focus becomes all Loach and how he was close to forgetting, after all these months of revulsion from citizens, and his getting any kind of nurturing or empathetic treatment only from homeless and addicted STEM artists, what a shower, or washing machine, or a ligamental manipulation even were, much less career ambitions or a basically upbeat view of indwelling human goodness. And, in fact, Barry Loach was dangerously close to disappearing forever into the fringes and dregs of Metro Boston street life, and spending his whole adult life homeless and louse-ridden and stemming in the Boston Common and drinking out of brown paper bags when, along toward the end of the 9th month of the challenge, his appeal, and actually also the appeals of the other dozen or so cynical STEM artists right alongside Loach, all begging for one touch of a human hand and holding their hands out, when all these appeals were taken literally and responded to with a warm handshake, which only the more severely intoxicated stemmers didn't recoil from the profferer of, plus Loach, by ETA's own Mario Incandenza, who'd been sent dashing out from the Back Bay Co-op, where his father was filming something that involved actors dressed up as God and the devil playing poker with tarot cards for the soul of Cosgrove Watt, using subway tokens as the ante, and Mario had been sent dashing out to get another roll of tokens from the nearest station, which, because of a dumpster fire near the entrance to the Arlington Street station, turned out to be Park Street, and Mario, being alone, and only 14, and largely clueless about anti-STEM defensive strategies outside T-stations, had had no one worldly or adult along with him there to explain to him why the request of men with outstretched hands for a simple handshake or high-five shouldn't automatically be honored and granted. And Mario had extended his claw-like hand, and touched, and heartily shaken Loach's own fuliginous hand, which led, through a convoluted but kind of heartwarming and faith-reaffirming series of circumstances, to Barry Loach, even without an official B.A., being given an assistant trainer's job at ETA, a job he was promoted from just months later, when the then head trainer suffered the terrible accident that resulted in all locks being taken off ETA's sauna's doors, and the sauna's maximum temperature being hardwired down to no more than 50 degrees centigrade. The inverted glass was the size of a cage or small jail cell, but it was still recognizably a bathroom-type tumbler, as if for gargling or post-brushing swishing, only huge and upside down on the floor, with him inside. The tumbler was like a prop or display. It was the sort of thing that would have to be made special. Its glass was green, and its bottom over his head was pebbled, and the light inside was the watery dancing green of extreme ocean depths. There was a kind of louvered screen or vent high on one side of the glass, but no air was coming out. The air inside the huge glass was pretty clearly limited as well, because there was already CO2 steam on the sides. The glass was too thick to break or to kick his way out, and it felt like he might have possibly broken the leg's foot already trying. There were some green and distorted faces through the glass's sides steam. The face at eye level belonged to the latest subject, the dexterous and adoring Swiss hen model. She stood looking at him, her arms crossed, smoking, exhaling greenly through her nose, then looking down to confer with another face, seeming to float at about waist level, that belonged to the shy and handicapped fan who Ode realized that shared the subject's Swiss accent. The subject behind the glass would meet Orrin's eyes steadily, but did not acknowledge him or anything he shouted. When Orrin had tried to kick his way out was when he'd recognized that the subject was looking at his eyes, rather than into them, as previously. There were now smeared footprints on the glass. Every few seconds, Orrin wiped the steam of his breath away from the thick glass to see what the faces were doing. His foot really was hurt, and the remains of whatever had made him fall asleep so hard really were making him sick to his stomach, and, in sum, this experience was pretty clearly not one of his bad dreams. But Orrin, number 71, was in deep denial about its not being a dream. It was like the minute he'd come to and found himself inside a huge inverted tumbler, he'd opted to figure dream. The stilted amplified voice that came periodically through the small screen or vent above him, demanding to know, "Where is the master buried?" was surreal and bizarre, and inexplicable enough to Orrin to make him grateful. It was the sort of surreal, disorienting, nightmarish, incomprehensible but vehement demand that often gets made in really bad dreams. Plus the bizarre anxiety of not being able to get the adoring subject to acknowledge anything he said through the glass. When the speaker's screen slid back, Orrin looked away from the glass's faces and up, figuring that they were going to do something even more surreal and vehement that would really nail down the undeniable dream status of the whole experience. Mademoiselle Luria P., who disdained the subtler aspects of technical interviews and had lobbied simply to be given a pair of rubber gloves and 2 or 3 minutes alone with the subject's testicles, and who was not really Swiss, had predicted, accurately, what the subject's response would be when the speaker's screen was withdrawn and the sewer roaches began pouring blackly and shinily through, and as the subject splayed itself against the tumbler's glass and pressed its face so flat against the absurd glass's side that the face changed from green to stark white, and, much muffled, shrieked at them, "Do it to her! Do it to her!" Luria P. inclined her head and rolled her eyes at the AFR leader, whom she had long regarded as something of a ham. Human beings came and went. An RN felt his forehead and yanked her hand back with a yelp. Somebody down the hall was jabbering and weeping. At one point, Chandler F., the recently graduated non-stick cookware salesman, seemed to be there in the classic resident confidier position, his chin on his hands on the bedside crib railing. The room's light was a glowing gray. The in-at-house house manager was there, fingering the place her missing eyebrow had been, trying to explain something about how Pat M. hadn't come because she and Mr. M. had to kick Pat's little girl out of the house for using something synthetic again, and was in a too shaky place spiritually to even leave home. Gately felt physically hotter than he'd ever felt. It felt like a sun in his head. The crib-type railings got tapered on top and writhed a little like flames. He imagined himself on the house's aluminum platter with an apple in his mouth, his skin glazed and crispy. The MD that looked age 12 appeared with others, wreathed in mist, and said, "Up it to 30Q2, and let's try Doris."
385.
But the poor son of a bitch was burning down. He wasn't talking to Gately. The MD was not addressing Don Gately. Gately's only conscious concern was asking for help to refuse Demerol. He kept trying to say, addict. He remembered being young on the playground and telling Mara Duffy to look down her shirt and spell attic. Somebody else said ice bath. Gately felt something rough and cool on his face. A voice that sounded like his own brain voice, with an echo, said to never try and pull a weight that exceeds you. Gately figured he might die. It wasn't calm and peaceful like alleged. It was more like trying to pull something heavier than you. He heard the late Gene Fackelman saying to get a load of this. He was the object of much bedside industry. A brisk clink of ivy bottles overhead, slosh of bags. None of the overhead voices talking to him. His input unrequired. Part of him hoped they were putting Demerol in his IV without him knowing. He gurgled and mooed, saying addict. Which was the truth, that he was, he knew. The crocodile that liked to wear Hanes, Lenny, that at the podium liked to say, the truth will set you free, but not until it's done with you. The voice down the hall was weeping like its heart would break. He imagined the ADA with his hat off, earnestly praying Gately would live so he could send him to MDC Walpole. The harsh sound he heard up close was the tape around his unshaved mouth getting ripped off him so quick he hardly felt it. He tried to avoid projecting how his shoulder would feel if they started pounding on his chest, like they pound on dying people's chests. The intercom calmly dinged. He heard conversing people in the hall passing the open door, and stopping for a second to look in, but still conversing. It occurred to him if he died, everybody would still exist, and go home, and eat, and X their wife, and go to sleep. A conversing voice at the door laughed, and told somebody else it was getting harder these days to tell the homosexuals from the people who beat up homosexuals. It was impossible to imagine a world without himself in it. He remembered two of his Beverly High teammates beating up a so-called homosexual kid while Gately walked away, wanting no part of either side, disgusted by both sides of the conflict. He imagined having to become a homosexual in Walpole. He imagined going to one meeting a week and having a shepherd's crook and parrot, and playing cribbage for a cigarette a point, and lying on his side in his bunk, in his cell, facing the wall, jacking off to the memory of tits. He saw the ADA with his head bowed and his hat against his chest. Somebody overhead asked somebody else if they were ready, and somebody commented on the size of Gately's head, and gripped Gately's head, and then he felt an upward movement deep inside that was so personal and horrible he woke up. Only one of his eyes would open because the floor's impact had shut the other one up, plump and tight as a sausage. His whole front side of him was cold from lying on the wet floor. Fackelman, around somewhere behind him, was mumbling something that consisted totally of G's. His open eye could see the luxury apartment window. It was dawn outside, a glowing gray, and birds had plenty to say out in the bare trees, and at the big window was a face and a windmill of arms. Gately tried to adjust the vertical hold on his vision. Pamela Hoffman Jeep was at the window. Their apartment was on the second floor of the luxury complex. She was up in a tree, right outside the window, standing on a branch, looking in, either gesturing wildly or trying to keep her balance. Gately felt a rush of concern about her falling out of the tree, and was preparing to ask the floor to, maybe, please, relax its hold a second, and let him go, when P.H.J.'s face suddenly fell and exited the bottom of the window and was replaced by the face of Bobby C. Bobby C. raised a slow two-finger salute to his temple, in an impassively mocking hello, as he scanned the evidence of serious binging in the room through the window. Eyeballing Mount Dilaudid with special attention, nodding down to somebody down under the tree, he edged forward on the branch until he was right up flush with the window and pushed up on its frame with one hand, trying to open the locked window. The rising sun behind him cast a shadow of his head against the wet floor. Gately called out to Fackelman and tried to roll and sit up. His bones felt full of busted glass. Bobby C. held up a six-pack of Heffenreffer and waggled it suggestively, like wanting in. Gately had just managed to sit partly up when C's fist, in its fingerless glove, came through the window, spraying double-pane glass. The fallen TV screen continued to show shots of small flames, Gately could see. C's arm came through and groped for the latch and raised the window. Fackelman was bleating like a sheep, but not moving. A syringe he hadn't bothered with removing hung from the inside of his elbow. Gately saw Bobby C. had glass in his purple hair, and a vintage Taurus PT 9mm jammed into his spike-studded belt. Gately sat there dumbly as C. clambered on in, and kind of tiptoed through the various puddles, and rolled Fackelman's head back to check his pupils. C. clucked his tongue, and let Fackelman's head fall back against the wall, Fax still softly bleeding. He turned smartly on his boot's heel, and started across toward the apartment door. And Gately sat there looking at him. When he got to where Gately was sitting on the floor, with his wet legs curved, parenthesized out in front of him, like some sort of huge, preverbal rugrat, C. stopped, as if to say something he'd just remembered, looking down at Gately, his smile wide and warm, and Gately noticed he had a black front tooth, just as C. caught him over the ear with a Taurus PT and put him back down. The floor got the back of Gately's head worse than the gun butt did. His ears belled. It wasn't stars he saw. Then Bobby C. kicked Gately in the balls. SOP to keep your man down, and Gately drew his knees up and turned his head and was sick out onto the floor. He heard the apartment door opening and the leisurely sound of C's boots going down the stairs to the complex's door. Between spasms, Gately urged Fackelman to go for the window as rickety-tick as he could. Fackelman was slumped back up against the wall. He was looking at his legs and saying he couldn't feel his legs, that he was numb from the scalp on down, and climbing. C. returned shortly, and at the head of a whole entourage-type group of people Gately didn't like the looks of at all. There was Dumont and Pointgravé, Canadian Harvard Square small-time thug types, Gately knew slightly, small-time freelancers, too Canadianly dumb for anything but the brutalest work. Gately was unglad to see them. They wore overalls and non-matching flannel shirts. The poor, exomatic pharmacist's assistant guy was behind them, carrying a black doctor bag. Gately was on his back, pedaling his legs in the air, which is what anybody that's played organized ball knows is what you do for a Brody to the groin. The pharmacist's assistant stopped behind C. and stood there looking at his own Ouijans. 3 big, unfamiliar girls entered in red leather coats and badly laddered hose. Then, poor old Pamela Hoffman Jeep, her taffeta torn and stained and her face gray with shock, got borne in through the door by 2 Oriental punks in shiny leather jackets. They had their hands under her ass and carried her as if seated, one leg out, and a white stick of bone protruding from her shin, which her shin was a serious mess. Gately saw all this upside down, pedaling his legs until he could get up. One of the big girls carried an old-type graphics bong and a Glad cinch sack kitchen can bag. Either Pointgravé or Dumont, Gately could never remember which of them was who, carried a case of bonded liquor. C. asked generally if it was party time. The room brightened as the sun climbed. The room was filling up. Another of the girls made negative comments about the urine on the floor. Fackelman in the corner began saying it was all a goddamn lie. C. pretended to answer himself in a falsetto and said, "Yes, indeedy-weedy, it was party time." Now, a very bland, groomed, college-ish guy in a Wembley tie entered, with a Tatung Corporation box, and put it down by where the pharmacist's assistant was still standing, and the bland guy rehung the teleplayer on the wall and ejected the TP's small flame cartridge, dropping it on the wet floor. The 2 Oriental toughs carried Pamela Hoffman Jeep over to a far corner of the living room, and she screamed when they dropped her onto a box of counterfeit little Commonwealth of Massachusetts peel-off seals. They were small, the Orientals, and they were looking down at him, but neither had bad skin. A small, grim woman with a tight gray bun and sensible shoes entered last and shut the apartment door behind her. Gately rolled slowly to his knees and stood up, still bent a bit at the waist, not moving, one eye still swollen shut. He could hear Fackelman trying to stand, PHJ stopped shrieking and blacked out and slumped down until her chin was on her chest and her ass half off the box. The room smelled like Dilaudid, and urine, and Gately's vomit, and Fackelman's bowel movement, and the red leather girls' fine leather coats. C came on over and reached up and put his arm around Gately's shoulders, and stood with him like that while two of the tough girls in their coats passed around bottles of bourbon from the case. Gately could focus best when he squinted. The AM sun hung in the window, up and past the tree, yellowing. The bottles were the black-labeled boxy bottles that signified Jack Daniels. The church bell off in the square struck 7 or 8. Gately had had a bad experience with Jack Daniels at age 14. The bland, groomed corporate guy had inserted a different TP cartridge and now was getting a portable CD player out of the Tatung box, while the pharmacist's assistant watched him. Fackelman said whatever it was a total goddamn lie. Pontgravé or Demont took the bottle C had taken from the tough girls and handed to Gately. The sunlight on the floor through the window was spidered with shadows of branches. Everybody in the room's shadows were moving around on the west wall. C also held a bottle. Soon just about everybody had their own individual bottle of Jack. Gately heard Fackelman asking somebody to open his for him. He was numb to the ceiling and climbing, and he couldn't feel his hands. The small, grim, librarianish woman went to Fackelman, removing her purse from her shoulder. Gately was figuring out what he was going to say on the Faxter's behalf when Whitey Sorkin arrived. Until then he figured it was C's party, and just not to unnecessarily rile C. It seemed to take a long time to formulate mental thoughts. Pamela Hoffman Jeep's shin looked like ground chuck. C lifted his square bottle and asked for general permission to, propose a toast. PHJ's lips were blue with shock. Gately felt bad that he felt so little romantic concern now that she'd fallen out of the tree. He spent no time wondering if she'd ratted them out, or if she'd brought Bobby C to them, or vice versa. At least one of the girls in the red leather coats had an awful big Adam's apple for a girl. C roughly turned Gately's shoulders toward Fackelman in the corner and toasted to old friends and new friends, and what looked like a serious fucking A score for Gene the fax machine, given the size of this dilaudid pile and all the evidence of some serious fucking partying they could see and smell. Everyone drank from their bottle. The grim-faced little woman had to help Fackelman find his mouth with the mouth of the bottle. All three of the big women displayed Adam's apples when they tilted way back to chug. The polite swallow of Jack almost made Gately heave. C's item in his belt pressed against Gately's thigh, and so did some of the belt's spikes. Dumont and Pontgravé both had Smith & Wesson items in shoulder holsters. The Oriental punks didn't display any arms, but had a look about them like they didn't ever even shower unarmed. Safe bet they, at least, had little weird, sharp, chinky things you threw at people, Gately figured. Several of C's group chugged their whole bottle. One of the big girls hurled her bottle at the west wall, but it didn't break. Why is it you feel it in your gut, and not your nuts, per se, when you get brodied? Gately was turning and looking wherever C's arm was turning him. The contorted face on the rehung viewer from the corporate guy's cartridge was Whitey Sorkin's. A portrait Sorkin had let some neuralgic painter do of him, having a cluster headache, out at the National Craniofacial Pain Foundation in the city for a series for an ad for aspirin. The cartridge seemed like just a continuous still of the painting, so that it looked like Sorkin on the wall was sort of presiding over the gathering in a mute, pained way. The librarianish little woman was threading a sewing needle with thread, her mouth real tight. The pharmacist's assistant was getting little skin flakes all over the black bag as he hunkered down over the bag, removing several syringes from the bag, and filling them out of a 2500 IU ampule, and handed them up to be passed around. The NC-FPF painting had a red fist pulling a handful of brain out of the top of Sorkin's skull, while Sorkin's face looked out at the viewer with a classic migraine sufferer's look of super intense thought, almost more meditative than hurt-looking. One Oriental kid was squatting, chinkishly, in the corner drinking Jack, and the other was sweeping up spilled laminates off the floor, using a flap from the Tetong box for a dustpan. Chinks could do some serious sweeping, Gately reflected. Another of the girls threw her bottle at the wall. It was when C didn't even have Gately facing them that it dawned on Gately the girls in coats and slatternly hose were fags, dressed up as girls, like as in transvestals. Bobby C was beaming. The first bit of real personal-ass fear Gately felt was when he realized these people looked like mostly members of Bobby C's personal set, that they weren't the people Sorkin would dispatch if he was sending his own people and coming himself soon. That Sorkin's painting on the wall was symbolic of Sorkin wasn't coming. That Sorkin had given Bobby C free rein on this piece of painful business. The pharmacist's assistant removed 2 pre-filled syringes from the bag, unwrapping their crinkly plastic. C told Gately, quietly, how Whitey said to say he knew Donnie wasn't part of Fackelman's score to fuck Sorkin and 80s Bill, that he didn't need to do anything except kick back and enjoy the party, and let Fackelman face his own music, and to not let any, 19th century notions of defending the weak and pathetic drag Gately into this. C said he was sorry about the bit of the beating. He had to make sure Gately didn't try and get Fackelman out the window while he was down unlocking the door. But he hoped Gately wouldn't hold it against him, 'cause he wished him no particular ill and wanted no beef later. This was all said very quietly and intensively, while the 2 fags in wigs that had tried to break bottles were sitting on a box, filling the graphics' huge party bowl with grass from the Glad bag, which contained grass. Dumont sat in a director's chair. Everybody else was drinking out of their square bottle, standing around the sunny room in the awkward postures of way more people than seats. Their arms were pale and hairless. The 2 Oriental toughs were tying each other off. The draft through the fist hole in the window made Gately shiver. The other fag was making, comments about Gately's physique. Gately asked C, quietly, if he and Fackelman couldn't get cleaned up real quick, and they could all go see Sorkin together, and Whitey and Jean could reason together and work out an accord. Fackelman found his voice and asked, loudly, if anybody wanted to hike on over here to Mount Dilaudid and get fucking fucked up. Gately winced. Bobby C. smiled at Fackelman and said it looked like Fax had had about enough. But at the same time, the Syriatic assistant came to Fackelman and checked his pupils with a penlight, and then shut him up with a pre-filled, using an artery in his neck. The back of Fackelman's head hit the wall several times, his face flushing violently in the standard clinical reaction to Narcan.
386.
The pharmacist then came C in Gately's way. The portable CD player started in with poor old Linda McCartney, as C held Gately, and the assistant pharmacist tied him off with an MD's rubber strap. Gately stood there slightly hunched. Fackelman was making sounds like a long-submerged man coming up for air. C told Gately to fasten his seatbelt. Urine had turned part of the apartment's luxury hardwood floors finish, soft and white, like soap scum. The CD playing was one Seed played all the fucking time in the car when Gately had been with him in a car. Somebody had taken an old disc of McCartney and the Wings, as in the historical Beatles' McCartney, taken and run it through a Kurzweil remixer, and removed every track on the songs except the tracks of poor old Mrs. Linda McCartney singing backup and playing tambourine. When the fags called the grass Bob, it was confusing because they also called C Bob. Poor old Mrs. Linda McCartney just fucking could not sing. And having her shaky, off-key little voice flushed from the cover of the whole slick, multi-track corporate sound and pumped up to solo was, to Gately, unspeakably depressing. Her voice sounding so lost, trying to hide and bury itself inside the pro backup's voices. Gately imagined Mrs. Linda McCartney, in his staff room's walls picture, a kind of craggy-faced blonde, imagined her standing there, lost in the sea of her husband's pro noise, feeling low esteem and whispering off-key, not knowing quite when to shake her tambourine. C's depressing CD was past cruel. It was somehow sadistic-seeming, like drilling a peephole in the wall of a handicapped bathroom. Two of the transvestials were doing the swim to the awful tape in the swept center of the floor. The other had one of Fackelman's arms, while the bland guy in the Wembley tie gripped Fackelman's other arm and was slapping Fackelman lightly as the Dilaudid fought the Narcan. They'd seated Fackelman in his corner in Gately's special Demerol chair. Gately's balls throbbed with his pulse. The pharmacist's assistant's face was right up in Gately's. His cheeks and chin were a mess of silvery, scaly flakes, and an oily sweat on his forehead caught the window's sunlight as he gave Gately a tight smile.
"I'm pretty much straight already, Seaman, after that nut shot," Gately said. "If you don't want to waste the Narcan."
"Oh, this isn't no Narcan?" C said softly, holding Gately's arm. "Hadley," said the assistant, uncapping the syringe. C said, "Hold on to your hat." He poked the assistant's shoulder. "Tell him." "It's farm-grade sunshine."
387.
The assistant said, tapping for a good vein. "Hold on to your heart," C said, watching the needle go in. The pharmacist slid it in expertly, horizontal and flush to the skin. Gately had never done sunshine, next to ungettable outside a Canadian hospital. He watched his own blood ruddle the serum as the pharmacist extended his thumb to ease the plunger back. The pharmacist's assistant could really boot. C's tongue was in the corner of his mouth as he watched. The corporate guy had Fackelman's arms held tight, and a transvestal who'd gotten in behind the chair held his head by the chin and hair as the gray lady knelt before him with her threaded needle. Gately couldn't keep himself from watching the stuff go in him. There was no pain. He wondered for a second if it was a hot shot. It seemed like a whole lot of trouble to go to just to get him off. The pharmacist's thumbnail was ingrown. There were a couple eczema flakes on Gately's arm where the guy was inclined over it. You get to like the sight of your own blood after a while. The pharmacist had him half-booted when Fackelman started screaming. The scream's pitch got higher as it drew out. When Gately could look away from the stuff going in, he saw the librarian-type lady was sewing Fackelman's eyelids open to the skin above his eyebrows, as in they were sewing poor old Count Facula's eyes open. A kid on the playground had used to turn his lids inside out at girls like they were doing now to the poor old Faxter. Gately gave a reflexive jerk toward him, and C hugged him tight with one arm. "Easy," C said very softly. The taste of the hydrochloride in the sunshine was the same, delicious, the taste of the smell of every doctor's office everywhere. He'd never done Tolwyn PX. Impossible to get scripts for, the PX, a Canadian blend. U.S. Tolwyn's got 0.5 milligrams of naloxone mixed in to cut the buzz, is why Gately only did NX on top of Bam Bams.
388.
He understood they'd given Fackelman the anti-narc, so he'd feel the needle as they sewed his eyes open. Cruel is spelled with a U, he remembered. The two Orientals left the room at C's direction. Linda McC sounded borderline psychotic. The little gray lady worked fast. The eye that was already sewed open bulged obscenely. Everybody in the room except C and the corporate guy and grim lady started shooting dope. Two of the fags had their eyes shut and their faces at the ceiling, as if they couldn't take watching what they were doing to their arm. The pharmacist was tying off the passed-out Pamela Hoffman Jeep, which seemed like insult plus injury. There was every kind of style and skill level of injection and boot going on. Fackelman's face was still a scream face. The corporate tool type was dropping fluid from a pipette into Fackelman's sewed-open eye while the lady rethreaded the needle. It was just seeming to Gately he'd seen the fluid-in-eye thing in a cartridge or movie the MP'd liked, when he was a bim playing ball on the chintz in the sea, when the sunshine crossed the barrier and came on. You could see why the U.S. made them cut the buzz. The air in the room got over-clear, A glycerin shine, colors brightening terribly, if colors themselves could catch fire. The word on the C2 Tolwyn PX was it was intense but short-acting, and pricey. No word on its interaction with massive residual amounts of IV Dilaudid. Gailey tried to figure while he still could. If they were going to eliminate his map with an OD, they'd have used something cheap. And if the librarian was going to sew his eyes open, Gately was trying to think, too, they wouldn't have got him. Got him off. The very air of the room bulged. It ballooned. Fackelman's screams about lies rose and fell, hard to hear against the arterial roar of the sun. McC was trying to muffle a cough. Gately couldn't feel his legs. He could feel C's arm around him taking more and more of his weight. C's arms' muscles rising and hardening. He could feel this. His legs were like opting out. Attack of floors and sidewalks. Kite used to sing a ditty called 32 Uses for Sterno, me lad. C was starting to let him down easy. Strong, squat, hard kid. Most heroin men you can knock down with a boo. C, there was a gentleness about C, for a kid with the eyes of a lizard. He was letting him down real easy. C was going to protect Bimmy Don from the bad floor's assault. The supported swoon spun Gately around, C moving around him like a dancer to slow the fall. Gately got a rotary view of the whole room in almost untakeable focus. Pointgravé was vomiting chunkily. Two of the fags were sliding down the wall they had their backs to. Their red coats were aflame. A passing window exploded with light. Or else it was Demont that was vomiting, and Pointgravé was taking the TP's viewer off the wall and stretching its fibroid wire over toward Fackelman against the wall. One of Fax's eyes was as open as his mouth, disclosing way more eye than you ever want to see on somebody. He was no longer struggling. He stared piratically straight ahead. The librarian was starting on his other eye. The bland man had a rose in his lapel, and he put on glasses with metal lenses and was blind, high, and missing Fax's eye with a dropper half the time, saying something to Pointgravé. A transvestal had PHJ's torn hem hiked up and a spiderish hand on her flesh-colored thigh. PHJ's face was gray and blue. The floor came up slowly. Bobby C's squat face looked almost pretty, tragic, half-lit by the window, tucked up under Gately's spinning shoulder. Gately felt less high than disembodied. It was obscenely pleasant. His head left his shoulders. Jean and Linda were both screaming. The cartridge with the held-open eyes and dropper had been the one about ultraviolence and sadism, a favorite of Kite. Gately thinks sadism is pronounced sadism. The last rotating sight was the chinks coming back through the door, holding big shiny squares of the room. As the floor wafted up and C's grip finally gave, the last thing Gately saw was an Oriental bearing down with a held square, and he looked into the square and saw clearly a reflection of his own big, square, pale head, with its eyes closing as the floor finally pounced. And when he came back to, he was flat on his back on the beach in the freezing sand, and it was raining out of a low sky, and the tide was way out. This has been an Ashet audio production of Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace, read by Sean Pratt, produced and directed by John McElroy, engineered by John McElroy, edited by CDM Studios, mixed and mastered by CDM Studios. Infinite Jest is also available in print and as an ebook from Little Brown & Company, a division of Ashet Book Group. Text copyright 1996 by David Foster Wallace. Audio production copyright 2012 Ashet Audio. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes. Prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.